All right, peace, family. All right, y'all already know. I want to first start this off because I know you asking, Oni, why are you always being so negative? Or why are you being negative? Why you can't be positive, 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 positive? Look, you only here because you believe that I'm going to be negative. That already tells me that you only gravitate towards the negativity. And if we need some direction, if we need to hear something, and it can only be shouted from a stance, from a position of negativity, then so be it. You cannot continually pursue, like just recently, what was trending was some white girl in Bantu knots. That was trending. If I tell you the 10 great wars in our history and I give you insight and examples, you're not looking at that. If you go down my videos, you'll see 30 views, right? 30 views for the war thing, 30 views for the warship, 40 views for the warship, whatever, right? And then you got 600 views for something about Nearly Fuller Jr., 200 views for something about Nearly Fuller Jr. And I mean, yeah, you might say, look, those are still small views, but you have to understand that's 30 times as much. That means that you're not sharing, you're not listening, you're not looking at, you're not sharing any of this stuff unless it's a negative. And then you're going to tell me, oh, I don't want to see negativity. But that's the only thing you're coming for. What you doing here if you don't want to see negativity?
Listen, we have a bad habit, a cultural habit, right? Of, hey, it's anything that is, to sum it up, is negative, we share. Right? Hey, look at this. This is crazy. And then we show it to other people. When in actuality, that's a bad cultural habit. If it's something that is crazy, you should ignore it and let it fall to the wayside.
Oh, but you don't. But you don't. So let me get some shares. I'm going to get some shares today. All right? Because what we're going to do is the name of the podcast today is, Can a Real Pan-African Nationalist Read Amos Wilson and Take It Seriously? He didn't even know. PC's over here. But look, I'm telling you what I look. I'm up to chapter. I'm real talk. I'm up to chapter 29. Okay, this is a 31. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. All right. So we on chapter 31. This is the crisis of leadership, and I'm gonna tell you why I chose chapter 31 instead of 29 or 20 or 30. 30 might have actually been interesting, but 29 is probably, 31 is probably the most interesting of the last three, right? Let's see, it's late in the UK, but good to go, brother. All right, peace and power, right? So 29 is the investment club. So you already know that's gonna be. It's like 6 pages. It's gonna be boring, whatever. Chapter 30 might be a little bit interesting. Franchises, cooperatives, corporations, and collective capitalism. I might actually read that another time. And then there's 31, which is the crisis of leadership, which kind of touches on to the point that we really want to understand. So we're going to read this live, and I'm going to tell you whether or not you can take it seriously. If y'all already know, I already had an earlier attempt at going live. It didn't work out. But I was reading it. So I only read the first paragraph, and I can already tell you what's my problem here. But everybody can come to the live. You see the join Discord here link. You can come to the Discord. You can come on. Anybody can come live. You see PC's here. You remember PC? I'm surprised he's still alive after that murder, boy. but he here. Anyway, let's go. Let's see. In the United States of America, the primary source of the host of problems which plague the African American community is powerlessness. Powerlessness is also the source of the host of problems which plagues African nations and people across the diaspora. African communities, both at home and abroad, are corrupted by weaknesses which, if not remediated by their acquisitions of power, will inevitably lead to their absolute corruption and final demise. Right? Rollo May asserted, power is essential for all living things. If we neglect the factor of power, as is the tendency of our day of reaction against the destructive effects of the misuse of power, we shall lose values that are essential to our existence as humans. So, look, now this is what I already picked up on from jump. And let me just double check to see if... so, 29... Oh, no, I can't even tell. I want to make sure that I want to make sure everybody can hear you, but let's see. All right. So, what would I say to this immediately? he's gonna like the thing I noticed about Amos Wilson is that he likes to talk about problems, no solutions. So I'm pretty sure there's not gonna be no solutions in this book, in this chapter. I'm not gonna necessarily put money on it because I know people ain't willing to pay, but but I'm pretty sure ain't gonna be no solutions. The second thing you also notice is that he quotes some white boy. And this is the thing that I always have with Rollo May. I ain't never heard no Rollo May. Bet you it's a white boy. All right, bet you it's a white boy. And here's the thing: it's like you want to call like people. I tell you, sometimes people be on in my comments. This is an African-centered scholar. Like, what part of Africa do you exclusively quote white boys in?
This is one of your weakest points.
Okay.
This is by far one of your weakest points.
Really? Why? Exactly. No comment. You know what I'm saying? he just no comment.
Can I get to the phone? Look. Let me let you walk it out. Walk it out so that I can attempt to understand the point.
Oh, attempt to understand. All right. Look, when I write something,
conversation in private.
You said we should have this conversation in private. We on live, my dude. No, you on YouTube?
No, we had it in private. It didn't make sense then. So walk it out now.
I'll walk it for you. Okay. When I say, look, I'm going to do something African centered, right? I go find something in Africa, right? And then I use that to make the point. You get what I'm saying? So like you look at my book, my first book or my second book, right? Pro-Black Compendium. You got a whole section of ancient Kemetu proverbs or ancient Kemetu literature, or even when if I were to try to discuss, like for instance, in this other article where, like in my latest book, Book of Power, I have this whole thing about relationships, and I base it off of Anku Ja Seneb Neb, right? So Ankh is life, Uja wealth, Seneb health, Neb mastery, right? So ancient Africans used to say Anku Ja Seneb to each other, or even Anku Ja Seneb Neb, like master life, life, health, and wealth, right? And so I say, look, if we're gonna have African-centered, like African relationships, if you will, we gotta focus on our relationships being about life, health, and wealth. You see, that's what you would call African-centered because you're deriving it from an African base, an African foundation. Another example of African-centered would be, I also have this in the Book of Power, was Sister Bayana Bello. Bayana Bello, when she was discussing Toussaint Louverture and Dessalines, she was saying one of them was like Legba and the other one was like, I want to say Ogun or something like that, right? But she said they both fit into the Aishin cosmology. You see, that's an African-centered psychological point of view, right? When it comes to this dude, this brother, everything he says, Freud, Pavlov, all of these is white people. That's not African-centered. Rollo May says, power. That's not African-centered. That's what I'm saying. If you're African-centered, you are centered on Africa, something on Africa, and it don't got to be like exclusive. Like I said, Bayana Bello, she uses Legba and she uses Ison, which is African. This is African, but it's an African export. It's something in IT, but it's African. You know it. Pavlov and all that. That's not African. Freud is not African.
Right, but the problem, or I think what you fail to realize is that in the system that we live in, if somebody said, psychology, it is in reference to white psychology, right?
No.
If you say no, this is the understanding of others.
Of white folk, yeah.
Right, but many blacks as well. Actually, I would argue majority of the blacks. People that would listen to this program, we are without a doubt the minority opinion. Well, the opinions that we have are the minority opinion. So it makes sense to speak to them, aka reference the
what? I can't hear you. What you say? Yo, dude, you gotta go get some internet, man. Go get some data. Go get some data, man. You just went full cyborg, man. Bro, we can't hear you. All right, we're not gonna wait around. We can't hear you, my dude. You just went robot. You there? Nah, he's not there. All right, we're gonna have to jump through. I mean, I was trying to see if I could hear you. Can y'all hear him? All right, he's signed off. All right, look. So let's. You there, bro?
I'm back.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, all right, never mind. Well, I thought you were trying to make a point. All right, let's go. All right, so in our beginning chapters, we contended in line with the consensus of many other students of power that power is created, defined, and sustained by organized relationships between persons and between groups. James McGregor Burns, another white boy, again, defines the primary basis of social power thusly: power is a relationship among persons. He goes on to say, the whole quote from white people, like why don't we just read the white boys? That's what I understand. To define power not as property or entity or possession, but as a relationship in which two or more persons tap motivational bases in one another and bring various resources to bear in the process is to perceive power as drawing a vast range of human behavior into its orbit. The arena of power is no longer the exclusive preserve of a power elite or an establishment of persons clothed with legitimacy. Power is ubiquitous. It permeates human relationships. It exists whether or not it is quested for. It is the glory and the burden of most of humanity. So again, just a white boy talking nonsense, right? And that's it. This is a white boy cutting nonsense. Let's see. This guy says that's too coincidental. He cut out when he was actually making a constructive point. Nah, brother wasn't making no constructive point. But bro wasn't making no constructive point. You there, bro? Oh yeah. So what I'm kind of gathering is that you're saying we're in this system where white people are the power, and I mean white people are blah 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 influence, and so we have to. No, that's what I'm saying. That's still not. That's Euro-centered. That's European-centered.
No.
So he quotes Rollo May, then he quotes James McGregor Burns.
Right.
And then you're gonna tell me that's African-centered. Right. This is written in 1994 or something. No, matter of fact, yeah, I think it's 1994. This is written in 1994, and right. you got Nyerere, you got Nkrumah, you got Marcus Garvey, you got even W.B. Du Bois, you got Booker T. Washington, you got all these people, and he goes and he quotes white men. It's the whole book.
He quoted two people, bro.
1998. Yeah.
Right, but that's two people. You're really. I mean, okay, he quoted two.
Has he ever quoted a black person?
Oh, come on, man.
All right.
I can't even.
Okay. Well, you can't even name it. I got you. We're gonna keep going.
No,
This is the last chapter. What do you say?
I can't even engage with that because I see you clearly have not read the brother's material. I mean,
I just told you I'm on chapter 29.
Right, that's of one book. How much of Wilsonian material have you consumed?
I have quite a few. It's hard to get through because it's basically like I'm reading a white boy. You know what I'm saying? it's basically like I'm reading a bunch of white folk. What are you talking about?
But that's not necessarily bad.
Okay, I'm just saying it's not African centered. That's all I'm saying. All right.
That's wrong.
Oh, okay. It's just African centered because you say so. Gotcha.
Well, you're suggesting that it's African centered because you're suggesting that it's not African centered because you say so. You mean?
Because I can't see where Africa is.
Okay, so let me understand this. It's the only way for something to be African centered is if all of the from top to bottom and in between.
Predominantly.
Right. But is that the only way? Is that the only version of something? Is that the only?
I don't see somebody reading Freud. I don't see somebody reading Freud and being African centered. Or exclusively reading Freud or exclusively citing Freud and only Freud.
Perspective.
And no.
That's not possible.
From an African center, but if you're not reaching outside of Freud, no, that's ridiculous. If you're not reaching outside of Freud, and you're just using Freud, right? Then no, you're not going to be African centered.
So is it possible for a European to read African material and see it from a Eurocentric perspective?
They would go outside of their European tradition, of course. They would go outside of the European tradition. You know, if a white man was exclusively educated in Africa, right, and exclusively used the African methodologies, right, then the work that they're going to produce would mirror. Would mirror and imitate.
You sick.
So you telling me that white folk? Hold on a second. You trying to tell me that black folk do not imitate white folk?
Y'all heard what he said. Say less.
So you telling me you never heard a black person imitate a white person?
Continue to make your point.
Okay. No, I'm just letting you know. Look, when I was in university, I'll admit it. I used to write some papers that would have went side by side with these white folk. You don't underestimate what miseducation can do. The paper. If I show you some of these papers from earlier, they would be some feminist nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like straight out of we need to go online. We need to go online and make the feminist cause a lot better. I'm telling you. That's what the miseducation system will do. I'm not going to delude you and say, I went through the miseducation system and through the miseducation system I was writing like a Congolese man. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that I would write the same thing as somebody deep in the African initiated system. I'm not going to delude you with that. Now, do I think that there's an asili that African people have? Of course. But I understand that Wazungu can crush that to the point where you can have a Candace Owens who is saying stuff that really is not what you would expect from a black woman.
Correct. And
it's not going to be anything close to what you would hear from somebody in a free African mind. You know? And I'll tell you the truth. Like you go to, some of my family was Christian. Like real Christians. You know? Die-hard Christians. And they would mirror Christianity better than the white man. And you gonna tell me, oh no, they really got some African in it. Ain't got no African in it. So no, I'm not gonna tell you, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, oh yeah, if I study Freud and if I go to the white man's school and I study Freud and I write a paper based off Freud and blah 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 blah, then I'm gonna be African centered. Nah, I ain't gonna tell you that. That's just saying that everything's working, everything's peachy, and all that. It's not. We need to build institutions, and especially this brother not going to talk about no building institutions. You're going to keep calling these white boys, and you're going to see. Let's go. That's according to Burns. Social power is, in essence, collective and involves two essentials: intentionality. So according to Burns, right? It's not even, it's not even like, so Burns is saying this, but if we use Legba, if we use, Ptah Htp, it's none of that. It's according to Burns. Social power is, and it's according to the white man, social power is, in its essence, collective and involves two essentials: intentionality, purposes, motive, and resources. Power then involves dynamic relationships between power holders and power recipients and the motives and resources they utilize in their efforts to achieve mutual or individual goals. Our concern in this brief chapter is with the intentionalities and resources of a particular class of power holders, i.e. African American leaders, and their relationship to the African American community, and whether their interaction with it leads to its empowerment or disempowerment. And you already know, he's focusing on African Americans. This is the blueprint for Black Power, but it's really just about African American. So again, like I said, I'm a Pan-African nationalist. You know what I mean? But we'll continue. Time and space does not allow us to critically analyze the individual and organizational leadership in the community in any detail, right? And he's never any time and space for this guy. Therefore, we will confine ourselves to very cursory and preliminary critiques of their predominant ideological tendencies, and these will be reviewed relative only to their ability to enhance or diminish the power of the community. So you already see, he's not going to talk about building power. You know, this is the blueprint for black power. This is the last chapter. You technically should have all the time and space for that, right? He's not going to talk. He's going to give you a cursory. It's going to give you critiques, cursory and preliminary critiques. Y'all call me critical. Critiques of predominant ideological tendencies. Nothing. This is going to be nothing, but it's going to be pages of nothing. But you know, like I said, can you take this seriously? No, you can't. And by the way, y'all, do the likes. I know this brother about to do a thumbs down, but do the likes and all that. We going in. All right. The relative powerlessness of African Americans, as we have demonstrated, is not due to an absence of resources, but to the misjudgment and misguided intentionalities of their leadership. The vast resources of the African American community and their potential for conversion into formidable political economic power have been ruinously wasted or prostituted by leaders whose ineptness borders on treachery. For our purposes herein, we shall follow Burns' description of leadership. Burns' description of leadership. So he's quoting Burns again, right? And Burns wrote this book in 1978. James McGregor Burns wrote a book, Leadership, in 1978. All right. Leadership over human beings is exercised when persons with certain motives and purposes mobilize in competition or conflict with others, institutional, political, psychological, and other resources so as to arouse, engage, and satisfy the motives of followers. This is done in the order to realize goals mutually held by both leaders and followers, as in Lenin's call for peace, bread, and land. So you see this white boy, he's talking. This white boy knows how to do his white-centered thing. He knows he's white-centered. He's like, we're going back to Lenin. You see? He calls on his ancestors. So now we calling on this dude. We calling on Burns, who's calling on his ancestors, but you don't see Amos calling on his ancestors yet. Right? And you're probably not going to see it. Let's see. Yeah, this is off-putting when we hear, even today, African and American only refers to Africans and African Americans. Yeah, that's it. It's just going to be African Americans. That's it. And brief leaders with motive and power bases tap followers' motives in order to realize the purposes of both leaders and followers. Not only must motivations be relevant, as in power generally, but the purposes must be realized and satisfied. Leadership is exercised in a condition of conflict or competition in which leaders contend in appealing to the motive basis of potential followers. Leaders are a particular kind of power holders. Like power leadership is relational, collective, and purposeful. Leadership shares with power the central function of achieving purpose. The crucial variable, again, is purpose. Some define leadership as leaders making followers do what followers would not otherwise do, or as leaders making followers do what the leaders want them to do. I define leadership as leaders inducing followers to act for certain goals that represent the values and the motivations, the wants and needs, the aspirations and expectations of both leaders and followers. And the genius of leadership lies in a manner in which leaders see and act on their own and their followers' value and motivations. Leadership, unlike naked power wielding, is thus inseparable from followers' needs and goals. So I just want to first go for that, right? I want to just say this. And again, this is in 1998. So he has no excuse not to use Idi Amin. He has no excuse not to use Nyerere. No excuse not to use Marcus Garvey. No excuse. But of course, you know, we today are going to make a bunch of excuses for it. All the same, the thing is this. When you quote white people so much, people just want to go and read these white folk. You know what I'm saying? Because we say, oh, wait a second, this white boy, like he's promoting this white boy's literature. You know, if somebody was on social media exclusively promoting white boys' literature, you would not be. You would say, hey man, why don't you go read Marcus Garvey or something? Anyway, now look here. I just saw ahead in the political arena. Now that was all that white boy. Now we're going back to Amos. In the political arena, in reference to his discussion of the leadership of Mao Zedong. Okay. Burns intimates that one of the supreme qualities. So he goes back to Burns. Another quote from Burns. Like why don't you just tell us to go read Burns? That's what I understand. That's what I'm saying. You taking this seriously? All right. One of the supreme qualities of the gifted political leader is to understand not only the needs of potential followers, but the way in which those needs can be activated and channeled. Furthermore, Burns implies that the classical role. Furthermore, Burns implies that the classical role of the great leader is to comprehend not only the existing needs of followers, but to mobilize within them newer motivations and aspirations that in the future will furnish a popular foundation for a new kind of leadership. And of course, he says emphasis added. He italicized things, but that's the thing. If you have the book, and you should have the book, well, I wouldn't advise you have the book, to be honest. But if you probably have it, I'm saying you should have it in the sense of you probably already have it. You could turn to page 826, and you can read along. We argue here, right? That all right. So. Already you see it's just a bunch of white quotations. I want to emphasize that. I want you to remember that. It's just a bunch of white quotations, and he's going to apply it to black folk. That is not African-centered. That is European-centered, but using Europeans' modality. I don't know the word. I don't know the fancy word. I want to say epistemology. I don't know the fancy word. It's not the word? It's not epistemology? Oh, you just hate it. All right.
What I'm saying is your analysis again false.
Bruh. Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Huh? What you say, bro? Alright, let me. Alright.
Analysis is false.
No. What Machiavelli say?
So that's crazy.
What's crazy?
No, I just want to say that's crazy.
Oh, you just want to say that? Alright, yeah. Anyway, look. No, it's not. Look, he hasn't quoted a white person yet. He hasn't quoted a black person yet. He's just gonna apply this stuff to black folk, and he just said he would.
No.
He just said he would.
No, you didn't read any of the quotes of black people. That's what it is. Like,
I'm reading the book right now.
Come on, bro. You killing me with that. That's like you just took an excerpt out of the book talking about, you read 3 paragraphs talking about, he ain't quote in them 3 paragraphs. All he did is quote white people. Come on, dude. Like that is such bottom shelf analysis. Like you're
bro.
Better than that.
Okay.
You're better than that.
All right. Yeah. All right. So I'm just grabbing a chapter. I already know this is his pattern. I don't even gotta look at the book to know this is pattern. Cause even when I hear him, even when you hear him, you don't hear him say. You don't really hear him.
What?
Outside of like maybe like 1 or 2 examples. The dude is heavy on white literature. Heavy.
Come on.
Heavy.
You sit.
Okay.
Stick with it.
Look. People can judge for themselves. They're gonna go back and be like, you know what? I remember this dude quoting the Bible hard. Or you know what? I remember him mentioning some movie. Just some random ass movie on Indians. Or on Native Americans. I remember I remember him. Talking about Pavlov or whomever. The dog or whatever, something like that. Like you just go back. People listen and they know. A lot of you want to just defend. I was telling the sister the other day. Anyway, I was telling the sister the other day. I was like, look, the thing with us is that we tend to look at these scholars in the sense of like how we look back at our first relationship. We look at our first relationship like, oh, they ain't do no wrong. They was good. Or like while we was in it, we were like, yo,
for yourself.
Yeah, is that the first thing for yourself? You like, oh man, they calling me and this person really cares about me, all that, right? But it's like at some point you're gonna look back and be like, you know what, that person done did a lot of, you gotta at some point you gotta do the critical analysis. A lot of people ain't do the critical analysis yet. Y'all still, in that puppy love or whatever. Y'all still in that, this was the first scholar, and he really talked to me. But like, I'm gonna let you know, if you was a real Pan-African nationalist, you wouldn't take this seriously.
Oh my God, dude, you sick, dude. You sick.
Right? You just got puppy love. I don't know what they call it when it's a scholar, but you just got puppy love. You know what I'm saying?
It's none of that, dude. It's none of that.
All right, boss.
It's none of that. You feel the need to come at these brothers because I guess they don't live up to your definition of Pan-Africanism. I don't even understand where what I feel like. Again. No. So are you telling me you're the only person on this side of the Mississippi who has this understanding of Pan-Africanism?
I did not say that. There are people who read my book. You know what I'm saying?
such that you feel the need to come at these brothers sideways. Ain't nobody else came at these brothers sideways.
Look, because y'all got that puppy love. I mean, look, if I were younger and less informed, I would be in love with these brothers.
Come on, dude.
But if I was younger and less informed, I would be appreciative of this misinformation too. You know?
But there are people.
You telling me they ain't brothers who following Saru Sarasut Seti? You telling me they ain't brothers who follow Brother Polite? You telling me they ain't brothers who follow Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed, and you telling me these fanboys ain't gonna tell you the same thing you telling me?
No need to yell.
I ain't yelling.
But there are people who are older than you and wiser than you are, my friend, who have not said anything like this. How are you?
There are people older. There are people, quote unquote, according to you, older and wiser than me, who haven't said anything about Tariq Nasheed.
According to me, that has to.
Who ain't saying nothing about Tariq Nasheed?
Are you suggesting that there aren't people older than you and wiser than you in this?
Of course, there are people older than me.
Okay. So.
You heard what I said, right? You gave two qualifications. I said older than me.
All right, but let's be serious. Let's deal with it seriously. Mm-hmm. Are you suggesting that there are people who are not older than you and wiser than you? If it's true that there are people who are older than you and wiser than you in this knowledge, why haven't they come out with this same level of critique?
You look, man. Look. First off, you gotta understand. I mean, I'm not an academic, but I'm a scholar. Okay, and by a scholar, look. What I want to say by scholar is this, man. I don't know what you did or what you do. I think I know what you do, actually, matter of fact. But what I'm saying is this. You know how it is when you go for a PhD, right? When you go for a PhD, you are doing something that nobody else has done. That's the whole point of... Hey, wait, look. That's the whole point of going after a PhD. That's the whole point. This dude calling out Jesus. Now he bringing up his fake... now he bringing up his mythological... You know what I'm saying? His mythological entities. You know what I'm saying? All right. Yeah, all right. So what I'm saying is that, there's such a thing as doing something nobody else has done. That's something that's human. It's an expectation on humans.
Correct.
That's an expectation. So even if nobody else, like for instance, what I was doing when I was doing astrophysics, even if no one else, okay?
Correct.
No, like I will tell you this right now, because when I was doing astrophysics, they was telling me nobody knows how to form stars. I mean, how stars are formed. So all those stars in the sky, nobody on the planet knows how stars are formed. If I continued my PhD, I probably would have been the first person who told you how stars are formed. And then you would have told me, oh, you think just because, there are people older and wiser than you. There are people older and wiser than you. And why? And you trying to tell me you're the only person that could? Yeah, I'm the only person.
No, this is
period.
No, this is you. This is you. This is you doing the straw man. This is you doing the straw man. My dude, listen. Do you understand?
I don't do no man.
The critical aspect of PhD level knowledge is creativity. Do you understand that one of the most useful definitions of creativity is something has to be both novel and useful. So it can't just be novel. It can't just be new. It has to be both novel and useful. And a lot of what you're saying is novel, but it's not useful. For you, because it's new, it appears to be for you.
That Brother Jay's here.
Because something is new, it's automatically groundbreaking. That may not be the case. Perhaps that could possibly be the reason why you receive such little views. People,
a hater right here.
No, it's not hateration.
How you know this dude? Perhaps this is why you receive such little views. Yeah, that's why your internet. Yo, go get some better internet, my dude.
We get off into.
Yo, pay attention to your internet bill. You can't even hear this dude. Hello?
Go ahead.
Were you saying something?
No, go ahead.
Alright, bet. I knew you weren't. Yeah, that's my brother Dre right there, man. Dre's the dude. Let's see, what he saying? BPFBP, what is that? Blueprint for Black Power? Oh, okay. I would recommend, it's a nice book. I'd recommend reading his African-centered consciousness versus he speaks happily on African nationalism. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't even like this. I don't even like the writing style. Because like I said, he was quoting white boy after white boy, and it's just like, All right. We argue here that the crisis of the African American and Pan-African community, so he finally mentioned us, as a whole, are one with the crisis of leadership of those communities. Moreover, we contend that these cries of leadership flow from its intellectual and ideological bankruptcies, its wrong-headed sense of purpose or intentionality, its inability to recognize and articulate the fundamental needs of its followers, and its impaired ability to pragmatically satisfy those needs if they were recognized and articulated. Black leadership is presently constituted, precisely operates against the most basic interests of the African community. It is therefore unwittingly allied with other inimical forces arrayed against the community. It is imperative that this leadership be raised from its ideological foundation so that a new leadership structure capable of realizing the needs of the African community can be constructed on its ruins. Right? So again, this is good flowery language. Good flowery language. No, it's not a solution. And I want you to know that the reason why I'm saying this, because I know you're like, why don't you just read it and just, maybe there's a solution there. First off, it's not going to be a solution. But second of all, I'll tell you what a solution is quick, and you can say it in two sentences. You don't got to put a whole paragraph. You could easily just say, look, yeah, exactly. You could easily just say,
he's an
regarding
academic. You said you weren't an academic. He's an academic. This is how academics write. You said you're a scholar, but you're not an academic. He's an academic. This is how academics
exactly. Write. Academics are not useful to the African cause if they do not.
All academics.
All academics what?
Are you suggesting that all academics are not useful?
If they're not producing solutions. Let me tell you the solution easily. You build leadership institutions. You build leadership institutions. That's it.
It's one solution. It's one solution.
It's a solution as opposed to just telling us, hey, you know what? We don't have good leadership. Every other people have institutions for their leadership.
My dude, he's not writing about that.
He's writing a blueprint for Black Power. This is the last chapter of the blueprint for Black Power on the subject of the crisis of leadership. Instead of telling us, hey, in 100 words that we have a problem with leadership, right? You could easily just say, you know what? Let's organize and build these institutions. You know what I'm saying? The Amos Wilson Academy for African leaders. Easy,
bro.
Done.
Bro. What you're saying is literally nothing. But so you saying?
Are you talking to Amos Wilson?
Listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying what he could have did. Right? That's like me going over there and read. Oh, he ain't have to say it like this. This is what he should have said. And woo woo woo. That's nothingness.
Okay, bro.
What is that? What type of critique is that? No, he could have did it in 15 pages, but he gonna do it in 30. No, he should have. What is that, dude? That's like hood rat, like
hood rat.
Dusty Negro. That's like hood rat, Dusty Negro logic. Like, what is that? Right?
Oh, you dusty.
I know. I was like, y'all talking.
I said that's hood rat, Dusty Negro logic. I said that's hood rat, Dusty Negro logic. Come on, my brother.
All right, brother.
You gotta stay with me.
No. As long as ain't no sisters listening, ain't long as no sisters listening, I'll tell you straight up. I'm a little dusty.
You're a fool. You're a fool, boy.
Right.
but really though, really though, there's no.
We gonna keep going. I'm just letting you know that. I'm letting you know that. First off, because people are going to read this book. This is one of the most read books. If you have a platform and you have an opportunity, right, you got to put solutions. And if you're not putting solutions, if you're just naming the problems that we have as a people, right, and people are going to that, you're just going to keep giving us this little victim mentality, and we're not going to progress from it. We're not going to progress from there. This book is 20 years old.
As a scientist,
20 years old.
As a scientist, you should understand that in order to come up with an effective solution, you must clearly understand the problem. That's the basic.
As a scientist, I understand that if I'm going to write, this right here, look at it, brother. This is an 800-something page book. If I'm going to write an 800-something page book, tell you it's the freaking blueprint.
Go.
It's a blueprint.
Here we go.
I'm gonna tell you it's a blueprint. It's 800 pages. I'm not gonna have no solutions. Now, as a scientist. All right, let's go. Essentially, a crisis of leadership occurs when the intentions and needs of leadership are severely mismatched with those of its followers, the intentions of leadership are to a significant degree indicated by its ideological orientations or attitudes in addition to its behavioral history. In this final chapter, therefore, we will very broadly review the general needs of the African American community and see in what ways the ideological intents and political orientations certain black leadership organizations empower or disempower the community. Right? So this is the cry for leadership. 40 years after the United States Supreme Court outlawed segregation of the races in American schools, supposedly in the interest of providing African Americans with equal education through racial integration, the majority of black students find themselves hyper-segregated in urban ghetto schools, entrapped in an education system in severe crisis and in imminent danger of total collapse. 40 years after blacks in Montgomery, Alabama won the right to ride in the front of the bus, blacks in urban America are virtually the only ones, along with other forlorn minorities, riding the buses to nowhere. 30 years after gaining the right to vote, having benefited from passage of the great 1964 Voting Rights Act, blacks in urban and rural America vote for black politicians who cannot improve their plight. They can vote for the President of the United States, the only problem being that their urban votes are no longer crucially influential in determining who will be elected president. Therefore, the major parties gain political supremacy by running hard against black images and black interests. 20 years after passing fair housing legislation, blacks are hyper-segregated in urban ghettos and suburban neighborhoods. Worse still, many blacks are homeless, sleeping on the sidewalks, under bridges, and in abandoned buildings. After 25 years of affirmative action, blacks find themselves with the highest unemployment rates, locked out of corporate America, drifting into poverty ever more rapidly, begging for handouts on the streets of America. 25 years after the initiation of black capitalism, blacks find their community markets dominated by aliens. Black business persons find that they can do little business in America or with America. After 40 years of being America's moral conscience, blacks find their communities being devastated by immorality. After preaching brotherly, race-transcending love, they find themselves the most hated of races. For blacks in America, 30 years after hearing the ringing words, free at last, thank God Almighty, I'm free at last, America has become even more a prison, sealing their bodies, hopes, and aspirations in dungeons of despair. So again, like, that's a good, oh my gosh, we're such victims, you know, and look how ineffective we have been all these years. And I mean, a lot of black people are going to love that, you know, like I said, if I was a little more immature, I'd be like, oh my gosh, finally somebody's saying it. Our votes don't matter. Finally, right? But it's like, okay, so what's next, right? You know, like again, this is for like grade 1. Like if you were like just new to consciousness, this is beautiful. But like I'm not just new to consciousness. You see what I'm saying? I'm old. I'm an old ass man. Right? We know. All right. For African Americans, all the promises of the civil rights era has been betrayed. Everything has been reversed. The more black officials have been elected, the worse the black electorate has fared. Black homelessness became a national scandal during the tenure of a black Secretary of Housing. Look, like I said, that's the thing I said about Amos Wilson before. I said that he wants you to have this like anti-black mentality in a sense, right? So for some reason he's going to blame a lot of... He's gonna. You could already see he's gonna blame.
Dude,
bruh.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to your audience, bro? Why are you doing this?
I'm just elaborating, okay? I'm just elaborating.
But
look, he's gonna go in on black politicians and black blah 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 and black blah. He's gonna do this.
Yeah.
Yo, this dude's like, he thinks he's my Bible. Yo, so why you yelling? All right, look, I'm telling you that. Look, I'm saying that somebody less mature is going to take this and be like, we don't need black politicians. We don't need. In fact, I see a lot of people like that. A lot of people are like, oh no, like for instance, a lot of black folk were going against Kamala Harris, and even though a lot of them are going to say, oh, Kamala's not even black, blah, blah. A lot of them are going against, we don't want Kamala Harris, we don't want Obama, we don't need a black place in a white place. You know, like this is it. This is it right here.
All true. Which is all true.
Exactly, it's true to you. I got you. Me personally, I like black faces. Okay, bro. All right, so we're gonna. I can't like black faces. So you tell me you rather a white face? I don't understand.
No.
Exactly. Done.
How do you delineate between the traitors and those that's a part of the group if they're just a black face?
So you rather a white face? That's what you're saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like it's simple. It ain't even complicated. You got a black face or a white face. So I'm choosing black face any day of the week. It ain't complicated. I don't go against. See, you think I go against black folk? I don't go against black folk. You know, you might be like, well, this whole podcast seems like you're good. No, I don't go against black folk. You know, and I understand that if you in this American state, you're going to be like black people are going to be last because they foreigners. This is why none of this is going to make any sense. None of this blueprint's going to make any sense because you still a damn foreigner. At the end of the day, you understand? So none of this blueprint's going to make sense. And this is why I say like you're going to spend 900 people spend years reading this book. Years trying to read through this book and instead of it just saying, you know what, you a damn foreigner, you ain't going to get nothing. It's telling you all this. Oh yeah, black politicians are the problem. No. Like the problem is that you in the freaking wrong country. You know, if I go to, like I said, if I go to China, I don't expect the Chinese man to be on the streets before I am. That's just common sense. But somehow when you in America, you think, oh, well, I should be there before the white man's on the streets. That don't make no damn sense. You know, it's clear as day. If you was in China, if you was in Korea, if you was in Russia, if you was in Germany, it's as clear as day that if you was a foreigner in another country, that you would be the last. But when it comes to America, you know, you got people like Amos who's making you think that, oh, you should be the first for some reason. Come on. That's what I said. It's just like you can't take it seriously. Anyway, the more black, like I couldn't have read this by myself. I'm telling you the truth. I couldn't have read this because if I was reading this by myself, I'd be like, this is like, what is he talking about? Of course you're gonna be the freaking last, but the best shot you got is with black folk, because you ain't gonna get a better shot with white folk. It's common sense. Well, let's go. For African Americans, all the promises of civil rights era have been betrayed. Everything has been reversed. All right, so like I said, he's going to go on against black folk. The more black officials have been elected, the worse the black electorate has fared. Black homelessness being a... Look, the more black officials have been elected. Who are the black officials? They white boys?
How is that going in against black people?
So the black officials are what?
How is that going in against black people?
If it's going against the black officials, I mean, look, let me finish it and you'll see. All right? The more black officials have been elected, the worse the black electorate has fared. Black homelessness being a national scandal during the tenure of a black Secretary of Housing. The black community was overrun with AIDS, drug addictions, tuberculosis, all sorts of diseases and maladies during the tenure of a black man as a Secretary of Health. Black nations were overrun by the imperial armies of the United States, while a black man was head of the Joint Chief of Staff. The more black judges appointed to the bench, the more black men become police commissioners and police officers. The more black men fill America's prisons, and the more black-on-black violence ravages America's black ghettos. While some 60 distinguished black men and women sat on some 165 major corporate boards, blacks were the only ethnic group who suffered net employment losses in major American corporations. At a time when African Americans suffered net losses in unemployment and other minority groups and whites achieved net increases, black conservative men presided as the head of the Equal Economics Opportunity Commission. At a time when the masses of blacks are ghettoized in America's dealing cities and no longer live on, own, or work the land, a black man presided as a Secretary of Agriculture. In 1993, at the appointment of a black woman as Surgeon General, an ardent advocate of sex education and the dispensing of condoms, black teenage pregnancy and female-headed families threatened the very foundation of black family culture and black cultural viability. So, all right, Machiavelli, you a little more objective. Was that not going against black people?
Huh?
Wasn't that going against black leadership?
Can you repeat that?
Wasn't that going against black folk? Like, wasn't that in a sense, anti-black?
Oh, Jesus.
What
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I blanked out. I ain't gonna hold you.
I can tell now. You're like, what was that? All right, look. You don't even recognize his name.
Give me a quick rundown.
Nah. Look, this is the last thing he said. The last thing he said was, in 1993, at the appointment of a black woman as Surgeon General, an ardent advocate of sex education and the dispensing of condoms, black teenage pregnancy, and female-headed families threaten the very foundation of black family culture and black culture viability. Ain't that him saying?
He's saying she was the lady, this black lady that ran the sexual or something, right?
Yeah, the black Surgeon General.
Yeah, and because of that,
exactly.
correlation to her being, I guess, elected, there was a rise in black teenage pregnancies.
Yeah.
That's what my assumption is.
Did that make any sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
I mean, well, again, I will say this: correlation does not mean causation.
Exactly. Not just that, but it's like, why in the world would you, like, of all the things going on in this world, he gonna look for some black subject, like, you gotta look for some black face and be like, you see, this is the problem that happened while this person was in charge, you know? And he goes down a list of 20 of them, right?
What happened to all that critical thinking and all that critical analysis? All of a sudden, that's out the window, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You see,
it ain't out the window. It ain't out the window.
Okay, so why does that not fall under a critical analysis? But the behavior that you exhibit,
that's called hating.
Critical. Hold on. So what you're doing is not hating.
No.
But what he doing is hating. Come on, dude. Anybody that's listening, y'all should be able to see this dude is on one. So so when he's pointing that out, that's hating. But what you're doing to Neely and Amos, it's critical analysis.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. You wild.
Like when you talk, so look, man. If I'm going around looking for black folk to blame my problems on, what is that?
That's not what was happening. That's your purposeful misunderstanding.
My purposeful misunderstanding of him just randomly saying that because of black women in Surgeon General, or because of black teenage pregnancy rose. Like, come on.
No, bro.
Or he says, while black people were losing employment, that's because there were black conservative men in the equal economic. At the time when African Americans suffered net losses in employment and other minority groups and whites achieved net increases, black conservative men presided as the head of the Equal Economic Opportunities Commission. He said everybody else does better under this black leadership, but black people do worse. And he just grabs a random ass organization and says, "This is why, because there were black people there." Come on, that's straight up black hating. Come on.
Say this is why. He did not say this is why. Why do you keep putting that in there? He did not say this is why.
Oh, he's at the time in a list. All right, okay, go for it. Look here. There's a pervasive sense of foreboding and impending doom among Africans who let themselves look reality dead in the face. In the face of the tremendous deterioration of the quality of life, mounting unemployment, increasing poverty, crime, moral degradation, devastating miseducation, and the even more devastating lack of education, overwhelming drug addiction, and incessant violence, children having children, social incivility, a youth culture whose raucous music speaks of nihilism, rape, robbery, and murder, the degradation and venal hatred of black women, of everything black, in the face of unfulfilled longings for the satisfaction of basic needs, in the midst of the affluent society, the need for food, shelter, for physical safety and security, for belonging, love, acceptance, higher self-esteem, knowledge and understanding, freedom and autonomy, achievement, creativity, and self-realization. In the face of all these needs unfulfilled, the African community, in ever-rising crescendos, emits a heart-rending cry for new leadership. Even old leaders are calling for new leadership. The persistent call for leadership in the black community is a call for help, a call for a set of leading persons, organizations, and ideas who can provide the community with a sense of unity, definition, direction, power, with a developmental plan, and the wherewithal to realize its abundant human potential. All right? The most persistent complaints the community makes concerning its current leadership are that they have either been co-opted by the ruling white regime, are outdated in terms of values, goals, and techniques, are not truly and deeply committed to the welfare of the people, are self-centered, self-serving, egocentric, corrupt, out of touch with current and future realities, timid, and cannot recognize the needs of the people or articulate those needs in ways which move the people toward their satisfaction, are intellectually inept, and are not effectively educating the masses and inspiring them to realize the enormous power which lies dormant within themselves. We will not debate or critically evaluate these complaints. We believe that even if the contemporary black leadership accurately gauged and articulated the needs of the African American community, it could not necessarily empower it as such. Though a match between leadership intentions and those of the community is necessary to black empowerment, it in itself is not sufficient. The generation of social power requires appropriate organization, tactics, and strategies, and a unifying vision of self of mission. It requires a guiding set of ideas or an ideology whose attempted realization defines the social attitudes, relations, and institutions which together can empower a people. A people are empowered or disempowered by the guiding ideologies of the leaders to whom they pledge allegiance. All right. Though leaders recognize the need of their followers and are at one with them in terms of their own needs, their choice of inappropriate social political ideologies and goals may bring both themselves and their followers to despair. See, like I said, this is just like a bunch of word salad. And, like my thing is, I don't even know who would read this, but people read it, so whatever. All right. In light of the foregoing discussion, we think it more appropriate and productive to critically look at the ideological orientation of certain types of leadership establishments which prevail or are emergent in the African American community today, than to critically analyze the individual leaders and their politics. While grouping persons into categories is a hazardous undertaking, inevitably some do not fit neatly into a particular category or may straddle the fence. We do think that this is done with due precautions. Categorization can be a time-saving and productive activity. With this in mind, we will immediately launch into brief critiques of three ideological orientations exhibited by black leadership today: the assimilationist, moralist, the neoconservative bourgeois, and the cultural nationalist. So he's about to go hate on the three orientations, right? And of course that's fine by PC, but
he's about to go hate. Why is it not critical analysis? How come what you're doing is not hate?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, help me understand.
No, I'm asking you to help me to understand. Why is it I'm hating when I'm doing the critical analysis, right? And then he's not hating when he does the critical analysis. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
How you gonna steal my?
I just said according to PC. I just said according to PC. I said he's gonna hate according to PC.
Settle down, gentlemen.
Yo, we got a moderator. All right. The assimilationist, moralistic, oriented leadership establishment. You're going to say, how am I going to steal his stuff? Yo, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, bro. This is chess, man. You playing checkers still. The assimilationist, moralistic leadership establishment, hereafter referred to as the assimilationist. Better yet, we playing Senate. You don't know Senate. Alright. The assimilationist, moralistic leadership establishment, hereafter referred to as the assimilationist, is arguably the predominant leadership group in the African American community today. This leadership establishment is primarily comprised of civil rights organizations such as National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the National Urban League, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. This establishment is heavily influenced and in many instances led by congeries of black ministers. Consequently, it is closely allied with the institutional black church and its leadership, who, forming the most influential leadership group in the black community, account significantly for its moralistic and moralizing orientation. Besides seeking to attain full and equal civil rights, the groups which make up the assimilationist leadership establishment see the integration or assimilation of blacks into virtually all social areas with whites as their ultimate social and political goal. Their penultimate goal appears to be the total psychosocial, political, economic merging of blacks with whites to the point where the black community will lose its ethnic identity, residential and cultural distinctiveness, self-reference, and visibility as an African people or as a community of persons of African descent. They seek to not be seen as possessing color, but to be characterized in deracialized abstract terms. The moralistic coloring of the leadership establishment follows from its belief that separation by race is morally reprehensible, that ethnic exclusivity is morally unconscionable. More pertinent, however, is its belief that racism, especially in the form of white supremacy and all that it implies, presents a fundamentally moral problem. A problem founded on racial prejudice, stereotype deviations from Christian ethics, lack of racial or humanistic enlightenment, and moral will. The assimilationist moralistic establishment essentially overlooks the economic rationale. What are you doing, bro? You talking to somebody? Lack of racial or humanistic enlightenment and moral will. The assimilationist moralistic establishment essentially overlooks the economic rationale for one race dominating another. Consequently, while pursuing legal and legislative remedies for racial discrimination while vigorously protesting racial injustice. This group advocates what Cornel West calls the politics of conversion, or a love ethic. In other words, so look, that's the first quote of an African person, Cornel West. Alright, the politics of conversion, or a love ethic. In other words, dominant whites must be converted or born again to the fundamental beliefs of the Christian religion, Christian charity, brotherhood and love, or some humanistic equivalent thereof. Politically, the belief is that whites must become true believers in and doers of the word. If this moral goal is achieved, then blacks would be liberated and empowered the same as whites. Thus, it follows from the logic of this ideological orientation that the freedom and well-being of blacks are dependent on the conversion of whites to unconditional humanity through legalistic measures and moralistic appeals to their presumed better nature, and above all, through the redemptive love and self-sacrifice of blacks. The tenacious adherence of the assimilationists to the moralistic, non-economic, non-ethnic-based, non-African-centered approach. And I don't know why he's saying African-centered, but alright. Non-African-centered approaches, and I'm just doing that for UPC. No, but for real though, I don't know why he's saying African-centered.
You got jokes. Why do you, I don't, your definition is your definition of African-centered is 100%, not 100%, it's largely wrong.
Yeah, okay, of course. To center, yeah. African-centered is not to center out Africa. Y'all heard it here first. Wait, hold on a second.
I'm sorry?
Hold on a second. Wait, give me 2 seconds. Let's do it. Alright. Yeah, I tell you, man, I got this kid who freaking left a medicine ball on the freaking floor. Broke my leg. Alright. Alright, let's see. The tenacious adherence, non-African-centered, approaches to the problems of confronting African people is apparently based on their belief. Oh, and I guess people like that he spells African with a K. Cool. People is apparently based on their belief that white power over blacks is essentially a moral problem or a problem involving the inadequate enforcement of constitutional guarantees. Their almost absolute faith in the idea that the merging of blacks and whites into one represents the only possible route to freedom for blacks, and their absolute faith that once these two groups are integrated, they cannot be disintegrated. Neither the NAACP, Urban League, SLC, or the SCLC, or the Institutional Black Church has proposed or sought to realize ethnically based socio-cultural, political, economic, technological, military development plans for African people. So he's using a bunch of words that people are gonna like. No real plan over here, but you're gonna like it. You're like, oh, he spells Africa with a K, and oh, he said military. I like that, But it's like, but where is it? Anyway. Things essential to their survival and advancement. In fact, these organizations have a history of opposing and seeing the drafting and execution of such plans as racist, nationalistic, separatist, and self-segregating. While this opposition may point to a lack of confidence in the idea that such developmental plans are intellectually and organizationally achievable or desirable for Africans, it appears to be motivated more by the unfounded belief that the inevitable assimilation of blacks and whites will make such efforts on the part of blacks unnecessary. By becoming indistinguishable from whites, blacks would thereby automatically inherit the power, prestige, privilege, and material advantages whites already enjoy. Thus, the pursuit of power by blacks, which would require the full active development of ethnically based organizations and institutions, is perceived as counterproductive, as a hindrance to racial mergers, supreme goal of black assimilationists. Right? So, I mean, here I'll give PC kind of, not really though. I'll give the Amos fans that technically you might be able to think that there was a solution here. You might, but it's like, it's, what?
You trash, bro.
Yo, this guy's mad rude though, man. Like we both grown, man. Like, we both grown, man. All you gonna say is I'm trash, man. Like, I got a self-esteem too, man. Like, if I just went and like started crying or something, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't, but like if I did, like, would that satisfy you or something? Like, come on,
nah, bro. You wow.
He's like, yo, you trash. Like, who says that, my dude?
God, it's the fact.
Yeah, it's the fact, man. He just doubled down, man. Yo, alright, man. Hey, like, you might think this is a... Wait, what are you gonna say?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. You might think this is a solution. Not really, but it's decent.
According to who? Like, you kill me with.
Because he's just critiquing the other group and saying, "Oh, well, you guys are not this," but then he's not like the thing is this, that instead this is like this would be classic hating, I would say.
You sick.
I'm just trying to look. I'll phrase it for you, another time. All right. Consequently, the assimilationist leadership is terrified. I mean, like, we'll see if there's anything in here, right? Because the thing is that it's just a bunch of rhetoric. It's like easy rhetoric,
Oh my god.
Easy rhetoric. Like it's like, I don't know if you know. All right, like this. You talking to a sister. All right, like for instance, if I know a sister's a liberal, right? I could tell her all sorts of stuff, right? I could sound like your boy Nearly Fuller, easy. Be like, yeah, the system
Watch your mouth about Neely.
I would say the system of white supremacy is just on us. It's dominating us, and I just feel like I'm so hurt by how much white supremacy is, And then she's gonna be like, "Yo, let me open my 2 legs for this dude,"
That's
like
lies, but go ahead.
That's what?
That's a cap.
What you say?
That's a cap.
Nah, bro. You look.
That's lies, bro.
That's not lies. I can do that. Look, I could be, like how the Caribbean song goes. It says, "Lied is a sin. Them call our clothespin. Just squeeze our head and I leg them open." You know what I'm saying? Like a clothespin. You just gotta squeeze their head. And that's what Amos is doing to y'all. He's just squeezing your head.
Sounds like abuse. Yeah, you sick, man.
You said it sounds like abuse? What you say?
Yeah.
Abuse? Nah, bro. But I mean, what I'm saying is that like this is what Amos is doing to you. He's giving you all these nice words, power and military technology and political economic. Like there's a difference. Like when we read Job, check out the Job. I gotta say his first name because y'all don't know y'all think it's Diop. But when you read check out the Job.
Why don't you say Diop?
Because that's how you pronounce his name. What's wrong with you? All right. He gonna complain about everything I do, man. when I go correct, he gonna complain. That's it. You know what I mean?
Bro,
but look.
I feel like most people know about Diop.
You stay saying what most people do. I'm not going to be telling you. I'm not going to mispronounce the dude's name because most people mispronounce it. That don't make no damn sense.
So,
you know what I'm
saying? So how do you say his name?
Job. That's it.
Wait.
D-I is it's like J sound.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. But that's why I wouldn't, all right. But I still said it. So that you can know who I'm talking about. But anyway, check out the Job.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Check out the Job. When he talks about black people need, like, he's not just gonna say black people need to have energy, right? And then you get his, you spend $50 book. You spend $50 on his book. And you read 800 pages. And all you see is, and you're like, oh yes, some brother's finally saying, we gotta talk about energy. We gotta get energy for ourselves, right? No, what Check Out the Job does is he spends several pages telling you how the energy system would work from an engineering perspective, where the best locations are to build these power plants, and why.
Why do you pit these guys against each other? You sick with that? That I don't.
Yo, this dude complain about anything.
But look.
Yo.
Look at what you're doing. Oh,
bruh.
Look at what you're doing. Oh, no, Diop would have said it like this and woo, instead of saying. I don't know, man. I don't understand that perspective.
Oh, of course you don't understand that perspective. All right, I'm actually. There's one of the best essays you could read that I didn't write. Is in no, it's in When We Rule. And When We Rule, at the end of book, I almost said the book about. At the end of When We Rule, there's this essay by this other brother. Right, and he's gonna tell you that there's 3 levels of knowledge, okay, and he's like, you gotta, we continuously only operate on the first level of knowledge, right, and an example he would give for what the 3 levels of knowledge is like, if you go to the example of how we operate is like, we go on the first level, which would be like, a black man invented the street light, right?
I agree.
Right? Wait, let me see. This says, just respect the way how it should be, said brother, right? Exactly. Yeah. So he says, a black man invented the street light.
Oh, was that me? Oh, was that directed at me? Hey, tell them that.
Yo, bro, calm down, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, you gotta do it. Yo, about to be telling to go. Like, yo, bro, you're a little too much, man. It's a little bit, man. But anyway, yeah. So back to that thing. So the 3 levels of knowledge. You say that we would say first level of knowledge would be a black man invented the street light. Second level of knowledge would be well, actually, a black man made this, particular. I don't know what I don't remember the details. It's been a long time. But a particular filter. Let's just make up something. A particular filter, a filament that transferred light and succession, blah blah. And the third level of knowledge would be according to the patent, 1447, whatever. According to you see, and that's the difference. So when it comes to Amos, so when I do that quote unquote comparison, I'm saying that Job was giving you the third level of knowledge. You understand? He wasn't just saying, build some energy. Yeah. He wasn't saying, just do some get some military. Job is letting you know how you can do it, where you can do it. How much it's going to cost you.
Gave you some flavor in your meals.
You see what I'm saying? He gave and that's the difference. Because if you're going to read a book, you want that book to not just tickle your ego. Because the thing is, this is good. This is good if you felt like if you was only listening to Tariq, or you was only listening to if you was only listening to those people, this would be great.
Sick, dude. Sick, bro. Sick.
You know what I'm saying? No, this dude, man. There's a pandemic going on.
Put it on your sandwich.
What you're suggesting is not wrong. It's not wrong.
I know it's not. That's why I said it.
You want to be solutions based thinkers. Yes, I agree, and it makes sense if you're going to read a book for it to have solutions in it.
If it's called a blueprint.
Okay, now that's kind of weak, right? So because something called that's kind of weak, right?
Are you kidding me?
Now you're getting a little ridiculous, right?
That's ridiculous? Wait, hold on a second. Somebody said this is the blueprint to a car, and they didn't tell you how to make a car at all.
Bro,
and they didn't tell you how to make a car at all. You ain't gonna feel some type of way.
That type of analysis is weak.
Feel some type of way. My math book didn't have answers in the fact.
I mean, that's just exactly. They didn't even talk about math. It was just telling you, mathematics is a subject that most people, in a little boring ass voice.
Who was Job's? I want to make sure I get it right now. Is it Job? How's Job's? Who was his audience, and who is Wilson's audience? Perhaps Wilson's audience is like you say is baby conscious people, right? Perhaps I would argue that Wilson, given that he was writing for an American population, I would argue that that's the case, and I would argue that our consciousness as a group is very, very low. And to me, it makes sense that in the context of what you face, it would make sense for his writings to maybe step us into it. Whereas Job's, he's far more advanced, right? He's for that's arguably graduate level material. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
No. First off, because that's the thing though. It's you understand that Amos Wilson is the most cited. The most cited.
No.
He's like the most. Look. I was just reading this other book where the dude was like, "Yo, ain't nobody compare like when it comes to who's most popular. Who's most popular. Like who has the most impact, the most influence over the Pan-African Nationalist dialogue, discourse, especially now." They was like, yeah, it'll go to Amos.
But I think that.
I don't know if that's the case, but that's what they were saying.
I think the community though is heavily dominated. The Pan-African community is heavily dominated, too much so by the American voices.
That's what I would say.
Right.
And part of the problem is this like look man.
Why are you yelling?
Yo, who is this dude? Yo, he really think he's my parent, man. But alright. I'm not even yelling. What? I wasn't even talking. It was just why you yelling. Alright. So Brother Sandata is saying it's Zeta Anta Job. Now I don't know how, but I mean, but see, if that's what it is, then that's what I would say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My skills are weak. My pronunciation skills are weak. So
yeah, look, we the same, man. I mean,
I think Job's he's
that graduate level stuff. No, look, this dude, it don't matter, man. If you write in a blueprint and you ain't got no solutions, that don't make no damn sense. Sense.
Like I think that you have the right to you have to, as an author. I'm not an author. I know you are an author.
Exactly.
I mean, come on now.
Book Power on Amazon right now.
Yeah, exactly. Book of Power on Amazon.
But I think to some degree it makes sense to write to your audience level, right? Like that would. To me, it's sort of like.
That's an excuse, man. Look. We're gonna continue. We're gonna keep reading. You're making excuses. We're gonna see if this guy got any solutions. Huh?
That's like trying to teach a 4-year-old.
That's excuses, my dude. Because the thing is this. Look, the question is, the assumption is, does this brother even have that graduate level consciousness? That's what I don't see.
Oh, now, see, this is the problem. Is you actively engage in tearing brothers down.
Where? How? How's that tear down?
Settle down, gentlemen. Settle down.
How is that a tear down? How's that a tear?
Oh, I'm too loud. Sorry.
Who's too loud? Somebody, you don't put on your camera. Wait, who put on the camera? Somebody put on the camera. Alright. So, alright, back to me. So, I'm actually like turning off my TV by mistake. But, yeah, let's read this. Oh, no, I was gonna say, like, I could make my consciousness very simple and palatable. You understand? You could tell how advanced a person is by how they communicate, like by what they communicate. You know, and to assume that, oh, they have all the knowledge because, you know, but they're just dumbing it down, instead of just assuming that they just don't have the knowledge, is your projection. Oh, dang, I got my, hold on a second. But you mull over that. Hold on a moment, I got it. Let's get it.
Set. Good family. Chilling.
What are they talking about?
The Blueprint for Black Power by Amos Wilson. This, I guess it's kind of like critique more than anything.
Oh.
Going back and forth. It's entertaining.
Yeah. I fuck with Amos. I like his work.
Wait, what happened? Wagwan. Alright. Everybody caught up? Y'all there?
Yeah,
Alright.
it's unprofessional.
You said somebody's unprofessional? Oh, nah, I had to, you know, sometimes you gotta be a baba, you know? And
I get back to the combo.
Alright. Alright, so let's see. Consequently, the assimilationist leadership is terrified by the Black Power movement. It readily allies itself with dominant white to mortally combat such. Evidently, a racial balance of power that can protect the human rights and ensure the exercise of freedom and justice of blacks presents an undesirable alternative to what is patently false race-merging fantasy, a delusion having absolutely no substantiating foundation in human history. A racial balance of power apparently has no appeal to the establishment, whose inferiority complexes and traumatized egos are such that any other approach besides racial merger is to them unthinkable and unimaginable. So I just want to go right here. So look at it. Let's focus on this right here. Consequently, the assimilationist leadership is terrified by the Black Power movement. It readily allies itself with dominant whites to mortally combat such. So he's going to tell you what the Black Power movement is. Evidently, a racial balance of power that can protect the human rights and ensure the exercise of freedom and justice of blacks presents an undesirable alternative to what is patently false. So look, so he's saying that what the Black Power movement, he's giving you, because, you know, again, he's a mighty professor, intelligent professor, all that, right? And he's the voice of our race, right? Apparently. And he's telling you the Black Power movement is pursuing a racial balance of power that can protect the human rights and ensure the exercise of freedom and justice of blacks. Like that's what he thinks is that's realistic to him. And then, according to him, is an alternative, is an undesirable, he says, to what is a patently false race-merging fantasy, right? Integration is a patently false, so he's saying, integration is not going to work. You know, a delusion having absolutely no substantial foundation in human history. He's saying a racial balance of power apparently has no appeal to the establishment, and then he just goes in on them. He says they have an inferiority complex and traumatized egos, that any other approach besides racial mergers is unthinkable or unimaginable. So again, you know, what Amos Wilson is doing is he's letting you think that you're gonna have a racial balance of power in America at 14% of the population. You are going to have 40% of the population, 1% of the wealth, right? 1% of the wealth, 14% of the population. You're going to somehow get a balance of power and ensure your freedom and justice for all blacks in America. And that right there is what you're trying to do. And to me, it's like, if you're really trying to do that, and you believe that's what you stand for, you should be articulating how that's done in a quote-unquote book on black power. But instead, you're going to say the racial merger, you know, like basically, you know, taking the inferior position, right? Taking the position that you are, in fact, of the inferior class, right? And just saying, you know what, that's what it is, you know? Like the integrationists are like, you know what, like, real talk, we're 14% of the population and declining, right? We are 1% of the wealth and not really moving, not really socially mobilizing. The best bet we got is to get the white folks to pretty much pay for us, whatever, right? But white people are already sustaining us, you know, through, you know, the water filtered, all that stuff, right? She's saying that right there is, oh, that's a traumatized ego. Whereas what we should be doing is we should be talking about, having a racial balance of power in America. When you know dang well it ain't gonna happen. But of course, you know, people are gonna be like, yeah, that's exactly what we need, because it sounds good. You know, it sounds good.
It's not gonna happen because you say it isn't gonna happen.
Oh, okay.
That's definitely the mentality that will ensure it won't happen.
Right,
the mentality that you subscribe to is the very mentality that will absolutely bring up
a racial balance of power. You think that at 14% of the population and declining, and 1% of the wealth, 1% of the wealth.
What do you mean declining?
I mean the Latinos are going to continually. Well, if the Latinos outpace you in population growth, then your population declines in percentage.
Not true.
Yeah.
Oh, in overall percentage?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's it. So that's why you, as a percentage, 40% is declining. Because if you're 40% now, and Latinos are
12%. We were 12% a few years ago. For the last 60 years, it's been increasing. So
yeah, but that's without the Latinos. That was when it was just white and black. White people were 88% of the population at the time. You understand?
Okay. I can't speak to that, but go ahead.
No, they were. Now they like 70 something or 60 something or whatever. But but Latinos are the ones that's making everybody else's numbers go lower. So like, yeah, black people are going to be higher percentage compared to whites, but Latinos are going to just take over.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Well, that's and it depends on who has the wealth, and you don't. You know, they said that, like in the other article, in the other book, they were saying that the top 100, the richest 100,
yeah,
the wealth.
Seen that.
Huh?
More than 4. I seen that. That was tripped out. One top 100 more wealth than
40 million black folk.
Yeah, that's tripped out.
Yeah. So if you trying to go to war, you got 100 people with more wealth than all the black people in the world. I mean, all black people in America. And of course, people might say like black people in America got a lot of wealth, compared to the other countries, which might not be the case though. Real talk, but
that's definitely the case. That's definitely the case.
I don't know.
Of the Africans on the planet, African Americans are the best off financially, no doubt about it. As a, I guess, a subgroup, if you will, there's no doubt about it. And the reason why that's even
I don't know.
More, well, of course you don't know, but that's why I'm telling you. What's even more sad about that is that
Africans on the continent, they have more natural resources than Africans in the diaspora, right? But they don't have control over those. Many of them don't have control over those resources.
Well, that's what I'm saying though, because a lot of the leadership do. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said. And another thing is that we also forget that Africa is divided up into countries. So we don't know. Right. We don't know what it would be for the general population. What we, and also I'm not too sure about
we do know. You just add up the individual countries.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, but like if you add up all the countries together, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you do it like the individual countries, then sure, some place like Gabon is going to be a lot poorer than whatever.
Right.
But again, the thing with the wealth thing is that assumedly like black people do not have wealth in America. Like for the most part.
Compared to white people.
No, like some people have like zero wealth or like negative wealth.
Well, of course, but
you know what I mean?
As a whole, but we have the group as a whole. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's complicated. Like I just read this book. It just seems a little complicated. Like I couldn't say one way or the other because they were saying that there wasn't really any indices of wealth. Like and as far as income is concerned, I believe that black people in America have a really good income.
Not income, but wealth.
Yeah, I don't know about wealth.
So
that's what I'm saying.
So net worth, right? Do you know the equation for net worth? Yes.
The equation for net worth? You mean debt against assets?
Yeah, right. Based on that simple equation, it's very easily you can easily quantify it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, maybe possibly, but I mean that's what I'm saying. Like again, but even if you were to go about wealth, assets versus debt, how much of it is artificial? How much of it is
That's a good question.
Like, because for instance, if you have land, or a house somewhere, then that might be your asset in a sense, right? But then you got like people in Africa who got like whole freaking, like a whole bunch of land. You know what I'm saying? But like, you might be like, oh, it ain't worth nothing, You know what I mean? Like it ain't worth nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like who's determining this value per se? And like so it's a lot to a large extent it's like it's really hard to tell. I wouldn't necessarily definitively say it. I would say that, I couldn't tell you because again, it's a really, like I said, I read this book. I didn't really care for the book, but I read it and I didn't hate on it, But I wouldn't. Look, I almost read it live, but I was like, nah, I can't do that, All right, let's go to this book. Did I read this part? Oh yeah, no, I didn't. The assimilationist leadership establishment defines liberty and equality, i.e. freedom in terms of individual liberty, equality of socioeconomic opportunity, equality before the law, equal opportunity to participate fully in the election and processes of government without regard to race, color, or creed. It seeks to gain and involve public agencies in the protection of the private liberties and civil rights of blacks against governmental and private racial oppression and discrimination. It hopes that the achievement of these ends would enable it to influence government and private agencies to expand the liberties of blacks and the opportunities to gain education, nutrition, health, employment, and housing equal to the whites. However, the expectation on the part of assimilation is that race as a basis for the abridgment of equal rights and opportunity will lose all significance once the formal achievement of egalitarian civil rights and the individual liberties, as well as the establishment and commissioning of numerous public and private agencies to protect as well as to affirm the equal rights and opportunities of blacks was achieved, has proven to be an abysmal failure. While the black community has acquired the right to vote, a substantial modicum of individual liberties and civil rights it has not yet achieved the fundamentally important ability to effectively influence the government or private corporate interests to live according to the egalitarian credos and to satisfy the economic and social needs of the largest majority of black people. Yeah, again, this is just like typical, typical, oh man, the election sucks. Elections suck and all that crap. Why do I say that? I mean, this is just, that typical, oh yeah, elections suck. And, I expect that now. I mean, I expect that. I see that a lot on social media. A lot of people would be even quoting him and citing him and saying, yeah, elections suck. But, I don't really see this as a deep understanding of... I mean, again, if you're the minority population, elections are going to suck for you. Just off principle.
Not necessarily true.
Like this. Let's say there's 4 brothers on this right now, right? You got 4 brothers sitting down, 4 of us, right? And then let's say there's 50 sisters in a place, and then we decide to hold an election on, let's say, what movie to go watch, right? Like the chances of the movie that we want to watch, right, as brothers being like the chances of the movie that we want to watch as brothers being the ones that's selected is slim to none. You know what I mean? Like what we would need is the sisters to vote on that.
No, that I think if you take there are many examples where minority populations rule over majority populations, i.e. South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, the whole Western Hemisphere. So it's not a far-fetched idea.
Wait, the United States? Why you say the United States?
I should have said it. I should have said it in context of the entire Western Hemisphere. So scratch the United States, but the entire Western Hemisphere. It's not a far-fetched idea. It's actually pretty common. Yeah, I won't say pretty common. It's not a far-fetched idea that a minority population can rule over or have.
Okay, go third level of knowledge on that.
Can exert an undue amount of influence in a society. So you said go third level on that? Hello?
Yeah, what'd you say?
I missed the last part. I think you said go third level on that?
Yeah, go third level on that.
Well, what is it? What are you asking for?
Well, what I'm saying is that the reason why, let's say in South Africa, is because the white minority has the wealth.
Right.
You understand? But if you the black minority and you ain't got no wealth, right? You ain't got no military, you ain't got none of that, then no, you're not going to be the ones running the show. That don't make no damn sense.
Right. What I'm saying is that it's not unheard of for a minority population to exert.
That's a broke ass minority population. It's unheard of for a broke ass minority. Like imagine if the four of us as men, for some reason we all lost our wallets too. You know what I'm saying? We want to go to a movie theater, whatever, and we all lost our wallets. Like you already know what movie's gonna come out. You understand? Like it don't even make any sense for black people to expect to be the politically dominant population when they're not only the minority but they ain't got no damn wealth, and they ain't even the donors. You know, if 100 white folk have more wealth than all black people on the in the country, right? Then white people have an interest in appealing to those 100 white people. More so than they have in appealing to all the white folk, all the black folk on the planet. I'm sorry, not the planet, in America.
In a country, yeah. If you keep it zoomed in to the level of economics, then yes. But if you zoom out to or consider other perspectives, I think that narrative changes.
Oh, I mean, like if they want raw numbers, sure. If you want raw numbers of votes, then obviously you would go to you would care more about the 40 million than 100. Exactly. But guess what? Raw numbers numerically, white people are the majority. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want raw numbers, you know, you would go to the white folk.
All right, but
you see, like the only reason why the Democrats, you know, shilling. The only reason why the Democrats go to black folk is because they themselves are the minority. You understand? And so like they understand that the Republicans are more numerous than them, particularly or more politically empowered than them. You know, across the world. You know what I'm saying? Across the country. So they understand that if you go to like I said, Wisconsin, 81% white. They understand that they have to appeal to white people to get the white Wisconsin electorate, you know, as opposed to what is you know, and so you know, like because this brother was critiquing these Democrats on Twitter, and like to me it didn't make much sense, but he was saying something along the lines of, oh, you see, the white boy made something called DLC, and they're trying to do is like the Democratic Leadership Council. The Democratic Leadership Council is trying to appeal to white racists, you know, in order to, you know, win elections, right? And it's like, yeah, They're trying to, and the thing was that, because the Democrats were so focused on civil rights and helping out black folk and minorities, that the white people felt alienated, and they were turning to the Republicans, and so they wanted to get those Democrats back, even if it meant that they might not be as, pro-black and all that as they were publicly. And it's like, yeah, that's what they would do if they were losing elections back to back to back. You understand? Reagan, 8 years. Then George Bush, 4 years. And they wanted to beat George Bush, so they made up a strategy in order to get those white people who were voting in George Bush for a second term. You understand? So on a political level, that's what they were doing. And of course, while we sitting there as black people, we're like, but we effectively voted for you. Yeah, they understand that. They need the numbers to get into freaking power, because otherwise they're sitting outside looking at their opposition party run the show. You see? But all in all, it's like the expectation that you as a black population would be the top dog just because don't make no damn sense. And yes, if the Democrats feel like they are alienating the Republican, the conservative white boy, or the white boy who's like, hey, can you look, or the working class white boy who's like, hey, can you look at me too? If he feels like he's alienating them, then yes, he's going to go and try to make it so that it seems like he's not alienating him. But that's called political strategy. The Democrats would love for it to be a one-party state. The Republicans would love for it to be a one-party state, a one-party country. You understand? But it's two parties, and so they're trying to see how they can make it a one-party state. But that might, but again, none of that tells you that you will, as a black population in a minority in the country with next to zero wealth, right? Come on. Come on. That's what I'm saying. We have to focus on all that. I don't know why my kid likes to use the bathroom, but that. Give me a second. I'll tell you, this kid likes to use the bathroom for some reason. Alright. So let's go. While the bourgeois assimilationists have used this... no. Thus, at the juncture, the assimilationist leadership establishment has not achieved racial assimilation. It has achieved the right to blacks to vote while they suffer homelessness. And of course you're going to suffer all this stuff. Homelessness, and unemployment, grossly inadequate education, continuing racial discrimination, injustice, and oppression. While this establishment has secured individual liberties within expanded limits, other abstract rights and liberties for the African American community, such rights and liberties have not curtailed a moral liberalism or a rampant teenage pregnancy, devastating drug trafficking and addictions, black-on-black criminality and violence, cultural frugality and incivility, educational underachievement, disruptions and dropoutism, and the paucity of business ownership and economic empowerment in the community, right? So again, you're going to have this stuff in the nation, but, you're going to have this stuff as a minority group in a white country. But people don't want to hear that.
But there are minority groups that don't have that, right? In fact, there are minority groups with much smaller number, much fewer numbers that don't have that. In fact, it's the exact opposite of all.
No, I understand what you're saying. Look, the Asian American does make more money than the white American, on an individual sense, on an individual level. That's not what I was saying. You go back to Delaney, like I told y'all, go read my book. But you go back to Delaney, and Delaney's going to tell you that get out of here, kid. All right, so sorry. So the lady's gonna tell you that on a no
national level.
Yeah. Yeah, on a national level, all countries have a minority group that's subjugated and exploited. Yeah, so you have the Gypsies, you have the Polacks, you have the Slavs, you have like every country has a particular nationless people who are just abused and mistreated, and that's just how Wazungu operates. You know how Wazungu maintains his community. So he made it so the Wazungu has other minority groups, of course, but he made it so that it's the African American who is the exploited and deprived, and that's just how Wazungu operates. You know, that's just his MO. You know, and that's it. Like, so yeah, of course the Asians is not going to be treated that way. And again, of course, for the Asians and all those other communities too, what we realize is that they have powerful nations. You know, so even if you say, oh, the Asian is whatever, the Asian doesn't do too well, right? It depends on what country these Asians are from. You know, because if you talk about Sri Lankans, they're not going to be doing well. If you talk about, and even what ethnic group they come from. So even if they're Japanese, but they come from the Ainu, they're not going to be doing well. You know, if
Ainu over here.
Well, I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, because even in Japan, like for instance, in Japan, the Ainu are not doing too well. So you know, whatever.
Yeah, they
right?
popped off.
Yeah, so it's like the whole thing with that is. Yeah, I mean, every of these, particularly the Western countries, but every of them, all of them have this ethnic thing, and then again, there's a correlation with what where your country is. You know, I don't remember all the Asian groups, but I remember I can't remember what it was, but like another one of those East Asian groups, like their minority group, like Cambodians, for instance, they're not really doing too well on the socioeconomic scale. You know, like I said, Sri Lankans are not doing too well. Laos or something like that. They're not doing too well.
Yeah, Laotians.
Yeah, they're not doing too well. A lot of these groups are not doing too well, even though they're Asian. But it has to do with having a weak nation on top of everything. You know, so or a weak nation, or even a nation that America doesn't really have good relationships with. You know, so like a North Korean immigrant might not be doing too well. You know what I'm saying? But like as opposed to a South, so what I'm saying is that so when it comes to African Americans, for instance, what they have is that like there's no nation behind them. You know, even like if you were to go to like someone like me and you say, oh well, a Jamaican, right? Like a Jamaican might have a weak nation, but they technically.
Are you Jamaican?
Yeah, technically. Well, my parents are Jamaican.
Oh, the truth.
Now he's gonna say something. FBI.
FBI. Now it makes sense.
What makes sense? What makes sense, my dude?
The truth come out at night.
Okay. Anyway, I mean, I was born here in America, so
Hey, I got a question.
Huh?
Well, PC. That's where you could you go? Hey, this is funny. PC, can you talk about why you said what you just said about the truth come out at night?
I'm interested. I'm putting it together. The fact. All I'm gonna say is that. That's all I'm gonna say on that. The truth come out though. I did not know that. You should have led with that, my brother. You should have led with that. But continue.
Wait, sorry, I had to step out. What'd you say?
Oh, I thought you was there the whole time. My brother, I don't know his name, but he asked me to elaborate on why I said the truth come out at night, and then I said all I'm gonna say on that is the truth come out at night, and then you pop back up, and then I said to you, you should have led with that information, and then I said it all makes sense now.
Oh but yeah. I mean, look, I know the FBA is gonna tell me something. Oh yeah, these Caribbean people, they always got some sort of, you know what I'm saying? Hey. Look, I know how it sound. Well, I know how it sound. I ain't gonna trip on you. I mean, I know how it sound. I feel you. Anyway.
Makes sense.
Look. I mean, look. Sometimes you gotta be from the outside, looking in. You know, like you got to be outside the box. You got to be outside the box to be like, oh, wait a second, this box ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
That's completely that's hogwash. But go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, we're not moving.
All right, where were we? While the bourgeois assimilationists have used their newly acquired liberties to stick their toes into the American mainstream to take advantage of their accumulated skills, class privileges, and access to some mainstream prerogatives, while they have escaped or are seeking to escape from the urban masses into the suburbs and edge cities of America, the dangerous classes abandon the inner cities, engaged in a titanic struggle against their destruction by the economic demands of white supremacy and their own reactionary and self-destruction. However, the assimilationists forebodingly sense that the struggles of the urban masses against destruction will inevitably engulf them as well. However, the solution of foreboding sense that the struggles of the urban masses against destruction will inevitably engulf them as well. For their fate, their fervent wishes and self-deceptions to the contrary is inextricably tied to the fate of the masses of black people. Thus, the problems of inner-city blacks are also the problems of assimilationist blacks. Therein lies the dilemma of the assimilationists, and this dilemma has paralyzed their leadership, and having paralyzed it, made it impotent, ineffective, and spurned by the black masses. All right, so the dilemma of the assimilationist leadership. The central dilemma of the assimilationist leadership involves the fact that the resolution of problems faced by the black community requires that it empowers itself first through its reclamation of the African-centered consciousness and identity. African-centered, okay. You should put that in quotations. The achievement of black power involves a revolutionary confrontation with and neutralization of the white power establishment with which the assimilation seek total acceptance, right? So this is the thing that I like about black, quote unquote, black revolutionaries in America, allegedly, right? And of course, you know, I'm gonna sound more like a hater to this brother because he's like, oh, he's not even African American, according to him, right? I mean, I'm not.
Makes sense though.
Yeah,
Makes sense,
I got you. I feel you, right? But yeah, you know, so what you're doing is the revolutionary connotation, the neutralization of the white power establishment, right? So that means that you believe that you as a 12% population should destroy the government of the 70-something% population. Right?
Has it been done before?
Has what been done before?
Has something like that been done before?
You mean revolution?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if it were done, though, see, the difference is this: even if it were done, you know, you got to deal with the aftermath.
Okay, I get that.
What is the aftermath? Like what is the aftermath of? All right, just say it this way, right? Let's say we were an organization, right? Let's say that, you know, we all represent 25 people or whatever, right? Or 250 people, right? So there's 1,000 people in an organization, right? And then like one of us is the leader, right? Or just one person of this 1,000 people is the leader. And then you get rid of this leader, right? What happens then?
The power vacuum.
Okay, power vacuum. And then what happens to the smallest group? Does it, you know, like, at what point does the smallest group, and this is the smallest group with the least wealth, why would the smallest group with the least wealth assume...
Not the smallest and not the least wealth, but go ahead.
So you believe that because look, what I'm saying is this. You still have Wisconsin. You understand? You still have Wisconsin, which is 81% white.
But you have Milwaukee, which is
what?
What? Some stupid high. I don't know the percentage.
I don't know what Milwaukee is. What, Milwaukee a city is Wisconsin? What is that?
What?
Well, I mean, look, I'm from New York, so we don't actually study American geography. So I don't know what Milwaukee.
What?
Well, Milwaukee's a state. What is that? It's a state, right?
What?
I don't know.
Okay, I ain't gonna do you like that. Milwaukee is a city in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Nah, I don't know. I'm just know Milwaukee, man. Look. I'll tell you about New York. New York City, we don't really care about none of these countries. We don't care about none of these states.
That's unacceptable.
Nah, we don't know. Look.
I'll let you have it.
Nah, look, man. I don't even know my neighbors, man. Every time I see one of them, I'm just like, I could not pick them out. And I couldn't pick them out at all. You know, but yeah, okay. Well, let's cut Milwaukee. What about Milwaukee, though? I don't understand. You trying to say it's mostly black? I can almost bet you it ain't. But let me look it up before I bet.
No, it's a lot higher percentage. There are only a few states in the union that don't have high concentrations of
white
community.
There
are only a few. Well, not few. There are a decent amount.
Wait, you
but
said
all of the.
what?
I take that back. There are a decent amount of states in the union that don't have that highly concentrated urban populace. However, the most geographically strategic places, states in the union, or the most economically viable states in the union, all have large city centers where members of the community reside.
Oh, Milwaukee's pretty black. Milwaukee's pretty black.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So strategically, strategically.
No, dude. There's no strategy with Milwaukee, dude. What?
Okay.
No,
okay.
dude. Wait, hold up a minute. You that's what I'm saying. That's what we're not getting. There was this sister. Look, there was a sister. She said the one lesson she learned from, I think it was like Greenpoint or Greenwood or something like that. Yeah, Greenwood. She's like, the one lesson she learned was don't get surrounded by white folk. Right? Correct. Milwaukee is 37% black, 34% white. Okay? And just to clarify though, it's a city in Wisconsin that's 81% white.
Right, but
you build up. You look. It's this post-revolutionary world, right? In a post-revolutionary world, you are going to be outnumbered.
Nah, that's lies. Let me take that back.
How are you not going to be outnumbered?
That's what I said. Let me take that. That's what I said. Let me take that.
Unless you somehow are able to kill off, 4 times your population.
Yeah.
Right? Or 2 times your population. Unless you're somehow able to do that.
Nah,
right?
Talking.
Unless you're somehow able to do that, which I mean, like there was this white boy who was like this brother who was on. Who's at this BLM thing? He was like, we gotta go and we gotta fight. We got a revolution. Blah blah blah.
Right.
And this white boy said in the comments, he said, Utah has an average of 11 guns per household. Try it.
Right, but he
try it.
Right, he's an idiot. So.
No. The point being though is that even if Wisconsin, they're gonna have an average of, let's say, 5 guns per household. So they want you to come try it. In a post-revolutionary world, you're going to be surrounded by white folk.
What's up?
Okay. Look. You know how many times in American history you had quote-unquote race riots? And you know how many times black folk were evicted? Okay. I'll let you know.
I mean...
I'll let you, every time you read these things, the casualties are lopsided. Very lopsided.
I mean... I'll give you that.
Okay.
With an asterisk. I'll give you that with an asterisk.
Nah, bro, you don't gotta give me this. I'm telling you, like what I'm saying is in this post-revolutionary, you're gonna have a much heavily armed, much more wealthy, much more organized, much more connected, much more.
That's right.
All of that.
That's okay. What's the population of the dominant society looking like right now? And where is it trending?
The predominant society, you said?
Yeah. So
it don't matter. There's 200 million of them with weapons.
Is that trending up or is that trending down?
An industry.
Is that trending up or is that trending down? That's trending down.
You mean their numbers? I mean, yeah, I guess so. Trending. Kind of slowly, but the thing is that it takes a while for 40 million to catch up with 200 million.
I give you that, but it's trending down. So it would like numbers wise, and it's moving in our favor off GP.
Yeah, but right? 40 million to 200 million.
It doesn't have to be 1-to-1. All right, if you spend any time studying military history, it doesn't have to be a 1-to-1.
Just do it, man. But they more organized. They don't. Like what part you don't understand? They more organized. They have an actual military. They have actual military schools. They have like this. So it's so biased towards them that the idea that in a post-revolutionary society, come again?
You sound shook.
All right, let's keep reading.
That sounds like there's work to do to me.
That sounds like what?
That sounds like it's work to do. That ain't no type of discouragement. That ain't ain't nothing we can do. We throw our hands up in the air.
Let's keep going, man. We had this conversation, so let's keep going. This brother, man. I think I cut off in the middle thing though. The achievement of these ends would enable... I gotta cut off at the end of a paragraph. My bad. My fault on that, family. Oh, wait. Was I on this page or not? Alright, let's go. So, the central dilemma of the assimilationist leadership involves the fact that the resolution of problems faced by the black community requires the empowers itself first through its reclamation of the African-centered consciousness and identity. The achievement of black power involves a revolutionary confrontation with the neutralization of the white power establishment, which wish the assimilationists seek total acceptance. The avoidance of this very confrontation motivates the assimilationists to seek refuge in the pursuit of a fantasized raceless society. For assimilationists, true freedom is the freedom of a mythical raceless society. Apparently, the assimilationists have never stopped to consider the possibility that the raceless society may never come into existence. So of course, he's going to make the other people seem confused when he's talking about confusion, but whatever. That racism may be a permanent feature of human nature and socio-political relations. They evidently have never considered the possibility that even if a raceless society were to become an actuality in the far distant future, the African race, given its current heroic abilities, may not be around to enjoy its benefits. If the assimilationists could at least hypothesize the permanence of racism, they may accept the rationality of seeking to ensure the ability of African people to survive by developing their socio-cultural, political, economic, military, and technological abilities to do so. Right? The assimilationists, so that's what I'm saying, like, this is just, like, again, like I said with the third level of knowledge, he's telling you, like, this is something that you would say, PC. You would say, look, we should just do it. But how are you going to do it? You understand? How are you going to do it? And it's like a no snitch. Like, cause the thing is this too. Look, I'm gonna say it this way. Even if you say, look, I don't want to snitch, cause if I snitch, you know, they're gonna get me before the plan come through, right? He didn't even live to see this published. You understand? He didn't even live to see this published.
Okay.
So you gotta be braver than that, in that sense. But all the same,
you disrespect them now.
No. Look, because I'm saying, look, even in my book, I said, look, you know what? I'll put some stuff in here, you know, and if it costs me, like, at least I left something for people to read, you know. At least I really legit left a plan. This dude, like there's nothing here. It's just, you know, well, we should have a confrontation, right? And then he's gonna go on how the other people are crazy and all that. But there's no way, because the thing is this, look, I'm going to be honest with you, right here, developing socio-political, military technology, you just slowly developing an army in America, and you think America's going to be asleep on that? Is that what you think?
No.
You think America's going to just sit by while you developing a military, full functioning military, in its borders?
No.
The thing is, the fantasy is this, that the idea that you could actually form some military somehow.
Okay. Like I said, we know not to look to you for no type of like I said, if the truth came out, that's all I need to hear. I expect this. This makes sense. All right?
You said what? You said because I'm Jamaican, it makes sense?
Nah, I didn't say none of that. Hold on now.
Wait, hold on a second. I gotta be right back. This kid is crazy. Hold on a second. This kid, man.
what are my thoughts on what? I guess the conversation and I think my dude's critique is off. He makes some good points, but then, it goes left for me. I have a problem with I don't understand some of the. I don't understand the impetus of my brother's attack on the good brother Amos Wilson. I do think his point he made about Diop's material being.
Yeah, sorry about that. Shoot, man, this kid, yo. Oh, that's why you need I need a wife. All right. Yeah. So, if the assimilationists could at least hypothesize the permanence of racism, yeah, blah blah blah, military technology ability. So you're not gonna be able to do that in like every black person you hear who's even entertaining the idea tell you about heavy state surveillance. Okay? Tell you about heavy state surveillance. So Marsadi asked for a book on propaganda. I don't know what that means. So, I mean, of course, one of y'all could recommend, one of those white books y'all want. I don't do that, though. Let me ask Amos. Let me ask Amos Wilson for a book on a white book on propaganda or some shit. All right, it looked like he's about to quote a white person or somebody. But it looks like he's about to do that. Let's see. The assimilationists obviously have underestimated the tenacity of whites to maintain the fundamental racial status quo, which has proved to be of such obvious and opulent material benefit to them, and has also provided them the exhilarating psychic benefit of racial superiority. They did not seriously consider and prepare, apparently, for the possibility that whites would vigorously play the political and economic game of taking back with one hand what they gave with the other, a game where just as blacks are permitted to enter, the rules are suddenly changed, and blacks must protest again to have the rules changed anew. Now again, he's just talking about white autonomy. He's just talking about white autonomy, which you'd expect white people to have in their own country. The ability to do something and then reverse what they do is just being autonomous. Like there's no permanence in government because government is a continuing process. And so yes, white people can give you something and take it away the next moment. That's normal. That's called government. I'm saying he's not demonstrating an understanding of basic concepts. But of course you read this and you say, oh yeah, that's true. They could just give you something and take it back. Yeah, but again, if you understand what government is, that's exactly what it is. If I'm running a country in Africa and I say we're gonna have this trade with one country, and then I say, we're not gonna renew our trade deal. That's within my prerogative. All right. Sidney Wilhelm describes the new form of invisible racism adeptly. Are Negroes? So I don't know who Sidney Wilhelm is, right? Maybe it might be a black person, but it ain't no. All right. Are Negroes advancing towards equality? No doubt about it, they are indeed. But where is the advancement leading them? As legal retribution seemingly preclude racial segregation and discrimination in education, transportation, military service, housing, and so forth, whites turn to other ways of depriving the Negro people. The new efforts are designed not to subjugate or oppress the black minority, but rather to isolate it. Whites wish to avoid contact with blacks, and this is more readily accomplished by treating any Negro the same as any white. When the Negro dons the military uniform, equality keeps him out of reach of officer ranks and within combat units. As job requirements rise drastically, equality in evaluating applicants regardless of race excludes the Negro just as effectively as discrimination. So massively unqualified is he in terms of what is now required for employment. Denial of employment and promotion on the basis of equality reduces the Negro to economic servitude, just as impressively as Southern sharecropping. Negro college admissions remains low for integrated education when judged by educational standards expected of whites. Equal economic standards for loans and home mortgages keep the Negro from new housing in the suburbs just as efficiently as restrictive covenants. The equal application of the neighborhood unit within ghettos as the basis of school districting leads to de facto educational segregation and results in racial separation just as surely as de jure educational segregation. Such revamping of old prejudice indicates the coming trend in race relations. Racial discrimination has not been removed entirely. Racism is still a fundamental feature of white America. It would be a mistake to say no discrimination exists in housing, education, employment, or elsewhere. We have seen racism flourishing in such areas, but as equality becomes more and more a fact of life, we cannot avoid its commitment of increasing racial separation. Whites are more anxious than ever to introduce equality, where equality fosters racial division within America. This arrangement facilitates Negro removal from the affairs of white America with full compliance to an idealistic democratic precept rather than Negro entrance into mainstream American life. The Negro moves from the plantation to the ghetto as the nation concedes equality on economic terms and upholds racism. What white Americans have never fully understood, but what the Negro can never forget. The report of National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorder so cogently testifies is that white society is deeply implicated in the ghetto. White institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it. White America intends to forget about its black minority. Emphasis added, right? So this is just some other, it sounds like a white boy. Definitely doesn't sound like no African-centered person, but if it's a black person who wrote that, and he's quoting that, it doesn't make you African-centered. But whatever. So again, I don't see any Africa in this, but whatever. Let's keep going. In many, and this thing right here too is just a complaint of being a minority population, a despised minority population, and not understanding that yes. Because again, like what I was saying earlier, or like I was saying on social media, what I say generally speaking is that, white people practicing discrimination and racism, if you will, or whatever they call racism, but discrimination is smart on their behalf. The idea that they should give a black person a job before they give a white person a job. Just in terms of when you understand that black people are intrinsically better than white folk, right? It would make little sense for white folk to then promote a non-discriminatory system, because then you would have black people running the show. You see, and if black people are running the show, then white people are being the underclass, being left out. And if that's the case, then no, they don't want they wouldn't have fought for this country as they did against the Native American, if you will, to just hand it over to black folk by not practicing discrimination. And so that's really the better understanding. But of course, Amos Wilson's quoting not me, not Garvey. Garvey would have said the same thing, right? He's not quoting Garvey. He's quoting Sidney Wilhelm, who quotes
You're ridiculous.
the report of National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders.
You're ridiculous, dude.
That's not ridiculous. Look, you going
ridiculous.
through cognitive dissonance right now. You're going through cognitive dissonance. That's what you're doing.
You have set up some type of. You set up some type of.
He should. I get it. I get it. Sidney Wilhelm is probably an African American, and Garvey is a Jamaican. I got you.
No. I
got you. I got you.
None of that. Well, I don't know nothing about none of that. But
Why would he quote Garvey? That's a Jamaican. Yeah, AJ West.
I mess with Garvey. I mess with Clark. I mean, it's a lot.
Clark? I thought Clark was Clark is from America. I thought Clark was from America.
No, he has origins outside of here.
Dang, you go deep, my dude.
I mess with Walter Rodney. Rodney's from here.
Walter Rodney from here?
Yeah, look. Go ahead.
Alright, bet. I didn't know Walter Rodney from here. I thought he was in Trinidad. He in Trinidad, but he from here? No, not Trinidad. What country was he? You ain't telling me? Alright. In many areas, the efforts of the assimilationists have proven. What'd you say?
My mic was off.
Oh, what'd you say? What country was he in? Oh, you ain't
I thought he's from here. My bad.
Oh, he's not from here?
I thought he was.
No, I know he active in another country. I don't know if he was from here and he go to another country, or is he from the other country?
He went to the continent, from what I understand.
Nah, she was in the Caribbean. Who you talking about?
I thought he got. We talking about Walter Rodney?
Are we talking about the same Walter Rodney?
I think so.
I don't know. I think you just named somebody else. You think it's somebody else, I think. So I don't think Walter Rodney went to the continent. I think he died in the Caribbean. But I don't know. I'm not too sure. But,
yeah, go ahead.
All right. In many areas, the efforts of the assimilationists have proven very beneficial for Africans in America and abroad. However, the range, depth, and endurance of these benefits are exceedingly questionable. It is absolutely clear that in regards to the empowerment of the African American community, their failure has been colossal and catastrophic. You see, just hating. You know what I'm saying? Like what? Like, how are you expect to get power in another person's nation? That's why. You know what I mean? Like, get your own nation, man. Come on. And because you don't got power in another person's nation, you failed. Like, come on. That don't mean like he's just nah. All right. However, the range, depth, and endurance of these benefits are exceedingly questionable. It is absolutely clear that in regards to the empowerment of the African community, their failure has been colossal and catastrophic. The very phantasmic central goal of the civilization is that of a raceless society, a society where Africanity would be of no significance, would be invisible, obviates against the construction and use of black power based on African-centered consciousness and identity, racial solidarity and unity, and against the construction of a powerful Pan-African politico-economic system. As indicated above, the construction of race-based systems and institutions of any kind requiring relative racial exclusion or separation on the part of blacks represents for them intolerable obstacles on the pathway to the achievement of a raceless society. Their heart's desire. This obsession registers the presence in the collective assimilationist psyche of a near psychotic, mind-numbing ambivalence towards race psyche of a race and power. Ultimately, the assimilationists must destroy the very vehicle they utilize to achieve the goals for which they strive. As is evident throughout the history of the civil rights movement, the assimilationists find it necessary to use black power in the form of organized black-based protests, marches, boycotts, class lawsuits, sit-ins, affirmative action programs, block voting, and so forth to achieve what they perceive as assimilated equality. In other words, the achievement of racial assimilation requires the use of blackness as a basis for organization. Consequently, the assimilationists find themselves in the untenable position of trying to preserve their political cake while eating it too. Cruz, okay, so I think Cruz is he says Cruz Ibid. Oh, when did he quote a Cruz? Okay, I feel like that might be Harold Cruz though, maybe. So that's a black man.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if it's African-centered, but it's a black man. Speaks to this self-defeating contradiction when he notes that... Well, I don't know Harold Cruz, to be honest. When he connotes the changes in race relations presaged and precipitated by the Supreme Court decision of 1954. What would propel the politics of these changes was the enhanced power of the black vote, based on the expanded black urban ghettos. Here, a contradictory fact of life can counter the civil rights hopes and goals. One prominent white liberal put it, the urban ghetto was at one time and the same time the force that constricted Negro life and aspirations, and yet formed the base for black political power and the activities of civil rights organizations. Because the black vote was often tied to democratic city machines, it was not as effective a voice of protest as some believed it could have been. Here, a case of demographics worked in mysterious ways for civil rights wonders to perform. Only the segregated black urban ghetto could produce such political power. Yet the individual benefactors, the appointed and elected public officials and politicians whose status was predicated on the very existence of the urban ghettos would reject the legitimacy of the ghetto's existence. The general logic of the political leadership would be to eschew and disdain all social policies aimed at internal economic, social, and cultural improvement of the ghettos on the assumption that such improvements amounted to the perpetuation of segregation. The civil rights influence of white liberalism had, from the outset, played a dominant role in fostering this logic. By the 1950s, before the persistence of segregated black urban ghettos, i.e. communities, would render public schools desegregation a mockery, a prominent liberal commentator had to admit, so he says about a white boy, without the urban base, the Negro protest movement would have remained small, and without the political leverage of the urban masses provided, it would have remained impotent. Though no one realized it at the time, and though other factors were also essential in bringing about the events that were to follow, by mid-century the vote of the black ghetto in the North had reached a proportion that made possible the civil rights revolution. So, alright, so now back to Amos Wilson. And yet the assimilationists have willfully resisted the full and independent political, social, and economic organization of their power base, the foundations of their class standing and prestige, the urban black masses. To put it more prosaically, the assimilationists are prone to kill the African goose that lay the golden eggs of black power. What is worse, it has permitted the masses to seek into economic submarginality and political impotence. As Cruz further contends, because of its unprecedented and unexpected social and economic evolution, this class and its various spokesmen and spokeswomen cannot admit it in a political and or economic fashion that, for all intents, it has written off the contemporary conditions of the black underclass as a lost cause. Apropos of Du Bois' critique of 1934, only the state and the uplift forces and agencies of the nation can help save the black underclass. Flush with the civil rights optimism of the liberal consensus, the emergent new class both denied and evaded the self-evident existence and the growth of permanent underclass with an ominous sign of black family disintegration as outlined in the controversial Moynihan Report of 1965, The Negro Family, A Case for National Action. Right? The ideological as well as, this is Amos Wilson again, the ideological as well as the behavioral orientation of the assimilationist leadership establishment have not been merely irrelevant vis-a-vis the African American community, especially its urban masses, but as Cruz argues, is detrimental to future development in the political, economic, educational, and cultural dimensions of the black cause. More than that, the traditional civil rights leadership will oppose any attempt on the part of an alternate leadership to organize blacks into an independent political bloc. We must conclude that assimilationist ideology has lived far past its usefulness and must immediately undergo political euthanasia in the African community if the African community is to live. So let's see. Oh yeah, so right here somebody wrote down Walter Rodney from Guyana, Grenada. Somebody said Grenada, I think. Kwame Ture. Yeah, my bad, Guyana. He lived in Jamaica and Tanzania. Oh, so he lived in Tanzania, so like you were right about that. He was born and died in Guyana. Guyana is technically South America, but it's considered the Caribbean because it is an English-speaking country. All right, but yeah. So yeah, I thought so maybe he didn't. Yeah, so like you said, he went to Africa, Tanzania, which is a cool country. So yeah, like so here's Amos Wilson finally quoting a black person, Harold Cruz. I would not look at Harold Cruz as African-centered though, at all. But at least not from what I just read, which seemed pretty white-centered too. Or not white-centered. Let's say it was focused on black America, but it did not have, like, it had nothing to do with Africa.
What are you talking about? So, and the only way to be African, I'm sorry, let me calm down. So the only way to be African-centered is to reference Africans that are on the continent. What is that?
No, it's like basically what I mean is this, right? There's two frames of thought. Right, there's Africanism and Eurasianism, okay? So there's an African frame of thought. So like if you're in Jamaica and you're talking like a white man, right? Or you're like quoting the Bible for everything, right? Then I would not call you African-centered even though you're in Jamaica. Even if you're applying the Bible to black folk, like if you're like a Hebrew Israelite or something like that, or even like I think in Jamaica they actually have like Boba Shanti or something like that. And it's like a whole community of black folk who are focused on like the Bible. Actually, I don't know it per se, but what I mean is, because I think they also mention Africa there too with Ethiopia and all that. But all the same, what I'm saying is that you would not be African-centered if you, like, no matter where you are, even if you're on the continent of Africa and all you're doing is talking about, like, you know, Freud and Pavlov and whatnot, you wouldn't be African-centered in that sense. You would still be European-centered even if you're on the continent. What African-centered would be if you're appealing to African thought African thought that either originated or was derivative from America. So,
but are you not? But the people. But if the person themselves. So if I write something, if you write something without, I think can it not be African-centered without you referencing or how do I want to argue?
Bro, you know what I'm saying, so I don't know why you even trying to argue.
Look, I get what you're saying, but I get what you're saying.
If in America, if you were like, look, if he was like, we're looking at the Gullah people and how they do so and so on. So that's an African-centered group in America. So if you're looking at the Gullah people in Africa, then yeah, I would say that's African-centered. Even though it's not in Africa. But you're looking at their customs, their beliefs, and you're explaining things through their mindset of the Gullah people, then yes, I would say that's African-centered. Even though it's in America. But if you're just looking at Harold Cruz, Du Bois, Harold Cruz is looking at Du Bois. Du Bois is looking at, Durkheim and whomever. You understand? So that's where it's not African-centered. It's nothing to do with America per se, as much as what's the intellectual origin of your beliefs. So again, like I said, you go Gullah, you go Dismal Swamps, you go any of that stuff. Then yeah, I'm totally with you. You know what I mean? That's why I would say, like, I wouldn't call somebody African-centered just because they black. Like, or even just because they're in Africa. But there's an intellectual background for what is African-centered, and let's just say that I don't see it here. I don't see it in Harold Cruz. Definitely not. I don't know anybody who would say that. But of course, if Amos Wilson, you see it in Harold Cruz. All right then.
It looks like, I'm sorry, I thought my mic was on the whole time. It looks like we have so the way I understand that.
Who's the dude in your background? Like, pause, my dude.
Oh, is that loud? Can you hear that?
You got some dude in his background.
I know you not talking, but I'm gonna let you slide.
Pause. That's my kid, my dude.
Nah, homie. Now you want to play silly, but I'm gonna let you slide. I ain't gonna bust you out. But look.
What?
It's alright. But look.
What?
So.
How you gonna say that, my dude? All right.
The way I understand this, it looks like we just have two different definitions of African-centered.
Man, you know my definition better than yours, though. That's it.
I don't know. I don't know if it's better. It's just different. So, for example, if somebody is concerned with the problems of African people and are interested in providing solutions to a group-based end, that to me seems like it will be African-centered, whether it refers to or originates in the thought originates in Africa or not.
That's not
because it seeks to, the reason why I say that is because it seeks to bring about what you and I would call a Bibi Fahodie to a displaced group of people.
You can't see my face, but like, what? Anyway, how is that a Bibi Fahodie? No,
I'm saying it's seeking to bring that about.
In America? Nah.
I mean.
Okay. Alright, boss. Look, I hear what you're saying. I would call that European centered.
How? But they exist outside of their homeland, and they able to eat. So, we can't exist outside of our homeland and eat.
They go back to Greece and Rome for their solutions, though. And if you're going back to Greece and Rome for your solutions, then you ain't African centered.
I agree with that. But
come on, man. The point is, you can't go saying you African centered and you going back to Greece and Rome. That's it.
No. I think you misunderstanding the context in which he's writing in. It seems like you don't have the ability or the desire to understand the context in which many people from this land they write in, but for some reason you have the desire or you're able to.
1998. Look, you look. This is after Chancellor Williams. This is after Garvey. This is not before Garvey. If this was before Garvey, I would give you the pass.
Now that I think about it, all the people that you name have origins outside outside of
Chancellor Williams.
Yeah. So
Chancellor Williams is from the outside.
Who I said his lineage originates outside of here.
For real?
So ask me.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
I do.
Look, I was saying that I was thinking that Chancellor Williams was the best one that y'all produced. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking he was the best one from America. I thought so. Boy, if he's not, then dang, I don't know who is.
Name some. It seems like you see what I'm saying, right? So when people bring forth the critique that hey, when brothers they be on that tip when they not from these lands, they be on tip, and it seems like it holds true. For some reason, you're able to recognize perhaps we just
I didn't know Chancellor Williams wasn't. No, look, I said I would give people the pass if they were before Garvey. So before Garvey, they wasn't that good. But like if you ask me, real talk, like my dudes, like the people I put in my book, Martin Delaney, John Edward Bruce, and one of my favorites, David Walker. Those were some real good, huh?
We might just be slacking. It could be that we just ain't producing no hitters like we should.
Wait, hold up a second. I just said David Walker, John Edward Bruce, and Martin Delaney. Those was hitters. But I give them a pass because they were before Garvey. Like on some of the stuff they saying, I give them a pass because they were before Garvey. If you are 50 years after Garvey and you still on this, you know, nah, you ain't getting no pass. You ain't getting no pass on that.
That's an interesting distinction that you make.
Chancellor Williams was born in the U.S. 1893, South Carolina.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying some. He going against him big time. He's saying his origins. Come on.
Where was his mother and father born?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
I see you got level 1 information, like my brother would say. Where is his mother and father?
His father was born into slavery, had grown up to gain freedom and voting after the American Civil War. His mother, Dorothy Ann Williams, worked as a cook, nurse, evangelist. The family suffered after Democrats gained power in the state legislature in the 19th century and passed bills disenfranchising blacks. As a matter of fact, he talks about that in his book, Where He Grew Up. Did you read Destruction of Black Civilization?
Right, Where He Grew Up. Yes, Where He Grew Up.
He talks about his family. Like, bro, he was born in 1893 in the United States. His dad was in the fucking Civil War. What more do you need? Like,
okay, I'll send you I'll send the information in the Discord. It's alright.
Alright, yeah, I don't know about like I thought Chancellor Williams was American, but if he ain't, I ain't know. But I thought he was. But like I said, like John Edward Bruce, that's my dude. Martin Delaney, my dude. David Walker, my dude. You get what I'm saying? Like I think they were stronger than Amos. Easy. But the difference and the thing is this too, that with regard to Amos, he's after Garvey. You understand? Like Garvey was like top, like top. Like I'd say the top of the 20th century, right? And if you are after him, you gotta it's a carry the baton thing. You can't be going backwards. And if you and now today he bigger than Garvey. Amos bigger than Garvey, and he's going backwards from that. There's no excuse. Because if you compare Garvey to John Edward Bruce, yeah, I'll give Garvey. Obviously, John Edward Bruce was nice, you know. And like I said, I put his stuff. Like I got his book. It's a rare book. I got it. I put some of that stuff in my book, Book of Power. I'm telling y'all at home, you know, if y'all still listen, you know. But that's what I'm saying. Like you can't do that with regards to. Like if you after Garvey, you should be doing better than him. Your analysis should be deeper, stronger, more understanding. This is just a leap backwards. Garvey tell you in one sentence, this is the white man's country. You're not going to be doing better than the white man in the white man's country. I'm not going to be doing better than the Chinese man in the Chinese man's country. You know, and by better I mean, and of course, you know, like I said, Asian Americans do have a higher income, right? But they don't have more wealth than white folk in America. And if they were creeping up to that, or if they were building a military on American soil, America will shut them down quick. Easy deportation. Easy. You know, like no other group is believing that they're going to build a military and take over America, and everything's going to be peachy afterward, except for black folk for some reason, and they doing the worst. Like it doesn't make any sense. Imagine if the Chinese people were somewhere, and they might be talking about. They're not talking about it, obviously, but even if they were thinking about it, you think America's just going to sit by and let the Chinese build up a whole military on American soil? Like it'd be ridiculous to even entertain that. But then that's exactly what we do in our conversations. Yeah, we're gonna dismantle the white power structure in America. Garvey said it. America for the Americans. And he meant white Americans. He said the white man took it from the Native American. He just took it. And you just gotta say, you know what? It's his. So if your black ass could afford to, then get out. That's it. Move. You know, and all these other black folk, we made this land. It's our land. And it's like, I get it. Like, I get it. Because, like brother was saying, like, I'm from Jamaica. Or my family from Jamaica. So, we can say that because we are the majority there. You know, Jamaica's like 99% black. Right? So, it makes sense that, you know, we'll say, okay, we'll take this land. Like, we got it. You understand? Or Haiti. 99% black. It makes sense for them to say, oh, we'll take this land. Right? All these other countries, Nigeria, whatever, makes sense. But then Brazil, you know, Brazil's another country where it's a minority. You don't expect the black minority there in Brazil to take over Brazil. They're getting assimilated and wiped out. Or if you go to Brazil right now, you understand they're getting shot down in the streets bad. Just like in America, because they're a minority population with no wealth. And the thing with, and if you compare it to America though, the wealth distribution is not as severe. You see? But anyway, so it's just a joke. It's just like these quote unquote black nationalists, if you will, they're joking with you. They're joking with us. You know? And they just don't see the writing on the wall. What I would do if I had this platform, I would say, look, let's get the fuck out. Let's go somewhere. And when we go somewhere, look, and the thing is this, when we go somewhere, we can afford to bring other people with us. You know what I mean? I send money back. I want to save quote unquote African Americans. I want to. But I understand you not. If I'm trying to save you, I'm not trying. I know you ain't gonna be winning no freaking war against people. 200 million, the largest white population on the planet. You have a better chance of taking the UK from England. You have a better chance of taking the UK than of taking America. A much better chance. But nobody would think you could. But you somehow think that you convince yourself that you could take the largest white nation from right under their nose, and they're not going to do nothing. Let's see what this brother saying. So are you saying to be African centered, you have to be Africa centered? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, not just Africa, but like African thought, like the thoughts of African people, the thoughts of African people. You know, like I usually use Africanism, Africanist. You know,
the thoughts of African people. So are there not African people that exist outside of this continent?
No, like I said, I go by Africanist. So basically, I would go, you know, there's my aunt and there's Isfet. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm like, cause you going by the binary the white man give you. That's what I'm saying. I can't even. It's hard. Like we have a European centered conversation. I'm going by my standard. It'll be you be my aunt centered versus Isfet centered. Okay. If you are quoting Isfet, regardless of your complexion, you are Wazungu centered.
What?
I said if you're quoting Isfet, regardless of your complexion, huh?
I heard what you said, but that's wild.
Why is that wild?
Continue.
Alright, Isfet is like disorder. So Like what I'm saying, like you have to be, like it's a complicated thing. It's a complicated question, but it's a complicated thing. African centered, like yes, the black folk in America, like I said, like it would be the difference between going from a Gula analysis, or going from like I said, the Bantabello example was ideal in the sense of you're looking at Toussaint and Dessalines and their dynamic as that one between Legba and I want to say Ogun, but like Legba and Ogun, let's say, right? You want to look at that dynamic. That's an African centered dynamic, even though it's in Haiti. You see, like so I would say racially the people from Haiti or the people from Jamaica or the people the people from America are the same. You know what I mean? Like we're all diaspora Africans. I don't necessarily think that like obviously I would never say the African American is less African than any of the diaspora or even the country. I wouldn't say that.
So then why does none of the original African American thought to you qualify?
That's not original. That's what I'm saying. It's not original thought between the African. Like if you were talking about,
we just not producing no other than the handful of people you named. We not producing no original thought. All right, I mean.
No, original in the sense of if you go to the white man's school and then repeat what the white man taught you at school, then that's white man's knowledge.
Right, I get that. But there are people who don't do that.
But you're not quoting them.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're not quoting them, so it doesn't matter if unless you were quoting them.
You recognize it. It's not like, for example. So because. Go ahead.
No, that's it. We can go ahead. So somebody wrote down, as well, African origins, there must be here at least a respect for our original homeland. The Chinese may not live in China, but at least respect and support their homeland. Sankofa, bro. So, dang, bro, you up late, my dude. You in the UK and you still up? Sure. Yeah, that's like 5 hours ahead. What time is it now? Dang, my dude, you up late. Like, this brother, it's like 5 a.m., man. All right, well, I mean, whatever. Well, see, I can't stop now. But I was like, yo, I'm actually getting tired. I don't know if I can actually finish this though, because this is actually a pretty long book. A lot of words about nothing, but I'm joking, bro. I'm just joking. I'm saying for you. It was a lot of our African diaspora haven't engaged with yet. Yeah, I mean, it's what a lot of our African diaspora have not engaged with yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's different if you're going through the Wazungu, because the thing is with the African American, if you will, is that they are definitely the most westernized of like African people. Well, not definitely, but they're like one of the most westernized African groups. So like you're going to see a lot of Western thought in what they say, like because the thing is that it's like a really easy thing. You don't
coming out.
No, look, you wouldn't say Dr. King. Look, you wouldn't say Dr. All right, let me ask you this: would you say Dr. King is African centered?
No, not.
There you go.
But
that's what I'm saying.
But
if you base an analysis and you were just quoting Dr. King and Du Bois and Harold Cruz, then come on.
But I say that to this degree, though. I think there's a small caveat that I think you may be interested in making. So he was not African centered in a way that we would recognize it. You and I would recognize it.
Who, Dr. King?
Correct.
Okay.
However, I think his interest in attempting to I think he was going about it the wrong way.
First crush, however, man. That's it. This is crush. This is crush. This is puppy boy. This is puppy boy stuff, man. Puppy love. Puppy love. That's what it is. Puppy love for Amos. It's puppy love for Amos. That's it. Cause you gonna tell me, you gonna sit here try to make it seem like I'm against all that stuff, and then when I give you an example of Dr. King, you don't say, oh yeah, he's African centered. You say, no, he ain't African centered. So you could recognize that with Dr. King, who did much more than most black folk in America. For black folk. Mm-hmm. Dr. King was doing
not
work.
Really.
He was doing work. No, I'm saying that if you look at tangibles, you don't use your language.
None.
If you look at tangibles, he got jobs.
None.
He got a lot. He did a lot, my dude. He did a lot.
Okay.
The other people ain't getting you jobs.
Okay.
A lot of other, look. This is in Malcolm X's autobiography. In his autobiography, what's his name? The guy who wrote, Alex Haley, asked the people, asked the people of Harlem their opinion, and they say, what does Malcolm X do besides some talk? I mean, at least Dr. King is getting arrested. Dr. King has been beaten. And then if you read Dr. King's literature, he's like, oh, I got these jobs. I got this. I made this council. I made this organization. I did that. Like, Dr. King was putting in work. Right?
No.
All the same. Look.
Was talking to a sucker.
All the same. That's your ancestors. What are you calling your ancestors suckers for? Anyway, look. You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, they be trying to make me. I don't never disrespect.
So to you, all people that came before you is 100. That's ridiculous.
I'm not gonna call them suckers.
And they are suckers. There are some individuals who are suckers and need to be called out. You suspect if you don't do that.
Suspect for asking what did Malcolm X do?
If you know somebody is doing dirty in the community, if you know somebody is doing dirty in the community, and you're aware of that, and you ain't calling them out, I got to look at you sideways. Well, what is that? Oh, here, your ancestors. You shouldn't call him that. But if he was doing dirty...
What they do dirty by asking, what did Malcolm X do? How that dirty?
No, sir. You conveniently misunderstand it.
Oh, you talking about Dr. King?
I'm talking about King. He was doing sucker activity. And so...
Oh, okay. I know. I thought you were talking about the people on the street. But still, nah, man. Dr. King put in work, my dude. Come on.
No, he didn't put in no work. What you talking about?
You read his book?
I don't read suckers' books.
Yo, true. I would have said that too, but here I am reading Blueprint for Black Power.
But I ain't read your book. Hey.
Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
I should have said it.
Let's see what this brother says. He said, yeah. That's all good. I know you ain't read it. Yeah, it's late. You wouldn't be talking this nonsense if you did. Alright. Somebody said, yeah, it's late and work tomorrow. Respect the debate, though. Respect to you, brothers, for holding debate. For me, we need the nation build and stop the Mangimazi point blank. Stop participating with the Wazungu. So, look, that right there, you see what I'm saying? Remember, Ani is an example of an African-centered scholar. That's, like, she's like, oh, this is Dogon cosmology. And she uses that word, Mangimazi, all that.
Yeah,
like,
she's wrong.
Oh, I thought you said she's wrong. I was like, dang, my dude. like, you know what I mean? Like you taking my phrase.
No, I rock with her heavy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she good people. Anyway, I'm not gonna say nothing about it. Not in this podcast. Maybe another one if people want more controversy. You know what I'm saying? You gonna hit on me then too? Alright, black neoconservatism. In terms of their ideological or direct organizational influence on the political and economic character, I'm trying to read this quickly, and behavior of the African American community as a whole. Somebody keeps turning on their camera. I don't know who. As a whole, a nascent group of black American ideologues, commonly referred to as black conservatives, black neoconservatives, does not merit discussion here. This group of theorists and polemicists has no significant organization or constituency in the African American community to speak of. It nevertheless has managed to worm its way into the consciousness of the community and society in general. Moreover, the black neoconservative establishment is used by the white conservative establishment as cannon fodder in defense of white racism and domination against both black and white liberals and black nationalists. Black neoconservatism has defined itself in opposition to constant calls of assimilationists for government intervention and largesse and the uplift of the socially depressed and politically oppressed black masses. It also opposes belief that government and industry should make special efforts on behalf of blacks in reparations for harm done in the past resulting from white racism. The stance by the black neocon establishment does not in any way stand in the way of its members or advocates' voracious pursuit and acceptance of any high official offices offered by both government and industry, whether in the name of affirmative action, quotas, or just plain help wanted. Black neoconservatives have been ably assisted in this regard by white neoconservatives, conservatives, and crypto-racists due to their ideological compatibility with the values and goals of white supremacist establishments. And look, that's what I'm saying, man. If, like, this, you could have, let's see, Malcolm X advanced African-centered thought more than Dr. King. Yeah, probably. But my thing is this, that you're reading this could have easily been said by Dr. King. Like legit. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say, like, all the white neoconservatives are such a problem, and they're establishing the white supremacy. Like, this could have easily been said by Dr. King. But of course, Dr. King is not African centered. But this is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make no sense. But alright. This has led to the receiving favorable exposure in the mainstream print electronic media to their being appointed to influential offices and professional positions such as you know what I'm saying? Like, it could have just easily been Dr. King. like very easily. And to the EEOC, the Civil Rights Commission, and to the U.S. Supreme Court under conservative administrations, and to departmental chairs at prestigious universities. These well-paid propagandists themselves, the prime beneficiaries of precisely those maximum social, educational, and professional advances resulting from civil rights legislation. Cruz, paradoxically oppose the very collectivistic civil rights activities which have made their occupational positions possible. Their central thesis is that the current condition of Africans at home and abroad is no longer the result of historical or contemporary machinations of white supremacy, racial bigotry, and discrimination. Some black neoconservatives go so far as to argue that the past oppression of blacks and the continuing racial domination by whites, whose significance they vigorously downplay, does not provide satisfactory explanation of the current socioeconomic subordination and marginality of African Americans and of Africans across the diaspora. Martin Kilson, professor of government at Harvard University and an African American, summarizes the relationship between mainstream, i.e. white conservatism, and black neoconservatism thusly. Okay, so he's quoting another black guy. But of course it's a professor of government at Harvard University. Right? Very African-centered. Alright. At no point in the 20th century have the claims of black Americans for social and political parity, organized by constitutionalistic and nonviolent pressure groups like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, gained serious support from conservative leaders and intellectual, secular, and religious. Support that is comparable to which the liberal and moderate sectors among white leadership has sustained on behalf of equality of status and mobility for blacks. From the end of Reconstruction in the 1880s to the late 1960s, American conservatives typically ignore the authoritarian and violent racial caste practices and values arrayed against black Americans in southern states where the vast majority of blacks lived. Although American conservatives have, throughout the century, often embraced freedom movements elsewhere in the world, in Europe, Latin America, East Asia, they have always firmly resisted a proactive embrace of the black American civil rights movement as a bona fide movement fully worthy of their support. So it is in the shadow of this dismal record of mainstream American conservatism vis-a-vis black Americans' long and arduous quest for equality of status, the new black conservatives have emerged. Although I do want to stop for just a second and say, when the brother was saying that, I was saying about black Americans being more westernized. I shouldn't say that to be in the sense of this, that really and truly, like, it depends on where you are in like other countries, but in most other countries, most of the people are very westernized too. Like in the diaspora, particularly, like they're very westernized. But like particularly, especially if you go into the urban areas, like somewhere like Kingston, Jamaica, very westernized. But I'm saying that if you're looking for African thought, like for instance African spiritual systems, like it's less likely in America. Like America's been heavily Christianized, and so was most of the diaspora. But you could still find not just syncretism, which is like Christianity with an African twist, but you would also find like straight up Vodun, like quote unquote voodoo in the Caribbean islands and all that, like more so than you would in America. Although I shouldn't really say that, because in the South of America you would find root workers. I remember my sister was telling me about root workers, and that would be like, but again, like that's also a really complicated thing, because when I was I don't really know much about Jamaica, to be honest, but when I like some of my family was telling me about, they have the they know about those magic users, if you will, and what the magic users, when you look into it, it's like the quote, that the phrase that they use was like the 7th book of Moses or something like that, or something silly like that. But like basically it's like a Christian magic kind of thing, so it still wouldn't be like African centered or as African as like a straight up African spiritual system pantheon that was linked back to Africa, and that's really what I was talking about when it came to what would constitute African centered and what wouldn't, so like the mainstream of America is definitely not African centered, and like most of what passes for consciousness in America does not really have that quote unquote African centered base in that sense. It's more like it's quote unquote separatism, but it's really unrealistic. Why is this kid doing that? but it's like really unrealistic. All right. Kilson goes on to summarize the main tenets of black neoconservatism and discourse relating to black Americans. The discourse has centered on several basic arguments concerning the black experience in the post-civil rights era. First, black conservatives. This is so like he's just quoting this other dude, and it's so long. And all right, yo, I don't know what happened to my heart though. All right, the discourse has centered on several basic arguments concerning the black experience in the post-civil rights era. First, black conservatives assert the federal court decision and civil rights legislation since the middle 1960s have created a color-blind milieu for black mobility, making it counterproductive for blacks to persist in viewing themselves as a victim of racism and so in need of unique public policy. A second argument linked to the first claims that the failure of blacks and their leadership to recognize the prevalence of colorblind American society has hindered the development of self-help or ethnic uplift strategy for closing the black-white mobility gap. The third argument, basic to black conservative discourse, claims that affirmative action practices go too far in distorting what black conservatives perceive as the high merit ideals that govern American occupational mobility. Black conservatives are especially concerned that such distortions of merit ideals tend to devalue the real achievement of successful black Americans because whites will ask that they make it by themselves or by affirmative action. The argument by conservatives on behalf of a new colorblind American society asserts that since the middle 1960s, we can talk only as an American racist past, legalized housing segregation, lynchings, segregated public and private schools, and no longer as an American racist legacy in the form of persistent or vestigial attitudes, values, norms, and informal practices that prevail within a variety of institutions, economic, social, political, in our post-civil rights era. In short, conservatives, black and white, claim that through legislation and judicial decisions, America's culture of racism has been vanquished, leaving no meaningful and significant traces and practices. Generally, black neoconservatives argue that current liberal black leadership obsessive concerns with past racial injustice and compensatory affirmative action hinders the development and execution of self-help strategies. It is ironic that these advocates of self-help among black Americans are themselves a group of client scholars, and i.e. mercenary intellectuals attached to the umbilical cords of the financial and institutional bastions of the conservative white American power establishment like the Heritage, Scaife, Bradley, and Olin Foundations. One of the major functions of these institutions is to fund the work of both black and white critics of black struggles for civil rights, racial equality, and affirmative action, and of the Afrocentric movement. Consequently, black neocons essentially serve to rewrite traditional white conservative and racist ideological canards, trying to win for them legitimacy in the African American community by making it appear that they warmed over self-serving white supremacist contentions originate from their own independent minds. The central function and role of the black neoconservative as to put a black face on white power. Let me 2 seconds. This kid's coughing like he's choking on something, and it's like you can't necessarily keep reading while the kid's choking, but he wasn't choking. He's just, yeah, it's kids, man. All right, yeah, okay, so yeah, I mean, like this is a long complaint about black conservatives. Nobody's been messing with them, but he's gonna give you a long complaint about them. You know, it's like I said, you know, can you take this seriously? That's the question. You know. If a central tendency of black and white neoconservative arguments can be discerned, they may be defined in terms of an extreme white American mythological individualistic, blaming the victim ideological orientation. This particular white conservative tendency has been well delineated and refuted by authors William Ryan and Michael Lewis. It's going to be another freaking long-ass passage of something basic, but okay. American individualism relative to its conceptual use by neoconservatives as a class of neoliberals is best defined by Michael Lewis under the rubric that the individual as central sensibility. He defines it thusly. Again, again, we already know what I would say is the African center, right? And he's just quoting all these people. This person sounds like a white person. I don't even know, but it's like he's just quoting all these people, and none of it ties back to Africa at all. And you know, we spent quite a bit of time on this, and it's still just nothing. The emergence of the individualistic moral sensibility is of considerable significance, for as we shall see, it has become central to the existence of the American culture of inequality, an interpretation of unequal outcomes given the assumption of equal chances. It is a sensibility that virtually ignores the impact of social structure upon personal achievement and mobility. According to this sensibility, it is the individual alone who is socially significant, who determines what his or her contribution to the common weal will be, and who is therefore responsible for the degree of personal success achieved. Society is seen as benign, offering up opportunities and waiting to be enriched by those who have the will and the capacity to make productive use of them. This sensibility, therefore, removes inequality of personal prerequisites from the category of social condition in need of reform. If such inequality is seen as the product of traditional restrictions on opportunity, it becomes a target for social reformers to whom it is the arbitrary and unjust outcome of a reactionary system. If, however, such inequality is simply an indication of differentials in the productive exertion of individuals free to exercise their ambitions and talents to the fullest, then the presumption of social arbitrariness cannot be sustained, and only the individual can be held accountable for the state of his or her well-being. If inequality exists, it is nothing more than a reflection of different personal qualities. This explanation suggests that because of the inadequate personality structures, some people are self-defeating and therefore incapable of making the most of the opportunities which society, once again benign, proffers. Because they subscribe to poverty or lower class subcultural worldviews, some are inadequately motivated to make their way in a middle-class dominated urban industrial world. Because of the absence of a strong paternal model of conventional masculine competence, some boys grow up in families which ill-prepare them to participate fully and successfully in the economic mainstream. Because they lack sufficient cognitive skills to read at expected levels or reason adequately with figures, some people simply do not qualify for vocational opportunities which hold our real promise of personal success. Because of insufficient knowledge of what it takes to get along and work well with others, interpersonal competence, some are unable to make the best use of whatever productive talents they possess. While more sophisticated versions of this argument, one preferred by liberal social scientists, this is Amos Wilson again. While while more sophisticated versions of the argument, ones preferred by liberal social scientists may attribute individual and group failure to the psychodynamic makeup, cultural deprivations or orientation, family background, socialization practices, educational, cognitive, and or interpersonal incompetencies, the neoconservatives are more likely to attribute them to moral deficiencies. For the neoconservative, individuals and groups fail because of lack of will, of desire to achieve, of drive, of the appropriate moral and social values. Failure is due to laziness, welfare dependency, a love of low-life pleasures, and the like. The failed individual or group lacks self-respect and is not interested in striving for social respectability The failed individual or group lacks self-respect and is not interested in striving for social responsibility as defined by middle-class norms and behavior. Thus, according to this logic, as Lewis further contends, success, it is attendant prerequisites, comes to be understood as being within the grasp of any individual who possesses the will and develops the necessary competence to succeed. Alternatively, failure or visible disadvantages come to be understood as the price of an individual must pay for personal dissolution and or incompetence. Okay, that was a quote. But yeah, I mean, like that's what I'm saying. That's another thing I want to say right here. This is supposedly a basic text, you know? Like, this is not a graduate level text, allegedly. But it's like, what kind of writing is this? You know, like this is straight up, even for me, a difficult read. And it's not saying anything.
The truth coming out. Yes, it is saying something. Don't try to, alright, it's difficult. Let it be what it be.
No, but difficult, I mean, it's written in a sense of, this is not elementary school, you know?
He's an academic.
But
Respect it for what it is. He's an academic. He writes as such.
What I'm saying, because you said, hey, it's not a graduate level. It's not, you know, it's not supposed to be graduate level. But then it's written. No, you said like the consciousness is not going to be for the graduate level, but it's like it's written in the graduate level. It's just the content wise is not there.
No. He's an academic. He writes as such. Respect it. Respect that.
consciousness.
It's substance versus surface. That's what it is. Substance versus surface. On the surface, it's graduate level, but substance, it's not.
Right, but you're saying that as if that's bad.
It is bad.
Negative, but it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking to people who are down low, you need to speak to them accordingly.
Yeah. So this is not speaking to them accordingly, dude. This is speaking to them like they professors.
Listen. I'm talking about consciousness when I say that.
Yeah,
I'm
see?
talking about consciousness. So if you,
this is what's known as pretending to be smart. This is what is known as pretending to be smart.
Oh, now you gonna come in on me, and this is what I mean.
I'm just saying.
I don't know that I have never met no brothers who lineage is not from here, who don't be on this. I don't even mess with that mentality like that. But every time when I put the pattern together, I'm like, there must be something to it. Y'all, for some reason, I try to be on that. We all the same. We all African people. But then I get to looking and I get to ask a question. I'm like, yo, what's up with my dude? Why he talking greasy about my people? And why he talking? And I'm like,
man, the way how you be thinking, you sure even Amos is your people? You 100% on that? The way how you went on Chancellor Williams, which I thought was your people. You sure Amos is your people? Okay. You ain't even sure. I know we talking about my brother. Shit.
Hilarious. You broke up. I think I got a little choppy. But from what I understand, my dude is from here. From what I understand.
You said Chancellor wasn't. That's what I don't understand. And the brother pointed out Chancellor had the mother, father, all that in slaves, in bondage.
I got the homework on that, and I'll be sending that to the Discord.
You know,
so that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Okay. Anyway, okay. Amos, I mean, look, whatever. That's what I'm saying. That's another thing too. Y'all just biased to Amos because he's from here too. That's another thing. Maybe, I don't know. But I mean,
you buy. It's much more likely that you're biased against him because you're not from here. That's much more likely than me being biased to him because I'm from here.
Me biased against it. I'm going by his words though. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the difference. I'm going by his words. You hearing the same words and you just giving a bunch of excuses.
You're going by his words, but then you twist it.
How I twisting it?
To your own understanding, and then you telling people, look, woo, and you talking greasy, and I'm like, what's up? Well, why?
So I'm reading this thing. No. So people come to me and say, hey, this dude's not African centered. They say, hey, this dude's not. They say, no, they don't. Sorry, they say this is an African centered scholar, and I'm like, where? I ain't see it. And you want me to be like, yeah, he African centered? You rather me just say that he's African centered because everybody say he African centered?
No, I want you to come to your own conclusion, but I want you to be fair, and I don't think you're being fair. I think you.
But you said Dr. King wasn't African centered. You said Harold Cruz wasn't African centered, right? I mean, sorry, is Harold Cruz African centered? All right, is Harold Cruz African centered? All right, well, actually, matter of fact, is Harold Cruz even American? That's why I don't even know. Is he even American?
From what the information that I have, that is the case.
Okay. But all right, Harold Cruz. But is Harold Cruz African centered? Let me ask you that.
Again, from what I understand, the perspective that I see in my definition, maybe it's a little looser than your definition.
But
I think so.
You think he African centered too? All right, Harold Cruz. Okay.
My dude.
What about this guy Michael Lewis? That I just read that boring ass comment. You know what? Never mind, man.
I don't know about dude.
Yo, let me go to this thing. Where was I, man? This thing is like, yo. All right, this line of argumentation makes it sound like he's just talking about these black conservatives. Nobody even messing with black conservatives, but he gonna tell you about it like over several pages about black conservatives that nobody messing with. But okay.
But this is the problem. In your community, maybe not. This is what I mean.
What do you mean in my community? You mean Jamaicans?
I don't know. All I'm saying is maybe in your community that may not be the case, but in my community, they got weight.
The black conservatives? No, look, Amos Wilson's saying in the book right now that the black conservatives don't got no influence.
I don't mean weight like that. I'm talking about in the community of people who lineage has come here from 10 generations, right? Brand new here, 2-3 generations, right? Been here, been dealing with these people, right? Y'all be on some, yo, they don't know what they talking about. I'm like, wait, but we've been here dealing with the beast. Y'all just got here, and you come talking about this is the fundamental problem. Which I don't want to take the conversation in a different direction, but
sound like you do.
How I see it. I mean, I do, but I don't want to, gaffle up your show like that. All I'm saying is, this is what makes people who like to watch here feel some type of way, because y'all be new booty, y'all be new booty here, and then y'all talking about
pause.
This what it is. When we've been here dealing with these people to the best of our ability.
But I'm gonna sit down, okay? I'm gonna sit down. I might sound a little different, but I'm gonna sit down because I hit my foot. Yeah, bro. Look, I almost feel what you're saying. I don't, but I almost feel what you're saying. I know, because I heard Tariq say, Tariq the divisionist and all that.
He pointing out reality.
Oh, look, see, Tariq.
All I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's 100.
Okay, Tariq, man, you quoting Tariq. You bringing in Tariq, but I got you. Tariq's a damn fool. You know that. Oh, you're not gonna tell me that. You're gonna tell me he ain't. Okay. What I could say is this. Regarding that, I'm just talking about Amos right now, though. I'm just talking about Amos. You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is that anybody should be able to critique anybody. The idea that you're gonna hold it against somebody that because they just came in the country, right? Or that their family emigrated here, that they can't talk about Amos.
No, that makes sense because you don't have the full context. It would be like me trying to go somewhere else where it's other black people at, because we all black. I got the full context. I don't know what it's like to be black in an all black community.
So you telling me you can't go to Jamaica and tell who the cool and tell who's wrong?
It's kind of disrespectful.
Okay. So wait, first off, look, I was born in America. Okay? It's not like I was born in Jamaica and raised in Jamaica, then I came to America and was like, oh, y'all ain't shit. Like, I legit don't have any experience in Jamaica. You know what I mean?
Right, but there's a cultural transfer of information and cultural transfer of knowledge that occurs when you and your people get in a place for dealing with somebody that's the beast for grit. And that is what my brothers and sisters who are new booty, they don't understand. And
pause on the new booty stuff.
And then we've been here, not only we've been here, we hilarious. We've been here and we've been putting that work to make sure y'all can come over. But then y'all come over talking greasy. I mean,
about Amos, man. Look, you making it more extreme than it is.
You don't ever see people from here do that.
You don't see. Hey, stop, yo. You know what, man? Look, you want some old bullshit right now. You want some bullshit. You telling me that nobody from America ever talked about no leader anywhere else in the world? In this book, hold on a second. In this book, Amos Wilson started off talking about how black leadership across the diaspora in Africa ain't shit. All y'all do is talk about how Africa's under neocolonialism and Africa's under this and Africa's under that. Like I can't hear enough of that.
Is that true? Is that true?
Okay, so what I'm saying is that y'all don't even travel to the at least you could. Like, I'm not even sitting up in Jamaica. I'm here in America talking about America. Y'all don't even travel to the other countries, and y'all saying, "Oh, y'all just under neoliberal, neoconservative, blah blah blah." And like you could say, look, whether it's true or not, the reality is that I'm speaking true about this dude, and you there. Oh, you a foreigner, immigrant, and you have no right. You ain't never been like come on, my dude. To you to sit here and tell me Americans don't say nothing about no leader across the world, and for you to even sit here and be like, isn't it true? Isn't it true? That just tells me already you ain't really serious about your critique.
No, bro. I got love for my people. I try to do the best I can with my critique, but also I'm gonna show up to somebody to a new country, right? New booty to a new country.
What's with your new booty shit, man? Yo. My dude, like, there was this one dude who said that American slang is just gay as, like, American slang is just really gay. That's the one time I agree with the immigrant.
Bro, let's not go there. Let's not go there, bro. Let's not go there.
Stop saying new booty then, like.
I like you though, man. I like how you think. I will say, since I've been hearing, neutral party, quote unquote, to this whole situation, I see where you're coming from, and I wouldn't say that that's invalid. I would just say that I don't know where I'm going with that for real. Like, I see it, cause I'm familiar with that. The whole FBA, ADOS.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Yeah.
But what I would say is that one thing that I've noticed is just that American discourse is just so prevalent in the world that you're just gonna see more critiques on stuff from America. If anything, I would just look at it as our people are just out the forefront of that.
Yeah, that's the truth too. Like we're not gonna be critiquing, because a lot of times we just bow to. I mean, a lot of the discourse is dominated by quote unquote African Americans because America is dominating the discourse all over the world. I was critiquing that. I just saw this sister in South Africa talking about who's the better villain between Frieza and Thanos. And it's like, unfortunately, like you would expect people to not understand what I just said, but like pretty much like a lot of black youth around the world would understand if you say Thanos and Frieza, but not so much if you were to name something actually produced by Africa, but because American media is just a dominant force, and so black people all over the world are logging onto YouTube, and if they're logging onto YouTube and they're looking up black consciousness and stuff like that, they're going to find more so Amos Wilson than they're going to find Maurice Bishop or Affiong or Dessalines or whomever, and a lot of stuff is more focused on the Malcolm X. They're going to see Malcolm X, like kids all over the world. Like if you go to England, UK, Black History Month is like parallel to the Black History Month in America. Like it's not so much about Black UK experience as much as about the Black American experience, which is like weird to me, but that's what it is.
I think the reason why is because it was the most egregious in the Western context.
Okay, pause on that, my dude.
I mean, let me try to. I mean, it was bad. It was bad in the Caribbean, especially on the island. But what? It was.
Yeah, bro, you just talking nonsense. Peace, Jam. How you doing? No, sorry, JM. How you doing, Jam? But all right, let's go. What do you say, bro? Yeah. I mean, look, the whole idea that the reason why they're teaching African American history in the UK is because African American history is so bad is kind of just ridiculous. It don't even make sense. I would just quit while we should have just nipped that in the bud. You know what I'm saying? Because that just why would you be learning other people's history or other people's not your own experience in the UK? No. What I mean by other people's history is if you're in the UK, why would you they're legit not learning about their own people in the people in the UK, or even said differently, like that video you was hating on me for with the South African chick. There's a lot going on in South Africa and the history of South Africa and the women in South Africa and all that. And you'd expect at least in South Africa you would learn that. Even if you don't, we don't learn about it in America, and you would understand that. I would think that we all should learn it. But if anybody should learn it, definitely it should be the South African.
Have they covered as much ground? I think perhaps this is presumptuous of me, but from my understanding of Africans in the Western Hemisphere, I would argue it's a close argument between Haitians and American blacks. But I think American blacks have covered the most ground.
Cover the most ground. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I found that. I mean, coming from your starting point to where you are currently. I mean, I don't know. That's a toss-up. I'm not standing in that.
All right, my dude. Like, the thing is, that's what I'm saying. We are so American-centered that you would actually believe that. You know? Like, you would actually believe that. And a lot of people would believe that. That's the problem. A lot of people would believe what you just said.
Give me something to I don't know. Again, I'm not standing on this too heavy.
Yeah, my dude. Nah, it's ridiculous.
But from what I understand, I think it's a close.
No, dude. Because the thing is this: every other black group has autonomy or has political independence.
In the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah. Like every other black group has a nation and a flag in the Western Hemisphere.
So, okay, okay.
Like Jamaica has a flag.
I don't know, but
you don't know if Jamaica has a flag?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Jamaica has a flag. Jamaica has a nation, has a national anthem, has a government, has a parliament, has, you know what I mean? Like every other nation has a government and a nation. But the thing is that most people would look at the black American as the most iconic and the most, but that's a part of the American propaganda. American propaganda was designed. Look, if you read this other book, you'll see that the Americans specifically, like the white Americans specifically promoted Marian Anderson. Like there's a military memo, like a memo of the War Department that said we're going to put Marian Anderson, have her do a European tour in order that other countries can look at the African, like the African American as a group of people who have a lot of social opportunity, social mobility, because the Soviet Union was saying, oh, do not follow Western democracy because Western democracy oppresses the African American population. So the American government as a war strategy, the military strategy, promoted Marian Anderson. I don't know if you know Marian Anderson, but she's like a wonderful, beautiful singer, right? Or like a talented singer, right? And she, like one of the most talented singers in the world, actually. But still, she was promoted around the world by the American military to promote this idea of, like basically to put this image of, oh, see, black people are doing well, black people are number one, black people are doing great in the Western democracy life. But that's the propaganda. So it's like all of it is propaganda, and that's why you see this kind of this difference. That's why a lot of people will come to America and be like, oh, wait a second, what? I thought something else. You know what I mean? But that's because it's all like propaganda to increase America's influence, and America already has like huge influence. But yeah, no, black people in America do not have flag, do not have a government, do not have industry, do not have they have very little, like very little.
Compared to white, but if you compare
compared to everybody, dude, they don't have a government.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the case of everywhere. You can find same issues like in Brazil, where that's most of us is at. They didn't progress as much as we did, and it's worse in their case. Japan,
oh yeah, Brazil, yeah.
Issue, Haiti, so yeah.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. Haiti has a government. You get what I'm saying? Haiti has a flag. Haiti has.
They're dirt poor.
Like our people in Mexico, they just got recognized to be a census this year. Just this year, a census, the Mexican blacks.
Mexican blacks? Where? Oh, in Mexico.
In Mexico.
Oh yeah, no. We're talking about like, and so in black nations. So in like other, like in nations where we're the black majority, in the diaspora, they have like they came from a like if you see like basically everybody was kind of under, all of us were kind of under slavery, but they kind of have now like their own nations. No, they don't have the income that African Americans have, but the African Americans have that income from basically working for whites. You know, like not from like independent industry. You know?
We do have, we do have some independent industry.
Okay.
Go ahead, my man.
Yeah, but every country has some like I said. You travel, but brother, you travel. So I don't know why you even acting like you don't know. But when I was in Jamaica, I saw like instead of made in China, whatever, it was like made in Jamaica and made in Trinidad and made in you know what I mean. So it's like they have their own industry. Now usually what you do, you do the smell test. You say, hey, is this industry completely black owned? And a lot of them might not necessarily have been completely black owned. No. But, again, it's like a 90%, 99% black population. You know what I mean? Or 95% black population. So it's a definite difference than, not being black owned in America. Like basically there were black people in the top echelon, but not necessarily like wholly black. But like the potentiality was more so there, because again, like the government, because see, one of the things that we have to understand about America is that the government has a big role. It actually has like an almost absolute role over what big businesses do in America. In the sense of you have to, if you're doing business in America, you have to, well, not have to, but it's highly advised that you get a business license. You know what I mean? And a lot comes with the business license, but mainly if your income is a certain level in America and you don't have a business license, then like America would likely imprison you or fine you. But that same possible. So but the thing is that you want to apply to a government for. Like that's going to be the same thing in every country all around the world. But the difference is that if you're in Jamaica and you apply for a business, then you're technically applying for a business to black people. Whereas in America, if you're applying for a business, you're tying to it to white people. Or you're more likely to apply to it for white people who do not want you to succeed. As opposed to in Jamaica where you could, or Jamaica, not just Jamaica, but like Haiti, any country, or Nigeria, any country. The idea is that it would be black people who probably would want you to succeed. And that's the big difference.
And that to me goes into the point of us having come further in that in those nations there are black people. The entire nation is black, right? Give or take.
Yeah. Well.
And in this country we have so many people in our way attempting to prevent us from moving forward, and yet we still have managed to build businesses and exert so much influence. I would argue that, for example, right, if you have a black person that's in a non-black nation, I would argue you should have multiple multinational corporations with much more influence. Right? In these nations where they're all black, they should exert far more influence.
Well, the thing is that they do. No, that's what I'm saying. They do have multinational. Bro, they do have multinational.
Can I? It's versus a group who live in a country where 12% of it, 14% of the population. What is it that accounts for that? I'm asking you, why is it that you have such a small population that live in a country with so much adversity? How are they able to exert so much influence versus a country where there are black people and all black people in it should? Do you understand the point that I'm making?
Yeah, no. I'm saying that, yeah. See, the thing is that you're not realizing that they do have multinational businesses or in the other countries. It's just that America doesn't care. So, like what I'm saying is like, we have like in America they have Coca-Cola, right? Like as a soda brand or a juice brand or whatever. They have True Juice and like Bigger and all that kind of stuff in Jamaica. That's like you go to the restaurants. Because I was amazed when I went, because I finally went as an adult, and so I was amazed that right next to the Coca-Cola, you also had an option in the restaurants to get some True Juice or to get some Bigger, peach flavored, like bubblegum flavored Bigger or whatever, right? and you go to the store and you see all their brands, their own brands. Like they have all that. They have the light industry, whatever. They have Jamaican brands in Jamaica or Trinidadian brands in Jamaica. You know, all that kind of global trade in a sense. But you don't have those brands in America. So if you're like in America, you're gonna be looking at it like, oh, why don't they have blah blah? But that has to do with America is controlling the economics of its country, you know, and that's the problem that African Americans are going to come up against in a real sense, is that a white American is controlling the economy. You know, so whatever artificial, so the economic progress of the African American is like artificial in the sense of it's entirely based off of the white man's control.
Interesting. But what about the work that was put in?
What work was put in?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
We ain't just been sitting on our hands on this in this joint for 400. We've been putting in work.
What about it?
Those are white folks, TC. Like, okay, like Brazil, for example, there's 0 black banks in Brazil. You think we got bad? Brazil got worse. You think there's no black
Brazil's
folks?
another minority country. Yeah, Brazil's another black minority country. That's definitely true.
Yeah,
Right.
but there's like 90 million black Brazilians. They should probably progress more than us here in America. They have not.
Yeah, Black America only has like 4, like how many banks actually?
Right, but like 50 now?
54 to 50? I don't know.
But like 1/3 of the diaspora is in Brazil.
You said what?
1/3 of the diaspora is in Brazil.
Yeah. I mean, again, it depends on how you loosely define black population.
That goes to my point of us having made so much more progress, right? Being that, you know, like, right, so the Haitians, they had their land, they got the beast up off their back. They left their own devices.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean,
we still ain't got the beast off our back, but yet have been able to make, some modicum of influence in this society, and internationally. Are you suggesting that all of that is due to the white man? Are you giving them credit like that?
Well, you got to think of Black Wall Street. We were doing well with Black Wall Street, but that was destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. White people have influence, not just in America but outside of America.
Everywhere.
Yeah. So they have a lot of influence outside of America too. So technically, they would sabotage Caribbean countries as well as they sabotage, black efforts. And
I have watched Charles Show for years. I didn't think there's black people in the Caribbean because they never showed them. They always show someone white. They live in the best areas.
The truth coming out.
They live in the best areas, the best towns,
Wait, who?
the best
What?
homes. The black folks don't live in all that stuff there.
Yeah, it's the same in America.
Uh-oh.
But it wasn't Caribbeans.
Oh, shoot.
Wait, what?
Well, okay.
I'm just saying the Caribbean. I watched Charles Show for years.
You watched what? What show?
People there because they never showed them. White people live in the best areas, best lands. Now China's coming in.
Wait, what show did you watch?
Travel shows. Like it's like multiple travel shows. I've been watching for years.
Yeah.
Since I was a kid.
Yeah. White people live in tourist zones. Yeah. I mean, look, you have to. When it comes, like for instance, when I went to Jamaica, I go to country. I go to the rural area, and in the rural area, it's like no white people. But yeah, white people would go to the tourist areas. Like if you were to go to like hotels and all that kind of stuff, that's where white people would be. But they're not in the rural areas. I'm not going to say that people in the Caribbean islands are not mismanaged. I'm not going to say that there's not international pressures by like the Western countries to like sabotage black countries, because there's this if people want to know, there's this like somebody I know was promoting how the IMF needs to change its policies towards African people, because essentially the IMF is and which is led by the US, but the IMF is pretty much sabotaging or destroying African economies.
And the World Bank.
Yeah, the IMF and the World Bank, yeah. But the World Bank, I think, was led by Europe, and the IMF is led by America, or the other way around.
Same beast.
Yeah, but so that's actually going on. So like the quote unquote African Americans being sabotaged as well. But again, like I said, the difference is that he doesn't have a government. So he's kind of working on the crumbs of.
But I don't understand. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to.
Are you in the Caribbean, Europe?
Am I in the Caribbean?
No, I'm in PC.
No, PC is definitely America.
Sorry, dude. You sound you're playing from outside America.
No, I was gonna say, I don't think the way you put the argument on it, PC is right in that if you look at the relative wealth and what African Americans have achieved compared to people with whole nations of black
Whole
people,
nation.
like that comparison is notable. So Haiti, right? So Haiti made so much money that was France. France made the majority of their money off Haiti. France, Spain, the colonies. Haiti made that much money that it bankrupted France and America, and they sold, the Louisiana Purchase to them. So Haiti was, in truth, one of the economic powers of that period. I mean, there was a lot of slave labor going on, but that land can produce a lot. Right now, it's not producing nearly as much, and they have the land. Whether or not they have problems with, usurpers and stuff. I mean, we all got problems with, people trying to take over our land, but, so from his perspective, he's like, how are you telling us about us, but you have all this land and you're not doing anything?
Okay, but look, let's just make it clear though. Let's just make it clear. What happened in 1915 in Haiti?
They had a coup, right?
The United States occupied Haiti for 20 years and destroyed its economy.
Okay.
So I mean, yeah, the United States don't play.
What about Jamaica?
What about Jamaica? Jamaica just got its independence, like in 1960 or something.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What about,
Oh wait, UK.
no.
UK put them.
Yeah, Jamaica just got its independence.
I don't know. The way I see it, man, I'm not.
1962.
62? Damn.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
Yeah, Jamaica, and another thing about Jamaica too. The thing we got to realize about the Caribbean islands too is that they're actually really tiny. I know Sister's bringing up Brazil, so that makes a little more sense. But again, Brazil is another minority country, so you really can't compare. But the Caribbean islands are actually very tiny.
We're a minority. We're only 40 million.
Come again?
And we're a minority. And we only 40 million. And we don't even have a nation.
Yeah, I know, but how many people you think is in Jamaica?
I don't know.
It's like 2.7.
2.7 million. You understand? It's not even like you comparing a population of 40 million to Jamaica, which is
That's like Chicago.
yeah, exactly. Like you comparing to Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
You guys have to remember something. North America and the Caribbean was ruled by France and Britain. Latin America and below was ruled by Spain and Portugal. So when the Spanish Empire fell, that's kind of why they kind of fell on the poor side, because the economically just went downhill from them. That's why we're richer than they are down there.
Oh yeah, maybe yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like Jamaica is 2.7 million. Only Haiti's kind of big at like 10 million. You know what I mean? But like I said, Haiti was colonized by like America, so it's not even like asking why is Black Wall Street not rich anymore? You know what I mean? Like, well, duh, because it was burned down to the ground. You know what I mean? But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like even trying to blame your problems on the Caribbean population, like it doesn't make any sense when there's like 99% of the black people here in America would be Black Americans. You know what I mean? And like I said,
blame problem. What do you mean blame problem?
no, I'm just talking generally. But anyway, let me jump back to this book before this thing come too long. But I mean, it's already too long. But let me see. The line of argumentation makes it silently apparent why black neo. Oh wait, brother, but you surprised that Jamaica is that small? Oh, you knew it was that small? You there, PC? I said, were you surprised that Jamaica was that small?
I mean, 6 to 8.
Huh? I can't hear you, man. Alright. This line of argumentation makes it silently apparent why black neoconservatives who utilize it as an immediately and tightly embraced by white conservatives and are so readily and capriciously given white conservatives and right-wing ideological, media, institutional, and monetary support. Obviously, this line absolves whites and the white supremacist establishment of all historical and contemporary blame and reparative responsibility for the subordination and deprivation of blacks. Under the rationalizing regime of this argument, white-dominated society is assumed to be fairly egalitarian and benign. Its very structure and functionality are perceived as having little significant formative impact on the personal and group morals, virtues, and competencies thought to be crucial for individual and collective success. The black neoconservative establishment, with its apparent need to rationalize its lack of ethnic connectedness and identity, its refusal to acknowledge and repay its debt to black community activism, its refusal to take responsibility for helping to liberate the community from white domination, and its desire to enjoy the fruits of the good fortune bequeathed by its death of numberless black martyrs to the cause of racial justice and equality, undisturbed by the crying needs of contemporary African people, wants to convince black Americans that in America opportunity is virtually unlimited and that limitations are not inequitably imposed on them by the functional imperatives of contemporary white American racism and capitalism. We have neither the space nor time to refute the ahistorical and patently unsubstantiated idealistic arguments of the black neoconservatives. We agree with Cruz when he contends and goes on to establish that quote-unquote conservative arguments used to explain away racism or racial discrimination as the most important cause of black economic disadvantages are historically and sociologically of dubious validity, end quote. The neoconservatives seem to readily overlook the fact that even if it were absolutely true that whites no longer engaged in racial discrimination due to historical circumstances, blacks would remain disadvantaged relative to whites. This would be the case simply due to the accumulated material and socio-political, cultural benefits whites have inherited from the free labor of black slaves, from the centuries-long racial domination and exploitation of blacks. That is, even if they absolutely no longer practice racial discrimination, whites would continue to enjoy an overwhelming competitive advantage over blacks based on their near 400 years of accumulated assets alone. Moreover, neoconservatives overlook the fact that after 400 years of white racist social conditioning of blacks, of white physical and psychic violence against black bodies, minds, and souls, of all types and combinations of physical and social restraints and frustrations visited on blacks by white supremacy, that the mere removal of these conditioning paradigms and social limitations in the last 20 to 30 years would enable blacks to take full positive advantage of the alleged new freedoms and opportunities now available to them. For a tree bent by restraint since it was a sapling in its later maturity does not immediately stand straight because those restraints are rather suddenly removed. The gambler who has played with loaded dice, who had all the odds in his favor, who owns the house, who has virtually stripped his marks of all their material and social assets, does them little favor when he, for whatever reason, without justly compensating them for having cheated them before, decides to play fair with unloaded dice. This is especially the case when he still controls the house, sets the rules of the game, and plays with the huge accumulated cache of filthy lucre or blood money. Centuries of white oppression have so conditioned the emotional, social, and behavioral orientation of blacks to be compatible with white domination that even their complete emancipation from it would make it appear that they desire to remain subordinated or are innately incapable of independent existence. In fact, the physical, social, political, and economic conditioning of blacks by whites continues unabated to this moment. Black neoconservative obtuseness and psychological denial notwithstanding, blacks are yet to be emancipated from white domination and exploitation. So again, just touching on this, he's complaining about how whites did not give back the wealth that they stole, and it's like, yeah, white people are not going to give back the wealth they stole. It doesn't make any sense for them to give back the wealth they stole. It doesn't make any sense for them to give back the wealth they stole at all. From a white perspective, white people have nothing to gain in giving back the wealth they stole. nothing to gain from giving back the white race. All this stuff. So the thing is that it's a whole it's a long complaint, rant, or whatever about if the gambler had taken everybody's sterling, then they didn't, and they started to play fair, it wouldn't be fair. White people have nothing to gain from being fair with black people. And so it's not going to happen. So it doesn't make sense to critique white people on the basis of, well, you guys, even if you guys did start paying fair, it wouldn't be fair. They have nothing to gain. It is important to note that black neoconservatives generally revel in, and that's why I would say, I wouldn't take this person seriously. But of course, now it makes it seem like it's just because I'm from a small country. I'm from a small country. Oh, my parents are from a small country somewhere. I guess the size of Chicago, like you said. Because I'm from a city, a city outside of America. That's why I would be hating on this. But I would rather somebody from America said, white people have nothing to gain, instead of trying to make it seem like white people have something to gain from playing fair, or from making it so that black people can compete on their level. Which is absurd. It is important to note.
Sorry. There's a recent report that says that black people, to get the same amount of wealth as white people, they'll take 238 years.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, it's not. The thing is that I don't see black people catching up to white wealth ever. Because it's not in the interest. It's like power. I guess Frederick Douglass says, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. And the thing is that if you have wealth. I mean, put it this way. A dude was saying, white people own 99% of the land, right? In order for you to get the land, right? You have, in America, in order for you to get the land, in America, you'd have to get it from these white people. And what good would they have in giving you the land? What do they gain from that? It's just a net loss for them. And then on top of that is their country. It's different in South Africa. In South Africa, white people are not looking to give up their land neither. But the government could compel them. But white people are not. Yeah, white people are not willing to give their land. But it's not because it's technically was their country at once upon a time. But in America, it is their country. Why would they give their land to you?
Definitely it's not, but they stole that.
You said it's not their country?
Well, no, because they raped, robbed, murdered Indians and broke 300 treaties, and built trail to all that stuff. You
said because they broke their treaties with they're white people. You get here's the thing you got to realize too. When you look at the ancient world, everybody was black.
Yeah, I know that one.
So if everybody was black, then why is Europe filled with white people? Why is China filled with Chinese people or Asian people? Why is India filled with what they call Caucasians? Yeah, Indians, whatever. Why was America filled with Native Americans? If everywhere was black.
Well, everyone was black, but
war.
No,
White boy says this.
You got to figure where rice could come from.
You said what?
Everyone's black.
Where no, but that's what I'm saying. Even if you had, for instance, if you're all right, for instance, you randomly get some albinos in Africa, right? You get some albinos in Africa. Just because you got a few albinos in Africa, is all of Africa going to turn white?
No.
Okay. So how in the world you get a few albinos in Europe and all of Europe is white?
Well, remember, white folks said they're Neanderthals, and those are giants. So they are descendants of giants.
No, the Neanderthals were killed off by the Homo sapiens.
They tell you in science class from Darwin, those guys. But the true thing is they are giants. It's in the DNA. They're like alien DNA. Scientists found it. We don't have that. They do.
When you say giant, how tall are you? How big are you talking? I mean, I shouldn't entertain this, but I'm gonna entertain it. So how big are you talking about when you say giant?
Well, like 8 feet and above.
Like how much?
8 feet and above. You know, like when her in the Bible when David fought Goliath. Goliath was a giant.
Yeah, David and Goliath. I don't know if that's a real story, but I mean, I know it's not a real story, but okay. The thing with that is 8 feet. I wouldn't say 8 feet's I mean, I guess 8 feet's kind of tall. I wouldn't say it's a giant.
There have been archaeological facts of finding giants all over the world.
You said archaeological. You mean they have?
Yeah,
okay.
There's like a documentary on YouTube.
Yeah, I think the giant. I think I've heard about the giant thing, but I think they were in Africa, and I don't think they were Homo sapiens. I mean, sorry, I don't think they were Neanderthals.
No, so they found plenty here. And when the conquistadors came by, there's 4 types of Indians. The 4th type was giants.
Okay. Okay, so that's Spain's
count.
Huh?
And that's Spain's count.
Of 8 foot tall? Above 8 foot tall people walking around. I mean, look. I mean, I'm not going to say one way or the other because like.
I mean, you don't see them because they're hidden.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't. Cause I know a lot of stuff.
You don't want to.
No, I'm saying that it's plausible that there were ethnic groups that are taller. Because there are, like for instance, we know that there are ethnic groups that are shorter. So there's plausible that there are ethnic groups that are taller. I'm not going to say one way or other whether I know that sometimes a lot of people will just say things, or a lot of people just but I'm not. It's plausible, so I'm not going to dismiss it just off principle. But yeah, the Neanderthals, as far as the Neanderthals are concerned, well, the Neanderthals are from a whole different generation. Like we're talking like 40,000 years ago, I think. Oh, this brother's typing something to me. But anyway, yeah. So I wouldn't be able to say otherwise. I wouldn't be able to say. Let me just keep reading. But I mean, it's an interesting idea. But what was it? What was about the Neanderthals?
Well,
yeah, the Neanderthals. I said 40,000.
Say that. Black people don't say that. Neither does the Asians or even Hispanics. So just keep that in mind.
You said what?
White people only say they came from Neanderthals. Asians do not say that. Black folk don't say that. Hispanics don't even say that.
Oh, they came from Neanderthals.
Yeah, that's what they all say. White folks only.
Yeah.
What black person say that? Or what Asian Hispanic person say that?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that genetically they could trace some things, but not that they're like full-blooded Neanderthals, but more so that they are the descendants of like a human Neanderthal hybrid. But like the Neanderthals themselves would have been killed off, or died off. Like I think eventually they became impotent. I mean, impotent. Yeah, but it is what it is. All right, let's go to the next one. Where was I? Where again? Was it white conservative? Frustration, advantage. Oh yeah. So yeah, black people have no advantage from that. You have to be emancipated from white domination and exploitation. It is important to note that black neoconservatives generally revel in making insidious comparisons between American blacks and various immigrant groups, even black immigrant groups who have achieved economic and professional success, while native-born black Americans presumably have lingered behind. Often this putative situation is explained in terms of the cohesiveness of the other groups, their cooperativeness, willingness to work hard, thrift, family values, morals, and the like, compared to relative impairment or absence of such virtues among black Americans. The black neoconservative overlooks the fact that even if this argument could be empirically verified, it is of little primary explanatory value. People are not born innately prepared to be what their culture needs for them to be if it is to be sustained and advance itself. They must be socialized, i.e. socially conditioned, taught, trained to be the persons they must be if they are to positively contribute to the well-being of their culture, and to their own personal well-being. Members of immigrant groups have been socialized to function as they do. In light of the basic sociological fact, it is the role of the student of the Black American socio-economic behavior not to merely describe Black cultural traits by way of explaining the social conditions of blacks, but to provide a psycho-historical explanation for their evolution and presence among blacks, of the means by which these traits were and are conditioned and socialized in blacks by and within the context of the larger white dominated American society. Furthermore, it is the role of the student to analyze and explain how the traits he attributes to Black Americans, putative traits such as laziness, apathy, disunity, etc., are not only induced in them by their American experiences, apparently since they have nothing to do with the blackness, since other Black immigrants do not exhibit them, but what political, economic function they serve in the maintaining America's white-black power differential and the American racial status quo. Finally, after such analysis are completed, it is incumbent that in alternative socialization processes, social and institutional arrangements, reconstructed racial attitudes and relations be prescribed so as to re-socialize Black Americans in ways which will transform their disadvantages into advantages. These tasks the Black neoconservative ideologues have refused to undertake. Consequently, they can only present reactionary arguments in place of promulgating proactive, pragmatic,
Sorry.
Yeah, I feel you. Pragmatic programs for resolving the problems faced by Black Americans and Africans across the diaspora. Yeah, it's not really I don't really find the reading that interesting either. But sometimes you just gotta read it.
What are you reading about anyway?
Huh?
What are you reading about anyway?
What am I reading? This is the Blueprint for Black Power. By Amos Wilson.
What?
Blueprint for Black Power by Amos Wilson.
Oh.
Yeah. It's just reading to the people. Alright. Furthermore, as we alluded to in our discussion of assimilationist leadership establishments, the Black neoconservative overlooked the Indian-giving propensities of the dominant whites. That is, what they give with one hand, they take with the other. So, of course, white people should be doing, they should be doing that. Or you expect them to be doing that, to have control over the resources of another people. You want them to, that's part of what you would do if you're in charge of a nation. Or if you're engaging with another nation. You're going to have politics that give and take according to what you desire, because they're the one in power. You don't give away power. You hold power and lord it over people.
Wait, no, this is a white man's world.
Yeah, that's what the white man wants it to be.
I think everyone's tired of him being in charge.
Yeah, well, you could be tired of it, but if you're not doing anything about it, who cares? You know what I mean? Who cares? Like if you were white, would you care about Black people being tired of white people ruling? No. Because if white people aren't ruling, right, according to white people, then white people are being ruled. And why would white people want to be ruled by another people? Least of all, in America, where the majority.
If you look at their history, they've been that way since the Greeks.
Yeah.
They're the same people.
Of course.
Greeks, Rome.
Well, who should they be?
But something's wrong with them because they're erasing you from your own history. Like, I look at biblical movies. When I see Egypt, I should be seeing black folk. I should never see white people play it.
Why? Why?
Because there's no like that in history.
So?
Dude, you I don't know. Dude. What is it so for?
Why do they have to be accurate to you? If they are making a story or making entertainment for their own people, right? Why do they need to be accurate for you?
Dude, you understand? You must be around a whole lot more than I am, because you understand them completely, dude.
No, I'm not around them. No, I'm just saying, because we have to think of from a power perspective. If we were in power, right, or when we get power, are we going to be let's say we're in Africa, right? Are we going to be making films about white people and make them seem so good and great? Are we going to make films that make white people seem good and great? right?
I don't think so.
Exactly. So why would they make films about ancient Kemet, good and great people, and make them black? You understand?
Technically speaking, they don't own that.
Look,
they play the roles, but the roles don't own that.
I'll give you an example. Arabian Nights. Arabian Nights.
Yeah.
Right? You know,
Arabs.
Yeah, that's what you would think.
I know it's Arabs.
That's what you would think.
Well,
all right, even if you say they're Arabs, who were the Arabs at that point in time?
The Turks.
No, they were black Africans.
Yeah.
So they were black Africans, but when you see the story, you see Aladdin, and he's a little Arab man. Some people would even tell you that it's actually a this kind of story, like a whole other Asian group story. The point is that they retold the story and they put it as the Mustarab. They put it as these what we would call today the Arab people, right? But that's what every people do.
Technically, the Arabs were dark skinned. Some of them still are to this day.
Well, when I say Aladdin, what are you thinking of?
The Disney movie.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's what at the end of the day, that's what every people are doing. They're retelling the stories with their own people. You understand? Because even if you look at because I know you like the Bible, or the white man's Bible, right?
The white man's Bible. It's black folk.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, even you do it. Even you put the Bible in a black context. The white man put the Bible in the white man's context. Everybody's doing the same thing. And the thing is this,
the difference is it was black.
There you go.
Egypt was black.
You see?
And
there you go. So
Ethiopia, and you know,
so the white boy, exactly. So you know the white boy is going to put the story in his own ethnicity. When he tells a story, it's going to be for his own ethnicity. And even if you see China, the Chinese, if you look up China and Jesus, they got traditional pictures of Jesus in China, look like a Chinaman.
Oh, so that's not rumor anymore. That's for real now.
Well, he's supposed to be.
Oh boy. All they see can be so blue when they see a black man coming down the sky. But anyway,
if you say so.
Continue.
If you say so. Alright, where were we? Furthermore, blah, 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 blah. Whites that was constantly, give it one hand, take it the other. Consequently, even if whites decided to be absolutely racially non-discriminatory in hiring blacks, they would still maintain overwhelming competitive advantage due to the existence and practice of racial discrimination in areas pertinent to qualifications for job opportunities. For example, let us say that white-owned companies engage in absolutely no racial discrimination in the hiring of black computer scientists. Moreover, let us say that they may even give the scientists a certain number of extra credits due to the past dominatory practices relative to their white counterparts. We contend that a strong bias in favor of hiring a much larger number of white scientists would still functionally exist, not just because of their larger percentage in the population, but more tellingly because of race and class-based differences in the funding, staffing, and organization of courses in computer science, which inhere between predominantly black urban schools and predominantly white suburban schools. This structural dynamic in the education of black and whites ensures that while the blacks who make it will not be discriminated against or may be even favored to some degree, there will be relatively few of them who will qualify to receive the blessings of racially non-discriminatory employment. Ironically, it will probably be more likely under these circumstances that these black scientists who are hired and who are either unaware of the operation of the structural differentials in the education of blacks and whites, or who have forgotten these things, are so enjoying the rarefied atmosphere of racial equality, are more likely to become neophyte black neoconservatives than black scientists who perceive things differently. They are more likely argue that based on their lack of experience of negative racial discrimination in hiring, the significance of race in accelerating or retarding social mobility has drastically declined or disappeared. Now again, just to clarify, I mean, so are you familiar with JM? You familiar with Amos Wilson or not really?
Amos Wilson?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of her.
Okay, that's good because that means you're less biased than PC. But basically, but like what you see, this guy demonstrate the idea that I just said, that technically, if you are running a country, you do not want your professional class to be of a foreign blood or a foreign population.
We've been for 400 years, so.
Even so, even if you've been here for 400 years, you understand that they don't see you as kin.
Okay, so what does this person you're reading have a solution?
Who? Amos Wilson? No. That's what I'm saying. Do you hear a solution?
Well, I know you guys looking at Africa, but Africa.
Wait, you said me? No, I'm talking about. Did you hear Amos Wilson say a solution to any of this?
No, he didn't give a solution. At least not yet.
Okay, he's not gonna give a solution. And would you expect a solution from a book called Blueprint for Black Power?
Well, who wrote it?
Amos Wilson. But I'm saying, if the title of the book...
Is that a white guy or a black guy?
Is that a what? A black guy. Yeah, it's a black guy. Would you expect a solution in a book that's called Blueprint for Black Power?
Probably not, because we're still not on top as a people.
No, would you expect a solution from a book that's called Blueprint for Black Power?
No.
You wouldn't expect a solution?
I'm skeptical.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, if it's called Blueprint for Black Power, I would think that they would offer solutions. You know, because they said it's a blueprint. What's it a blueprint for? A blueprint for black. Like if something said a blueprint for a bicycle, you'd expect them to tell you how to build a bicycle, right?
Yeah. So what's this guy's solution?
You haven't
got there yet.
No, I mean, look, this is 800 pages in, and no, I haven't seen it yet. You know what I'm saying? This is the last chapter, and I haven't seen it yet. So, but this guy, people are like, yo, this is the best of the black speakers. And it's like, and then if I say I ain't hear a solution, and you didn't hear a solution either, right? If I say I ain't hear a solution, they say, oh, you just a foreigner.
So you mean tell you're close to end this book, and this dude has not given you a solution? Dude, you just waste your time.
All right. That's the unbiased opinion. I appreciate it. You know, by the way, anybody who want to join, you can join. Hey, but I appreciate it. Let's go.
I'm like, damn.
That's what I want. I like that. That's a candid response, because if you're not in the puppy love, you know, because a lot of people have puppy love when it comes to Amos Wilson. If you're not in the puppy love, you're going to see it from what it is and say, yeah, I'm not interested in this black conscious stuff, because they're talking a lot about other groups, but what's the solution they're offering? And I don't see a solution. You know, I don't have anything I can critique here. I just see a bunch of words and a bunch of rhetoric.
You mean tell you read almost 800 pages of this book and this Negro didn't tell you a single solution?
He gives solutions that would not work. Okay? That would not work. Or sometimes he would give a solution that just would not work. You know, like basic things like black people should, we should build new banks, and we should blah 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 blah. Or we should do susus. You know, they have susus and blah 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 blah. You know, that's it. So
even you look at Africa. Oh gosh, I just read okay, someone just did DUC just did a thing about Africa.
Who?
A lot of Africans like now they're kind of stuck in they're stuck in Saudi Arabia and they're being mistreated badly. Mm-hmm. And this guy, he's from America. He's asking Africans like, what are they gonna do? It's like after the war, and no response. So basically, the people in Saudi, they're being like, it's basically like they're in like a death camp, basically.
Mm. Yeah. No, I feel you.
Yeah, so it's like, I know what you guys want to come to the continent, but at the same time, you have the whole thing happening with Jacob Blake here, and where are they? So it's like, are you guys going to do anything for your people, or we're just on our own here? You mean that's why all these other people look at us as a joke.
Yeah, you say
that's war.
Who you're saying should do something for Jacob Blake? Who are you talking about? You mean like people in America?
No, the Africans. I mean, as much as we go on, like they're not. They just found out we had bills of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
They just found out. I'm like, how the heck y'all just found out about this? Where y'all been the last 400 years? In the jungles, hiding?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, I got you. You know, I mean, that's what it is.
I was shocked about that. Like, I thought they didn't know about that.
About the enslavement of Africa. That's what I'm saying. Black people, the solution for black people would be, we would need to have our own independent educational system that does teach the experiences of our people, you know, collectively and broadly, so that we would be informed about, you know, the experiences of our people across the world. Because like you know, we just had a conversation, and people weren't even sure, like people weren't even clear that Jamaica was just a tiny island, like a tiny island the size of a city in America. You know, it's not going to be an economic powerhouse compared to America because it's just 3 million people. You know, but that's what it is. It's like at the end of the day, we aren't informed about our neighbors and our neighbors' experiences, and we have to do something about that. But when it comes to doing something about that, what we have to be clear on is what kind of steps we have to take as a people. And this right here, this reading that I'm doing, unfortunately, does not touch on that. Not only does it not touch on that, but it also you know, in not touching on that, it also, like, it's just like a waste of time, you know. And this is what people are always doing. They're going into these stuff. They're 800 pages, and nothing is telling you, yeah. And instead of building these institutions that would make it so that, you know, everybody around the world would know exactly what we need to do and how to do it and where to do it. Instead of doing that, it's just telling you about the neoconservatives and so on and so forth, and saying, oh, well, we need better leaders. But, you know, that's not how you get better leaders. You know? That's just a complaint. That's just a whine. That's just a whatever. So, but yeah.
I think at this point, we should basically unite. But I don't trust the continent needs to take care of its own business. Because in the diaspora, we got our own problems. The continent needs to really get those people out the land and take it back for themselves. Us in the diaspora, we should help each other. There's 50 million of us in the U.S. We should all help each other. Brazil has like over 90 million. They should help each other. They should unite. Like, if we cannot unite in the United States, why are we going to unite with anyone else outside here? You know your people in the United States. You don't know people on the continent. You don't know people in Jamaica and other places. But you know your people in the United States. It's like, take care of your own home first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, you want to, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to say, how can you? And that's why I say about the tangibles about what we can do as a people and how we institutionalize it. Because the reality is that if you're trying to unite, you want to unite. Like, you have to have that educational background in a sense. You know, you have to have that united education in a sense. Because the thing is that reason why we could even dialogue is because we went through a similar educational process. You know, like a black person in like who went through the Chinese education system may not be able to even dialogue with you at all. You know, so it's like to a large extent, you know, education is primary towards unity, but we don't have the institutions for education, and we don't have it on any Pan-African level. So like the idea of a Pan-African organization, I mean, the Pan-African unity is almost false. You know, I would go to Nkrumah, who says, you know, unity presupposes education. Unity presupposes organization. You know, you don't have the organization, and I would even say, you know, like I would even put education there. I'll put education as something that's really important. But let me read this thing so that we could actually, you know.
You was gonna finish the book anyway, since you waste your time reading it.
Huh?
You gonna finish the book?
Well, I mean, I promised people, so, you know. Alright. The black neoconservative, like the black assimilationist, is a fanatical believer that fairy tales do come true. That the king always offers his daughter, the beautiful princess, and half his kingdom to the triumphant hero who slays the dragon. And they live happily ever after. Harking back to some of the preachments of B.T. Washington, they believe that when the black man demonstrates his worth and proves himself worthy of the white man's respect, he will be accepted as an equal in the white man's domain. and live happily ever after. This never land perspective is based on numerous faulty and completely unwarranted assumptions, central among which is the assumption that the white man will always rule a kingdom he can equally divide with his black dragon slayers, that he is inclined or compelled by nature to give away or share his daughter and his wealth with his black underlings, hero or none, that he will not take both daughters and the given half of his kingdom back should the need arise. The black neoconservative argument rests on the very dubious assumption, the one being refuted every day now, that the American economy and social opportunity system will continue to prosper and expand, will often offer abundant opportunities continuously, and therefore all blacks have to do is qualify for those opportunities. They need not worry about constructing an ethnically based, African-centered economy of their own, or worry about creating their own opportunity structure for self-employment, that they can depend on the beneficent white-dominated economic system to meet their needs if only they behave appropriately. In fact, they believe attempts to construct an African-centered socio-cultural, political-economic system would retard black acceptance in a white or multicultural world, a world, incidentally, where whites and other groups own and control their own ethnocentric social and economic systems. Black neocons have infinite faith in the proposition that other non-African ethnic groups will, in all the magnanimity, sacrifice their own ethnic interests, prerogatives, and welfare in the interest of democratic ideals and in the interest of economically raising to equality dependent and military weak Africans, just as blacks have sacrificed their own vital interests in the name of fraternité et égalité. There's absolutely no historical foundation for the genocidally dangerous guiding fiction so avariciously accepted by black conservatives and assimilationists alike.
So basically, I just gotta be a good Negro.
Yeah, exactly. But that's it's like why are you telling us this? You know, I mean, like.
Why you wrote a book? It's like I could just look at the slavery handbook for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you have a whole 900-page book or 800-page book to tell us something that it like means nothing. Like it's not going to. And the thing is that like a lot of people are not going to pick up on how he kind of says, oh well, what we want is our own. Like he says a lot of things that you think would sound good, ethnically based African-centered economy, with a African-centered socio-cultural, political, economic system, like that's what he's saying. But to do that in another person's borders, doesn't really add up. And I keep saying it.
Even if we do go to Africa, the thing is, you got those people there. The white folks didn't leave. The Arabs still control the north since they've been had that area since 700 AD. Mm-hmm. And you got the Arab slave trade. And let's see here. And now you got China coming in. So, and the common people haven't done squat. And that's worse. You're basically being imprisoned in your own continent. At least here in the Africa, we got an excuse. That's pitiful and over there.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not a real excuse. It's not a real excuse. If it's not a real excuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're trying to build yourself up in a country. It's like, okay, us in America and Europe, we're better off than everyone else. So, like, I get the OPO and go to Africa, but Africa costs money. You can't go there for free. So, the ones that can financially go are those in America and Europe. The people in the Caribbean, a lot of them don't have the money to go to. People in South America, they don't got the money to go where really. People in Central America, they don't have the money. Even people in Asia, like in India, the cities, they don't have the money. They're poor. They don't have the money to go.
So, it depends on what you mean. Like there is, like they do have.
I think Ghana's doing something, but they're like one of the few countries that's trying to make a way for the diaspora. The ones that have the most, like Nigeria and South Africa, who has the most money, that could probably make it easier. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, again, like the thing is this: Africa already has 1 billion Africans, and the reality is that you or I could go. A lot of black people who are listening can go. They are a part of that demographic, that socio-economic bracket that can make that trip. You know, so it's. I mean, even if not everybody can go, it's like me. I got the money in my like in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Like in my pocket, I got the money. You know, to just go out. So it's like I don't have an excuse. Okay, a lot of people listening don't have an excuse. There are some people who do not have money. That's true, right? But a lot of them do have the money and they can go. And when you go and you get control of and you get influence over the government or the economy, right? When you have that kind of level of influence, right? Then you can always send money back to get more people to come. You know? And that's what every people are doing. You know, like China is sending money. Like white people today are saying, like white people would tell me when I was in university or whatever, they would say they're going to go to China to teach English. You know, white people, the quote unquote rich people in America, are saying that the Chinese are offering a good income, so they're going to go to China and do that. So it's like if a country in Africa is offering jobs, good paying jobs to anybody, right? Anybody in the world is going to say, yeah, I want to go. Like Chinese people would say, yeah, I want to go. People in Belgium would say, yeah, I want to go. People in America would say, yeah, I want to go. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's like if we're about the development of our people, if we wanted our people to travel to Africa, they would. Based off of because black people in America, right? A lot of us went to the north, because it was an economical migration. You see? So it's like that's like the reality, that people do migrate based off of economic opportunity. In fact, my parents came to America because of economic opportunity. You know? So it's like that's what people do. Period. And because of that, there's not much more to say, except for that, to say, like, we have no excuse. If we want our people to do better, we would be in Africa making it so that there's an opportunity for them to do better. And you don't need all the black people to come, but you could save those if you build something in Africa, but to build something in America that could the very idea that you could build something in America to save black folk doesn't even make any sense. You know, because the economic system in America is built upon a large wealth distribution. Okay, so that large wealth distribution, a varied wealth distribution. So you're like, even the white man with all his resources and all his economic, strength or whatever, he still has a large class of white people who are poor. You know, if
you break that down, someone actually this is the wealthiest people are the Jews in America, then Indians and whites. Why, during slavery times, a lot of our slave owners were Jews, not white people. White people will understand that they could not afford us back those days. They probably were one of the guard dogs, but not as many owners as you think.
Okay, so I mean, like I said, I wouldn't know about the particular.
There's like books about it. They're just trying to keep it hidden.
Yeah.
Like Summer on now costs like $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, I can see. Like I said, I wouldn't know per se. I couldn't say, but what I could say is that, on that subject, it's, regardless of what the ethnic background is. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know, because again, like if you're saying a lot of the richest people, I don't know, but technically white, like just regular ass white people, own quite a bit of the wealth. Period. Compared to black Americans who do not own anything close to wealth. So it's like, and again, like that group you're talking about is is tiny, like smaller than Black Americans in terms of population.
Yeah.
So it's like real talk, you know, it's I would say it's almost an overestimation because they just don't they might be like 2% of the maybe like 1%, maybe like 1% of the population of America, you know, and not necessarily like exclusively the top 1%, you know, but they like I know they do figure in the top 10 rich people, but when you look at the industries they're in, you also know that for some reason Black people help them get rich. You know what I mean? Like we use Google, and we use Amazon, and we go watch the movies, you know, in Hollywood, and we use Facebook. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, you're helping them get rich if you're using Facebook. You know, so like it's not a surprise that they're rich if we are like deep on their platforms, you know, or we're in their movie theater, you know, watching their movies that they produce, you know. So like if those particular 10 people or 5 people, if they're rich, it's partly because we technically do not practice any sort of economics that would prevent that, you know. So I'm not really. Yeah, but capitalism. That's what I was saying about capitalism. Like white people cannot have like they have deep wealth distribution where, if I'm not mistaken, their poor are more numerous than there are Black people in America. You know?
Yeah, because our population size is, how much we make? Like 20%, 30%?
Your population makes what?
I'm trying to see what's the population of Black people in the United States.
Like 40 million, I think, and then the white people are like 200 million. So, like technically, we would amount to about 20%, or no, 20% of white people, if we were 1-to-1, or we were compared 1-to-1 like that. But that's the idea. It's like that's what's behind it. It's this idea that, you know, like white people cannot even raise up everybody out of poverty. So the idea that Black people with, you know, 1/100th of the wealth of white people, right, that they could use their wealth to lift up every Black person isn't even consistent with logic. If white people can't do it, how could Black people do it? Anyway, let's go. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of what passes for consciousness in the Black community doesn't make sense.
What are your thoughts on reparations?
Reparations?
Yeah, I'm curious from a Pan-Africanist perspective.
Well, it's not about. It's like it doesn't matter. I mean, obviously, most people would say, "Oh, we should get it or whatever," right? But the reality is that, again, white people don't have any gain to get from that, and 2, like the amount that's being asked of white people is so exorbitant that it just wouldn't make any sense for white people to agree to it. Like you would need for white people to agree to it, and if white people do not agree to it, then it's not going to happen in their country. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, according to the Bible, they are supposed to give wealth to Israel when they leave the lands of captivity. So, like,
you said who?
What?
What'd you just say?
In the Bible, it says, like, the Israelites, which that's what we are, when we leave our lands of captivity, because this is what it is, we're leaving with great wealth.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. You know, that's it. You know, like, that's it. It's like, yeah, it might sound good in a book, but, you know, they have to, in order to approve the distribution of funds, they have to, as a country, vote on, you know, the majority of their senators and the majority of their Congress people have to vote on a budget that further pushes a budget that's twice the size of their budget, that completely imbalances and destroys their economy. They would have to, by a majority rule of their senators and Congress people, vote on a budget that destroys their economy.
But destroy what now? Heck, look what's going on in the United States.
All right. Well, I mean, how many trillions of dollars are you expecting in reparations?
I don't know.
Well, how many trillions do you think you're expecting?
Well, based on research, I know Africa asked for almost $1 trillion in like 2000. Jamaica asked Britain like for billions.
How much do you want in America for reparations?
So for the number right now is like 15 trillion.
$15 trillion. Okay, so the U.S.
But that's what they give banks.
Okay, U.S. federal
And
budget.
They got more than that.
Okay, the U.S. federal budget in, let's do 2019, right? Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, but see, the thing is that when you go, the banks are investing in the community, according to them. Like the banks are a civil institution for them. That, so what number did you say? 15 trillion, you said?
So that's around I'm seeing in other newspapers.
Okay, 15 trillion. So the U.S. federal budget for 2019 was $4.4 trillion. Okay? So you expect them to give 75% of their budget, right? Because their budget would then be $20 trillion. So they're going to make, it's going to be a budget that's 5 times the size it was before, right? 5 times the size it was before the other year. It's money just out of nowhere. And then you expect them to give it to black people. And in giving it to black people, cause tremendous inflation, hyperinflation, to the point where white people could not afford to live in America anymore. Because, and I'll put it this way, I don't know how many millions of dollars you expect to give each person, but let's say if I have $10 million, and of course, maybe you'll say that I wouldn't get any money, but I'm just saying that, let's say as a black person, I get $20 million.
I know you're being hypothetical, but like, they give trillions of dollars to like these companies.
Yeah, okay, they're companies.
Give money to other countries every single year.
Okay, what I'm saying is this.
That would shock you.
If they give me $20 million as an individual.
No, this is like billions or trillions of other countries.
I'm saying as an individual. Wait, look at this. As an individual, they give me $20 million, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, if I go to the grocery store, what can I get from the grocery store?
What?
I can get the whole thing. I could buy the grocery store, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay, now if I buy the grocery store, right, and just everything in the grocery store and the whole grocery store itself, right? Can anybody else get any food?
No.
Okay, so now any one individual, right, can just buy the store and then nobody else could get any food, right? So what the grocery store would do is that the grocery store would raise the prices. It would say, instead of bread being, $2 a loaf, it would be $200 a loaf, or something like that, right? Just make it reasonable, right? Or $500 a loaf, okay? Now, if it's $500 a loaf, and I'm working, and I'm a white person now, and I'm working for $20 an hour, or whatever. No, sorry, $10 an hour, right? I'm working for $10 an hour. Can I afford bread? If it's $200?
No.
Okay, so basically, the economy would collapse for white people, just based off of black people getting this large amount of money, straight cash. Then why would they do that to their own people?
Unless the Most High makes them.
Huh?
They would not do it on their own unless the Most High makes them do it.
There you go.
And that's who played, so it's just kind of happening now.
I mean, it's probably not going to happen. That's all I'm saying. It's very unlikely. If it does happen, it's like you would expect, the money would become useless. The money would be useless if it were to happen.
I don't want medals. I don't want cash. I want medals if they give it, because that's valuable.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what you would think, but no, I don't. It wouldn't be that valuable. This wouldn't be that valuable. Like part of why metals are valuable is based off of the scarcity. I don't know if there's enough metals in the world. The reason why they moved from metals to begin with is that there's just not enough metals in America's possession to handle the size of their economy. You know what I'm saying? So like even the idea that they would have this unlimited supply of like they would have $15 trillion worth of metals doesn't even make sense.
Well, when they capture us, I think they probably took some valuables too from Africa.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you gonna do with those?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with those? Come on.
What do you mean?
What are you gonna do? Who's gonna get them from you?
The metals.
Yeah, I mean, there's not $15 trillion worth. I mean, I don't think there's $15 trillion worth of metals.
No, but that's that they don't split that amount again, so we're not gonna get all that. That's just split.
What split? The $15 trillion.
So like 40 million African Americans. So.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't have the metals in their possession to give.
You'd be surprised what these countries have.
Yeah, no, I would be surprised if they had $15 trillion. That's what I'm saying. I would be surprised. But all right, let me continue reading so that
I'm gonna go to sleep, man.
All right.
Let me know what you want to end.
Oh, I thought you were going to sleep.
I just said let me know how the book ends.
Oh, let you know the book ends? Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Probably no solutions. But all right.
Okay.
All right, take care.
All right.
All right, so in the face of ethnically based economic and military powers of other ethnic groups, so anybody could join now. Don't worry about it. In the face of the ethnically based economic and military power of other ethnic groups, in the face of the fact that individual achievement, success, power, influence, and self-actualization are made possible and take place as a consequence of and within a social system, a system of social relations, a system of persons and groups and institutions. By the way, just to let y'all know, it's 1:36 a.m. right now. Sure. Okay? I'll tell you, because I made a promise that I'd read it, although I probably shouldn't. Oh, he's going to go into black nationalists, though. Okay? All right. In the face of ethnically based economic and military power of other ethnic groups, in the face of the fact that individual achievement, success, power, influence, and self-actualization are made possible and take place as a consequence of and within a social system, a system of social relations, a system of persons and groups and institutions systematically interacting according to the societal and cultural commonalities, identities, commitments, obligations, reinforcements, regulations, and expectations, in face of the fact, as noted by Parenti, that while the socialization of owning class members is designed to foster class loyalties and cohesions, the socialization of propertyless moves with opposite effect, that white power is the result of white solidarity against non-whites. In the face of all these obvious facts, the black neoconservative is the consummate individualist, self-hating, ethnically irresponsible, and extremely desirous of shedding his African identity, which he perceives as a source of his suffering in the white racist-dominated world. In a world marked from time immemorial by ethnocentrism, the black neoconservative longs for an atomized individualism for himself and all other Africans, where he will no longer be judged by the color of his skin or by the content of his character. Under modern capitalism, society itself becomes little more than an impersonal arena of private interest, a people devoid of strong communal bonds, living for individuated rather than collective need, organic links dissolve before the rationalized, restless demands of the market society. Divested of functional, productive tasks and communal relations other than the necessity of having to earn money and consume, the individual often has a difficult time finding himself or herself. The need to discover who am I, a preoccupation unknown to many earlier societies. Who's he even reading? Anyway. Wait, who was he reading? Sorry guys, I'm a little tired too. Like I said, it's 1:38. I understand if everybody gotta go. I guess I gotta keep going though. The need to discover who am I, a preoccupation unknown to many earlier societies, is mistakenly treated as an interior personal matter having nothing to do with the way society is organized. Implicit in the quest for one's individuality is a dubious notion that the individual exists as something abstracted from the social matrix, apart from the web of tasks, obligations, affections, and collective relationships which give people their identities, their social meaning, and their experience of humanity and of themselves. Thus people search for autonomy and seek to free themselves from emotional dependency upon others without questioning whether such an accomplishment is, in the deepest human sense, desirable or possible. Finding so many of their social relations to be loveless, exploitive, and opportunistic, people mistakenly seek to build an individualized autarky to find liberation in a composed isolation. Yet the question remains for all groups and persons, liberation towards what? By the way, like I said, anybody could join. Anybody could join. The naive belief in and the desire for unalloyed, uncommitted, ethnically undefinable individuality by the extreme black neoconservative, for not all black neoconservatives reject race consciousness and identity, will to his utter surprise neither liberate him individually nor rescue him from the racial identity, as the phrase black conservative, note, not merely conservative, but black conservative clearly implies. Nomadic individualism will neither enhance the security of blacks nor necessarily heighten the quality of their lives. This is made clear by the fact that the rise to material well-being and prominence by a sizable class of black American professionals who haughtily designate themselves as American, or more abstractly as human beings, and the rise of power by an African ruling elite has been attended by a rapidly accelerating decline into poverty and powerlessness of the black American and African masses. So again, like I said, this right here is like the lingering effects, the lingering impact of socialism on the African discourse, in the sense of, the reality is that not just African societies in Africa, like traditional Africa, but even in America, is going to have a wealth disparity, a wealth gap between the ruling class and the ruled class. It's not going to have a parity on it. And the reality of, the black masses are now getting more impoverished while the black elite are getting money, is something that's even existing in the white societies. So the white community also has this wealth gap, this wealth disparity. And so the black conservative, for what it's worth, is saying to himself, the white man has this, but at least but we here sit back and we say, oh, we like the material success of white people. We like the material success of white people. So if we liken our success to the material success of white people, notwithstanding that the white people have a large wealth gap for themselves, larger than the black wealth gap, right? And so if the white people have a large wealth gap and we're still envious of them, then it behooves us to be condemning the black conservative for doing the same exact practice, in so much as, realistically speaking, that's all you can expect in a capitalist system. And yet, again, now some people would say, well, that's why we have to fight against the capitalist system, right? And it's like, yeah, but it's not your country. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're fighting the economy of another person's country. You don't go to China and say, you guys shouldn't run this thing how you're running it. You go to Africa and say that. Because that's where your country would be. If you could pick a country, if you can get a country, the point is that if you were to have a country anywhere in this world, it would be in Africa, or even the Caribbean islands. But it would not be in another person's country. So even critiquing, so the black conservatives identifying with the dominant culture, the dominant economic system, then that's their prerogative. And it makes a lot more sense than to critique the dominant economic culture of a country that's not yours, and think that you're actually making a valid critique. Because again, you're in somebody else's house, you're in somebody else's space. And that's why I say, you can't take this seriously as a Pan-African nationalist. You can't, because it's like, what are you complaining about? You're complaining that poverty increases for the black American, but it increases for the white American too. It's capitalism. Alright, for the neoconservative black, like the child who believes that when he closes his eyes the sun disappears, forgets one crucial and disempowering fact, that not because he refuses to identify himself as African, the ethnocentric world around him will cease to exist. Ethnocentric world around him will cease to exist. That other ethnics will no longer see him and treat him as a black, as an African. A race of self-chosen, disconnected former blacks or Africans must lose the power that can come only from connectedness, from emphatic ethnic identity, from ethnically and culturally based organization. The neoconservatives pose the problems of African Americans and their solutions in terms of personal and familial character ethics, morals, and behavioral deportment. Their concern is not with the problems of power, but with the demonstrating presumed moral and characterological deficiencies of black people with moral adjurations, idealistic preachments, and vacuous political diatribes. Moreover, since these minions of the white conservative establishment will not bite the hand that feeds them, white conservative foundations and think tanks, they dare not challenge white power with black power. Right? And again, you're not challenging white power with black power. And why would you challenge white power with black power in a white nation? You know? Like, this is not Garveyism. This is just ridiculous fantasy. This is a ridiculous fantasy. You know? And I mean, if nobody else can see it, that's fine, but I see it. So I call it out. Again, Garvey says America for the Americans, Asia for the Asians, Europe for the Europeans, and Africa for the Africans. He does not say America for the Africans. So the idea that you're going to, like, and the reason why he doesn't say it is because it doesn't even make any military sense based off of how impoverished you are and how underpopulated you are. And even if your population is growing, your wealth, they say, will take 200 years for parity, but it's not even going to. Like, real talk. They cannot present Black America with proactive proposals for African liberation and empowerment, only reactionary and accommodative ones. They achieve victory over white racism by simply denying its existence and its threat to the well-being and survival of African peoples everywhere, a threat only to be overcome by black empowerment. Black neoconservative ideology is, therefore, in the main, disempowering for African peoples. Consequently, African peoples whose fundamental ailment is powerlessness can only do themselves a vital service by rejecting it in all haste. So, black nationalist leadership. Alright, so now he's going to go into black national leadership. So, this is what I'm saying. Like, he's going to go into black nationalists, but I can't. You understand? So let's go. Black nationalist leadership. Oh, it looks like his solution is going to be a black nationalist party, which is just ridiculous. You can already tell. But that's it. Black nationalist leadership. So nationalism is an ideology of 1,000 faces. While we all may have a similar sense of what it involves, we cannot all agree on any one definition of it. As an ideological and political concept, nationalism is related to the equally unwieldy conception of nation. Rooted in the prefix nat, to be born, nation implies an entity composed of persons who are born or adopted members of a people who share a common language, territory, economic life, worldview, a set of social experiences, values, thinking, and behavioral orientations. The word nation is an abstract symbol which is evoked and utilized to elicit certain concrete states of consciousness and to legitimate numerous social actions and movements, often having very diverse aims. Verdery relates nationalism to nation in the following way. Nationalism in this perspective is the political utilization of the symbol nation through discourse and political activity. Oh yeah, see what I'm saying? Verdery. Who's Verdery? Catherine Verdery, a white woman. Whither nation or nationalism? Nation and nationalism, what are they? She's writing this in the Daedalus in 1993. So he just randomly quotes some random white woman, and he's going to later quote John Borneman. His book is called Belonging in the Two Berlins, Kin, State, and Nation. Two white people for what nationalism is, and for what black nationalism is, no less. And of course, he doesn't mention Garvey. But okay. But this is African-centered. Gotcha. Alright, nationalism in this perspective is the political utilization. So this is Verdery, Catherine Verdery. Nationalism in this perspective is the political utilization of the symbol nation through discourse and political activity, as well as the sentiment that draws people into responding to this symbol's use. Nationalism is a quintessentially homogenizing, differentiating, or classifying discourse, one that aims its appeal at people presumed to have certain things in common as against people thought not to have any mutual connections. In modern nationalism, among the most important things to have is common are certain forms of culture and tradition and specific history. Citing the work of anthropologist John Borneman, Verdery distinguishes between nationalism and nationists, the former referring to conscious sentiments that take the nation as an object of active devotion, the latter to daily interactions and practices that produce an inherent and often unarticulated feeling of belonging or being home. Of the central basis for assuming a sense of nation may be ethnicity. Ethnicity, the sense of common descent, whether real or imputed, especially when validated by generations of common historical experience and when allied with nationalism, has been the most potent force in people's attempts to achieve self-determination, to struggle against domination and exploitation by alien peoples. Nationalism, undergirded by the sense of nation, provides the basis for mutual support, solidarity, identity, structure, and cohesion to a people who otherwise may feel atomized, insecure, vulnerable, bereft of stabilizing norms, values, and affirmative social relations. Through nationness and nationalism, the individual transcends his existential aloneness and shares in the much broader virtues and powers of the group. His power and that of the group of which he is a member are one. The power of a group amplifies and extends the power of its individual members. Nationalism has been used by nation-states to facilitate the consolidation of a distinct people and territory, as well as to create colonies and empires. Conversely, it has been and can be used to overthrow colonial and imperial domination. Nationalism creates a collective, focused power which enables a people to achieve ends which, as separate individuals pursuing their own unrelated self-interested ends, they could never achieve. The power generated by nationalism is the bane and harbinger of destruction to those who wish to establish and maintain imperial control over other peoples. This is the main reason it is defamed vociferously by imperialistic peoples and the nation, despite the fact that it is the main instrument of their own domination of other people and nations. Nationalism is often cataclysmically brought into active resistance by oppression. As an instrument of power, it is often logically chosen as a means of overcoming oppressive and repressive conditions by a people who perceive themselves to be oppressed by another. Such is the case in regards to black peoples and in regards to black nationalism. So maybe he might not actually be against black nationalism, but we'll see. Nationalism is a double-edged sword. It can be wielded as a tool of oppression by cohesively organized people or nation-states, such as those of Western Europe, who use it to impose their exploitative rule over many non-European nations and peoples, or by white Americans to enslave and otherwise dominate black Americans. It can also be used as a tool to organize and oppress people, nation-states, to best achieve their liberation from oppression and or achieve sovereignty or self-determination and to gain control of a national territory. While the nationalism of some people or nation-states may be evoked and utilized to realize some racial sense of superiority or manifest destiny, or to motivate one group to commandeer and exploit the resources of another, the nationalism of some peoples or nation-states is evoked and utilized to liberate themselves from their oppressive exploitation by imperialistic peoples or nation-states, to increase and realize their inherent socioeconomic potentials without necessarily implying that they are racially superior to or intend to dominate other people or other states. The informer nationalism intends to achieve or maintain national self-determination while denying this status to others insofar as it is able to do so. The latter nationalism intends to achieve and sustain national self-determination while not engaging in imperialism by denying autonomy or independent nationhood to others. Thus, nationalism by definition and intention is not a monolithic concept, and therefore all nationalism are not the same or all equally racially or politically pernicious or counterproductive as some Eurocentric and liberal intellectuals and government spokespersons would have us believe. Okay, so here's the trouble. Like again, he's not displaying an understanding of what he's saying. Okay? Nationalism as practiced. So the thing is that if white people are the majority in America, then your practice of nationalism in America is going to be imperialistic in the sense of it's going to be you having autonomy over white people. You understand? Now, if you're limiting this government in a sense to black spaces, like to places where black people are majority, which is fine on the surface, but the reality is that you're still going to be under the white man's government, right? Or if you aren't under the white man's government, then you're expecting the white man to forfeit the wealth that's generated by you, that he essentially had the right to exploit, in so much as you are in his nation. You understand? Like he would have that right in the sense of he had the military victory. You see? When you have the military victory over a people, then yes, you technically have license to do whatever you want to those people. Unfortunately. And the idea that white people would just forfeit that, like, just because it's the wrong thing, and it is the wrong thing, but the idea that white people would just forfeit it because it's the wrong thing is absurd. You know, I tell you guys what white people's quote is, which is, well, there's two quotes that you got to understand about white people. One is, war doesn't tell you who is right. No, war doesn't tell you who is right. War doesn't decide who is right. War decides who is left, right? But not just that. One thing that white people used to say when I was younger is that if you said you wanted something to happen, and they would say, okay, you in what army? Like, you in what army is going to make this thing happen? As to say that what makes things happen is military force. If you do not have the military force, then yes, they're going to exploit you. If you can't defend yourself, why would you think that you would be defended? So again, a lot of this, talk, a lot of this talk of, oh, well, we want to have nationalism, we want to have our own nation in America, our own government in America. Okay, the moment you say that you're not going to be paying taxes while you're in America, right? You done already lost your mind. As far as the white man's concerned. As far as the white man's concerned, you done lost your mind. And not just that, you're going to take his land. I mean, again, you look at the Native Americans, right? They would have reservations where they don't have to pay taxes. But you think that if they were building up a military, America wouldn't step in? America stepped in on Grenada. Under the pretext, oh, Grenada's probably, Grenada's doing something. You understand? It's just they visited Grenada quite a few times to see if they were building a military base. You understand? So they then killed Maurice Bishop and installed their own puppet, if you will, right? And they did that in Grenada. But the question is, why would they not do that in America? If they would do that in Grenada, another country. Again, it's common sense. And there's no excuse not to have it. There's no excuse for Amos Wilson to not bring up Grenada. Instead of these white people defining nations and all that. But we'll continue. Yeah, so he says, Eurocentric intellectuals. And then what is he? Come on. Black or African nationalism is one of the second variety. Nationalism of liberation and self-determination. So you're going to have self-determination in another person's land. And you're still paying taxes to them. And they still have the right to arrest you. Or are you saying that they will no longer have the right to arrest you? And you can do whatever you want in your own country. And you can make your own national decisions, international decisions. You could invite the Russians to do this. And you could invite the Chinese to do that. You think that's going to happen? You think that's going to happen? Come on. Like I said, this is not, you can't take this seriously. You can't read this and take it seriously. Some of you are, it sounds good if you're not really thinking. Like if it's the first book you ever came across, or if you just came from a bunch of dunces like Tariq Nasheed and them, then sure, you might be like, you know what, this is a good ass plan. Like, this is what I want to hear. I'm tired of hearing those other people. I want to hear this, right? But yeah, but if you are critically thinking, you're going to say to yourself, this is some dumb shit. This is not it. Alright, so let's see. Black or African nationalism is the second variety. A nationalism of liberation and self-determination, not of conquest and domination. It is premised on the precept that blacks as a people should not be the subjects of another people, nor should they subject other peoples. The black people and nations should exercise their full rights to develop and utilize their material, human, and spiritual resources primarily for their own benefit and well-being, and for the benefit and well-being of others as they see fit to do. They view their personhood and humanity, their nationality and ethnicity, as equal to that of any and all other peoples or persons or people, that they are not the inferior of others and are not destined by God or man to exist in the forced servitude to others. And when and if and for however long they may be willfully subjected to the domination of others, they are commissioned by their inalienable right to freedom as human beings to resist such domination and overthrow it as soon as humanly possible. This is the bedrock credo of black nationalism today, as it manifests itself in the United States of America, across the diaspora, and in the world. To paraphrase Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the African is born free. To paraphrase Jean-Jacques Rousseau, another white boy, the African, I'm pretty sure it's a white boy, I don't know actually, but it sounds like it is. The African is born free, but he is everywhere in chains. Throughout this volume, and in hundreds of volumes and papers scattered throughout the globe, we have chronicled the material sufferings and political vassalage of Africans at home and abroad, the largest proportion of these situations wrought by the hands of alien peoples. However, a crucial and substantial proportion of African suffering has been and is wrought by their own hands. Black nationalism recognizes the power of African people to achieve liberation and self-determination lies within their grasp. African liberation and self-determination will not and cannot be willed or given to African peoples by non-African peoples. They must be won through the self-sustained exercise of power generated by Africans themselves. The primary tool used by black African nationalists in breaking the mental chains of subordination of African people to other people are historical and cultural rearmament. Oh, look at that. The primary tool used by black nationalists and African nationalists in breaking the mental chains of subordination of African people to other people are historical and cultural rearmament. Okay? So he's just saying you gotta learn history and culture. Black nationalism recognizes that European people's domination of black people has been primarily achieved and maintained by their stringently clever falsification of the consciousness of black people, by their conditioning of oppressed blacks to believe in self-defeating, self-destructive ways. This falsification of African consciousness and the related conditioning of African misbehavior, combined with the material and social deprivations imposed on Africans under the aegis of European economic and military prowess, describes the fundamental context of African Americans and Pan-African socioeconomic, sociocultural subordination and physical peril. These conditions must be hastily and soundly rectified if Africans in America and the world over are to survive and prosper in freedom. Right? So yeah, you expect freedom in America. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. You know, nobody, like why would you, and the thing is that you want freedom on a global sense. You want the black population to be more free than the white population. And white people are just going to sit by and let that happen. Meanwhile, you know, like the system was brought up, you know, like Black Wall Street never happened. So black cultural nationalism, while there have been very notable attempts to address the material or economic deprivation of blacks and the powerlessness these conditions breed, especially attempts by the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, so he finally mentions Garvey, and the Nation of Islam, under the leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm X. The bulk of the attention and energy of black nationalists have been focused on the rectification of falsifications of African history and culture. Efforts in this regard on this part of many prominent past and contemporary black nationalists have been referred to as black cultural nationalism, in contrast to what we might refer to as black economic nationalism. The reader should keep in mind that these nationalisms are not by any means mutually exclusive, but are merely a matter of emphasis, having important consequences nevertheless. Cultural nationalists seek to restore in African people a knowledge and practice of their true history and culture, mainly through education and the use of various cultural art forms. They generally believe that the Cultural Revolution must necessarily proceed or as a form of political revolution and presumably economic revolution. Black cultural nationalists believe that black people must free themselves culturally before they free themselves politically. Black nationalism as ideology is based on the belief that black people in America constitute a cultural nation. By the way, if anybody wants to come on, or even another day, because obviously it's 2 a.m. now in my time zone, anybody wants to come on even another day, you know, talk about anything, you know, you got it. You got it. Proceed or as a form of political revolution and presumably economic revolution. Black cultural nationalism believe that black people must free themselves culturally before they free themselves politically. Black nationalism as ideology is based on the belief that black people in America constitute a cultural nation. Right? The impact of resuscitated African and black American history and culture has been remarkably significant in cultural revolutionizing the mind, conscience, and behavior of many in the black community today. The growing acceptance of the ideology of Afrocentricity, black or Africana studies, African-centered and multicultural curricula, proliferation of African study groups, African-centered seminars, forums, conferences, and lectures, the establishment of African cultural institutions, the growing enactment of African-centered socialization practices and social rituals, the increased consumption of African-styled items, products, art artifacts, and wearables, the tremendously expanded trade and readership in Black American and African-centered books, literature, brilliantly attest to the effectiveness of cultural nationalism in reorienting and reconfiguring the consciousness and cultural attitudes of many in the African national and international communities. Let us hasten to add that black nationalism has always had a significant constituency in the African American community. This constituency tends to expand during periods of crisis and to contract under the heavy-handed influence of combination of state welfarism, concessional white liberalism allied with black assimilationism per organization like the NAACP, the National Urban League, and other civil rights organizations, and perhaps better economic times. Cultural nationalism has to a measurable extent even penetrated the consciousness of the traditional civil rights leadership. The tentative embrace of the Honorable Louis... Like I'm saying, he has the benefit of 1998, and he still calls these people honorable. All right. Louis Farrakhan, who hates Africa and African people. You know, basically like African features, African physical features, like kinky hair and broad noses and all that. He hates that, but whatever. And so does Elijah Muhammad. And Elijah Muhammad was like a colorist to the extreme. The tentative appraise of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan by the head of NAACP, Ben Chavez, since deposed, and by other assimilationist leaders and some leading ministers in the institution of black church seems to indicate that the message of black nationalism is being listened to. If not put into practice by black establishments, was not so long ago patently disavowed as preachment. So contemporary black nationalism, absence of organization, creed, and plans. The relatively remarkable success of cultural nationalism in the changing the cultural consciousness and taste of a sizable segment of the African American community simultaneously highlights its crucial success, failings, and vulnerabilities. The cultural success of cultural nationalism has not been paralleled by black social, economic, and political success. While the cultural indoctrination of black America moved apace, the social disorganization and deterioration... Let me actually go grab some water. Hold on a second. I'll get back. I gotta get some water. Doing the most. All right, can you hear me? Let me make sure. All right. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, the cultural success of cultural nationalism has been paralleled by black social, economic, and political success, while the cultural indoctrination of black American moved apace, the social disorganization and deterioration of the black urban community easily outpaced it. Okay. While the cultural indoctrination, the monopolization of the black community's economic infrastructure by alien groups has been astoundingly rapid and gripping. Unemployment in the black community has reached Great Depression levels and continues to rise. The political clout of the African American community has diminished and is increasingly neutralized by the growing political and economic clout of other minority groups. All of these events, along with others already discussed, have converged to disempower black America. In the face of this and other indicators, we must conclude, therefore, that cultural nationalism and black nationalism in general have not yet been able to convert black and African cultural sentiments, black and African history, culture, and pride into tangible black power. In this instance, it has reached essentially the same impasse as that reached by the assimilationism and the black neoconservatism. They all have been unable and are unwilling to convert the ideological achievement into programmatic, tangible, bankable, political, economic imperatives for Africans in the Americas and across the diaspora. Relative to black nationalists, there are numbers of important reasons for this situation. We shall now list a few of the most important ones. So again, this is what I would say is like I said, you cannot, if you are a Pan-African nationalist, a real Pan-African nationalist, you can't read this and take this seriously. Because You know, and I just go back to the title all the time so that I can justify the title. But but the reason why you can't take it seriously is because, you know, like power is in the nation. Okay? The power in America is the American government, the American nation. Okay? The reason why all these corporations are financing the American government is because the power is concentrated in the government. Okay? Everywhere in the world you go, the power is concentrated in the government. Okay? It's the government that settles the disputes. It's the government that settles the arguments. Everywhere you go in this world, the power is concentrated in the government. So there is no decline in power. There's no converge to disempower Black America. There's no disempowering of Black America. Okay? There's no, oh, you know, we're going to, you know, we have to find some way to get more Black power. You know? It's not happening. The power of America, like there's no Black power in America if there's no Black government. You see? And this is why I said, you know, you're reading this book and it's like this brother doesn't even understand this basic concept of power. And yet the book is called Blueprint for Black Power. And this is a basic concept of power. And it's not being understood. And the thing is this, you're sitting wherever you are, you're sitting at home and you're listening to me, and you know you don't want to agree with me. But you know what I'm saying is true. You go to China. Who has the power in China? If not the government. You go to Germany. Who has the power in Germany? If not the government. You go to UK. Who has the power in the UK? If not the government. France. If not the government. Nigeria. If not the government. So you finally come back to America. And then you're saying, oh, we're getting disempowered. Even though you're not even in the government. Alright. So reactionary, compensatory, blackness, and Africanicity. The black nationalists have rightly responded to Eurocentric, white supremacist assaults on the collective body, mind, soul of African people. However, their response has too often involved a reactionary obsession with demonstrating the equality of African humanity, the primal and extraordinary accomplishments and qualities of African history and culture, while re-educating the African community about its true history and culture and the true nature of white imperialism and racism. Contemporary black nationalism has demonstrated inadequate concern with organizing effective means of overthrowing political economic oppression of the community by whites and other ethnic groups. So he's saying overthrowing. You're going to advocate the overthrow of white people in their own country. And then you wonder why they would kill you. You know? Because again, they did kill this guy. As far as I understand, they killed the guy in the hospital. He went to their hospital and said, hey, my name is Amos Wilson. And they said, okay. And then he just never got out of the hospital. You understand? But what do you expect? You see? What do you expect? So you're going to overthrow these white people in their own country. And then what happens after? After you overthrow them, what happens? Who's going to go in power? If they're the majority, who's going to go in power? You? And they're just going to sit by and let you go in power over them. Why are they including you in this post-revolutionary power structure? When you're the minority with no wealth. And you done overthrew the last government. If you were to overthrow America internally, it would try to reform itself. You understand? Like the war would have to be very long-standing, like decades, or over a decade, and in this war, at the end of it, you would still have a powerful white nation right beside you that would eventually overtake you again. Huey Newton's critique of cultural nationalism still seems apropos, even if a bit overstated, The cultural nationalists are concerned with returning to the old African culture and thereby regaining their identity and freedom. In other words, they feel that an African culture will automatically bring political freedom. We believe that this somewhat magical thinking, while of utmost importance in restoring the critically wounded African ego to vital health, has retarded the equally important ability of the nationalists to provide the political rationales, theories, developmental plans, working organizations, and systems to enable African people to regain their sovereignty and to enhance their well-being and standing in the world. So again, now I don't know if he means African people in America or African people in general to regain their sovereignty, but if it's in America, it's ridiculous. I would say this, he quotes Huey Newton, of all people, right, against the cultural nationalists, but yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. This one might actually be interesting. So, military retreat. So he's saying there are different solutions, and this is one of them. Military retreat. The critique originally leveled against cultural nationalism by Robert Allen still holds true for an important segment of the nationalist community. Allen, correctly points out that the belief that the black culture and art and the mere individual and group reclamation of African culture and identity alone will somehow bring about a revolution has allowed a passive retreat into blackness on the part of some of those who call themselves revolutionaries. He goes on to say, these so-called black revolutionaries measure their militancy by how much black awareness they have or how bad they can talk. Verbal militance thus replaces action, and the net result is passive non-resistance to oppression. Black culture becomes a badge to be worn rather than an experience to be shared. While fully supportive of the need for a deepening awareness of black culture and history and the absolutely crucial role it has and does play in motivating and shaping black activism and the politics of African liberation, we concur with Allen when he cautions that cultural nationalism can become a retreat into reaction if it is not firmly incorporated into a revolutionary political movement. Right? So he's just critiquing black nationalism for some reason. A paucity of intellectual vision. So again, that's what I was going to say. So he's making all these critiques about black nationalism, but doesn't have any solutions for it. So he's like, they don't have a revolutionary movement, and we believe this is a magical thinking that retards are equally important of nationalists to provide. The nationalists should provide political rationales, theories, developmental plans, working organizations and systems. Is he doing any of this? He's one of the most popular nationalists, even of his time. He's a very popular nationalist, even of his time. And yet, he's not doing any of this stuff. But he's critiquing the nationalists for this. A paucity of intellectual vision. Black nationalism is ideally a mass or movement, or people's movement. It seeks to encompass the African masses and involve them intimately in their own liberation from oppression and in the determination of their own political destiny. The chief opponents of black nationalists has traditionally been bourgeois, assimilationist, liberal, and conservative intellectuals, both black and white. The people-orientedness and anti-bourgeoisism of black nationalism and supporters has bred in many of its influential leaders a paralyzing ambivalence towards an often overt contempt for intellectuals and intellection or theorizing in general. This is not to say that black nationalists have no positive regard for intellectuals, for there exist highly regarded nationalist intellectuals, both past and present. In fact, on the whole, the most popular nationalist intellectuals tend to be those who most effectively expose the nature, history, and perniciousness of white racism, who present a history, cultural anthropology, and socio-psychological characterization supportive of the flattering to the collective and individual egos of African people. While these types of intellectuals are justifiably popular and honored in the work they do vitally necessary of African liberation, the place and role of intellectuals who cover other concerns vital to African liberation have not been productively recognized or reinforced by the black nationalist movement as a whole. The overwhelming popularity of charismatic intellectuals, and this is what I'm saying, he's complaining about charismatic intellectuals, and what is he? And he's going to probably talk about, how we need more STEM. Is he STEM? Anyway, the overwhelming popularity of charismatic intellectuals whose acclaim is basically found on exposés of white racism and racist depravity. What is he doing? All right. And on flattering or uplifting portrayals of African history and culture, has unwittingly operated at the cost of submerging black nationalist intellectuals who pursuit of broader visions for African people are future-oriented, pragmatic, and concerned with dealing directly with the contemporary reality of African life in the Americas and across the diaspora. The critique Cruz made of the role played by intellectuals in the civil rights movement, that this movement is at an impasse, this movement is an impasse precisely because it lacks a real functional corpus of intellectuals able to confront and deal perceptively with American realities on a level that social conditions demand, applies equally to the current nationalist movement. The same can be said with regards to the global realities confronting African people worldwide. Nationalists must recognize nothing is more practical and powerful than broad, solid intellectual perspectives and theories drawn from a broad array of knowledge, experience, and thought, even some of which may have been developed by the imperialistic Eurocentric establishment. Perspectives and theories inextricably tied to creating the social practices which will actualize the hopes and visions of the people. So he's just saying that, oh no, they have so much intellectuals who are just not really future oriented, and it's like this is him. This is him. Just 2 more pages. 4 more pages. I don't know, but it's a few more pages. I'm holding up. Well, yeah. Lack of definition and organization. So he says lack of definition and organization. Doesn't provide an organization, but he says we have a lack of organization. He's a leader, and he's complaining about organizations. We have written of black nationalism as if it were a clearly defined creed propagated by an organized group of dedicated advocates and activists. That this is most certainly not the case is black nationalism's greatest failing. The actual empowerment of black people under the banner of a black nationalism cannot occur as long as the 2 main ingredients necessary for power, definition and organization, are missing or underdeveloped. Obviously, black nationalists and nationalistic organizations functionally exist, but the absence of a consensually clarified set of goals and a working, well-coordinated system of interdependent nationalist organizations makes impossible the conversion of ambiguously defined nationalist sentiments into a powerful political, economic, cultural movement. Such a movement must become the vehicle for liberation and racial ascendancy of African people in the world of the 21st century. Even if nationalist motives and purposes were perfectly defined and matched, black power would still prove elusive without organizational appropriateness and a sufficiency of human and material resources. The past and present popularity of black organizations and groups points to broad support in the African community for black nationalist ideological values and goals. Today, the black nationalist-oriented Nation of Islam leader, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, has a large national, international, and personal following, exerts broad appeal and influence in the African community as measured by his ability to draw very large crowds and assemblies. He without doubt is one of the most popular platform speakers today. There are a sizable number of lesser-known nationalists who are held in high esteem across broad segments of the national international African community. However, all this is without broad agreement on purpose and without a unified nationalist organization. So look, again, if you have this knowledge of, we should have an organization, we should have why? Where is your organization? And the reality is this too, that no other people are expected to have an organization that is interconnected to other organizations. You know what I'm saying? Like that's interconnected with every other organization on the planet. Like for instance, I'll give you an example. PETA is a white organization, right? It's an organization with a definition and all that. It's an organization among the white people. And then you have NRA, National Rifle Association, another organization. PETA and the NRA aren't really connected, except for that they're connected to what? The U.S. government. The super nation, the supra organization, the nation, is what would connect PETA with NRA. Okay? The thing is that if black people are supposed to have a nation. If they don't have a nation, then the whole idea of their organizations being connected for some reason doesn't even make any sense. Again, if you are reading this and you understand things, you realize that what you're reading is nonsense. You can't take this seriously. You can't. Going back to the title, you can't. So despite their declining relevance as a leadership establishment and this empowering logic of their ideologies, the national scope of their organization has permitted the assimilationists to set the agenda, frame, and shape the political, economic, cultural issues of the African American community. In sum, while the assimilationists advocate ideological orientations and programs that have proved not only to be patent failures in certain vital areas, but concretely injurious to the broader economic needs and interests of African people. They are organized. They also have white liberal organization monetary support, while the black neoconservative are the recipients of white conservative organizational monetary support. The black nationalist leadership establishment, which advocates a popular and empowering ideology, is largely bereft of the organizational infrastructure which would allow it to garner the monetary and political support of its many supporters, sympathizers, and would-be followers. And it's like, yeah, I told you how you can do that. You can do the ties thing. But again, I wouldn't like, again, this is not serious. This isn't serious. America as the vanguard, or America as a political ground for liberation, if you will, isn't a serious endeavor if you're not liberating Africa first. It's not. Let's go. So I think it's like only 2 more pages, because that's what he does. He like writes a whole bunch of pages, and then he goes like the last 2 pages are his quote unquote solution. So his solution right here, I guess, is a black nationalist party. Right? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. But then again, I'm coming from the organizing background of the Freedom Party. And like I said, when it came to the Freedom Party, the Democrats themselves sabotaged it. And it makes sense. Like I told you earlier, the Democrats are trying to make a one-party country. Okay? They're trying to make a one-party country. The Republicans are trying to make a one-party country. Okay? When you have a one-party country, like that's the goal, a one-party country. All right? They're not gonna allow you to have a party. And even if you had a party, you couldn't really influence on an international level. You know? I mean, sorry, on a national level. You couldn't have influence on a national level. You could have it on a local level, but on the local level, you're asking the Democrats, because the Democrats usually have the black cities, right? You're asking the Democrats to forfeit their power to black people. You're asking. And remember, the Democrats run the elections. The Democrats and the Republicans run the elections right now. You expect them to sit by as you take the power from them, to even run the elections. Yeah, okay. Alright, so a black nationalist party. To be maximally powerful and effective, the nationalist movement must first officially and organizationally establish its existence and reason for being. It must organize a national political party, an economic system with a solid, well-trained, and informed, well-organized base of grassroots locations on its local, state, regional, national, and international levels. On these levels, and especially on the national and international levels, the nationalists must replace the assimilationist and neoconservative organizations as the primary and legitimate leader on behalf of the African American community. They must provide the community with a viable, workable plan. It's just all rhetoric. It's just rhetoric. It's like, yes, I would love this if I only liked rhetoric. We must make an economic plan. We must form a political party. But how are you going to do that? And why? And how? How are you going to do that? Like I said, I was there. I sacrificed my time and energy to make it happen. And then what we learned. Look. I'm gonna tell you straight up. What we learned was the police count the votes. You understand what I just said? If you work at the poll site, you know, I've done that, you know, a handful of times. If you work at the poll site, you know that at the end of the polling site, you know, at least in New York, at the end of the polling site, at the end of the polling day, the police collect the ballots. Nobody else does. The police collect the ballots. So now you're telling me that you think that the police are going to allow you to have a fair election where you essentially become the mayor, you as a black nationalist become the leadership of the police department? As a black nationalist, you become part of the party that's deciding how the ballot is spread out. You know, how the gerrymandering goes to the point where you could gerrymander white people out of power. You expect that to be the case? You think white people are that stupid? Again, like I said, this is not a deep understanding. This is not an understanding of like I said, you can't take it seriously. You can't. Okay? On these levels, and especially in the national, international level, the nationalists must replace the assimilationist. Oh yeah, I think right there. They must organize a black. Let me see. Okay. It must organize a black-based political economy which will assume control of the internal communal markets of the basic. They must provide the community with a viable, workable plan for economic development based on a mixed economy of primarily cooperative, self-help economic institutions and collective enterprises, corporate and proprietary businesses. A black nationalist party must provide the training, know-how, and personnel with which to organize the black community nationally. It must organize a black-based political economy which will assume control of the internal communal markets of the community and which can successfully penetrate and effectively influence the national and international marketplace. The Black Nationalist Party must become the primary political arm of the African American community, its chief negotiator with other mainstream and third-party organizations, the principal agency of forming coalitions with other groups, all in furthering the vital interests of the community and protecting the physical, socioeconomic, and socio-cultural integrity as mandated by the community. By the way, I think I missed out on the opportunity when PC was here earlier to say that even though I'm critiquing Amos Wilson, I critique people on the continent too. I critique people on the Caribbean too. So it's not like a real, legit, like American bias. You know, I'm just a critical person. You know, but like I back it up. If you're listening this far, you know I back it up. Now I don't know how you wait pause, but well hopefully you ain't listening this far now. But but what I'm saying is like yeah, you know I'm showing you that this is nonsense. I'm explaining to you that this is nonsense. But whatever. Parallel institutions. A major problem a nationalist party must face in becoming active, accepted, and supported by the people is its legitimacy. That is, it must exist and act in accord with the consent of the people, according to rules, rituals, traditions, and cultural values established by the people. It is only when a nationalistic party is perceived as morally and materially legitimate by the community that it can accomplish the mission it will assign to complete by the people. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, basically, you see what he's saying. Now, to a significant degree, the legitimation of a black nationalist party rests on its ability to arrive at a definition of the vital socioeconomic interests and goals accepted to the African community, and a demonstration that is capable of realizing those interests and goals in terms of its organizational know-how. Now, I don't actually know how people still on here, because it's 2:30 a.m. where I'm at, so y'all either fell asleep and got me still on, or but keep up the encouragement. Alright, to a significant degree, the legitimation of Black Nationalist Party rests on its ability to arrive at its definition of a vital socioeconomic interest and goals acceptable to the African community, the demonstration that it is capable of realizing these interests and goals in terms of its organizational know-how. In tandem with its own legitimation process, a nationalist party must, to a significant degree, delegitimate its rivals as representatives of the people. While we cannot in this space discuss the... Look, he got one more page, the last page of his book. And he's like, well, we don't have enough space. And it's an 850-page book. And he's not going to... Come on, you can't take this seriously. While we cannot in this space discuss the number of ways this delegitimation process can be approached, let us say that in general it involves the clear pointing out of the inability of its political rivals and the powers that be to adequately define and satisfy the needs of the people. Moreover, the nationalists must clearly demonstrate how current government policy and the policy of their rivals are actually injurious to the people's interest and well-being. And again, like I said, I don't remember how many people... Actually, let me look it up. Let me look up how many people are below the poverty line in America. Okay? That's a very important question. Below poverty line. How many are below poverty line in the U.S.? Okay, good. 38 billion people... Sorry, 38 million people were poor, and Okay, 1.4 million fewer people in 2017, but about 1 in 8 Americans still live below the poverty line. And the poverty line is $25,000 for a family with 2 adults and 2 children, right? So you got 38 million people, 38 million people, which is almost the number of black people in America, right? Let me see how many people in black America. How many black Americans there are. How many black Americans? So black Americans are about 47 million. So basically 38 million is like almost, it's not really close to 47 million, but you could see that they have this amount of millions of white people that are below the poverty line. And most of them are going to be white people, right? And you want them to, before they provide for their poor, provide for you. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, the very fact that there are black people who are wealthier than white people. Like, over 50% of black people are wealthier than the poverty line, if you will. Right? If that be the case, right, white people think you're doing good. You're doing better than you should, as far as they're concerned. Alright. In tandem with the legitimation process of Nationalist Party must, to a significant degree, delegitimate its rivals. Moreover, the Nationalist Party must clearly demonstrate the policy of their rivals. So they're saying the policy of their rivals actually injurious to the people's interest and well-being. Come on. Why would it be injurious to the people's interest and well-being if clearly they themselves have a huge poverty problem? You understand? They themselves have a huge poverty problem for their own population. So what are they worried about your population for? And you're going to be like, oh, you don't represent me, so they're going to forfeit their power? They don't give a shit. Come on. You think they're going to just sit by and forfeit their power? Nationalists must clearly demonstrate, yes. And if a black nationalist party is to delegitimate the assimilationist neoconservatives in the white power structure, as well as reduce their capacity to structure the desires, thoughts, and behavior tendencies, dependency relations, and common interests of the black community in their selfish interests, then it must imaginatively develop and actuate an alternative set of rules and social relations, create exclusive autonomous institutions and spaces protected from the influence of the powers that be, that can counteract the institutions and social power relations of the dominant power structure. To achieve the necessary credibility, so this is the last paragraph. To achieve the necessary credibility and support, it must attain its order. It's a long paragraph, by the way. It must attain in order to be accepted as a community's legitimate representative party. A black nationalist party must prove itself capable of resolving important community problems. For example, a well-organized, highly regarded, and trained nationalist party, by very significantly helping to reduce the ravages of drug abuse and miseducation, would undoubtedly gain the gratitude and support of a beleaguered black community. Black nationalist cultural institutions, which through manhood and womanhood training and rites of passages can vary. Oh, so that's the first African-centered thing I was heard to see, which is rites of passages. Can very significantly help to curb violence, teenage pregnancy, school dropoutism, adolescent incivility, and the like, which undoubtedly gain legitimacy as the true representative of the people. If a black nationalist party can protect against police brutality, can institute African-centered schools and cultural programs which markedly enhance the academic and cultural development of black children, can demonstrate the capacity to establish and maintain successful commercial enterprises against fierce competition from other ethnic groups, and the like, its legitimacy and community support will be assured, and its ability to focus and wield power, black power, decisively in the interest of black people and humanity multiplied in manifold. Black people and humanity multiplied manifold. However, these laudable ends cannot be achieved unless and until black nationalists are organized through conventions, conferences, strategy, and training sessions on the national, state, regional, and local levels. This party must be organized under a ratified constitution with a workable system of checks and balances and a clearly defined order of election and succession to office. Above all, wait, look, you see this? This party must be organized under a ratified constitution with a workable system of checks and balances Look, this guy's gonna have a whole freaking. Oh, come on. However, this laudable ends. Wait, hold on a second. All right. However, these laudable ends cannot be achieved unless and until black nationalists are organized through conventions, conferences, strategy, training sessions, and on national, state, and regional and local levels. This party must be organized under a ratified constitution with a workable system of checks and balances and a clearly defined order of election and succession to office. Above all, it must be the major instrument of black power. The Nationalist Party must be fully aware that it is the achievement of genuine black power, a power which can effectively and successfully rival the power of whites and of any other ethnic group, as well as work with them in the interest of all humankind, which must be a primary goal and reason for being, right? To help all humankind all of a sudden. For without power, the people will perish. Power to the people. Corny. Cheesy. Okay? Interestingly, his bibliography includes Akoto's the Kwame Akoto's nation building. It's interesting. But there you have it. You know, and you see it ended corny. The solution he advocated was a black political party. He really, and it's like, if you don't understand America, because again, I didn't understand America. I didn't know, I saw the police gather the ballots. I didn't know they counted them. I didn't know they reported them. You know? So again, you know, if you understand how the political system in America works, you're not going to advocate for a black nationalist party. You know? You're not going to, and you already know it's not going to succeed as much. Again, like I said before, if you're looking for political donors, right? If just 100 white people have more wealth than all the wealth that African Americans have, right? And all 40 million of us have, then if you just ask one of these white people for resources, for funds, they got it. They got it more so than all of African Americans combined. 5% of the white population has more land than all of the African Americans. It's not a joke. But if you're reading these kind of books, you know, this Blueprint for Black Power, you are being played. Because it's not that powerful nationalism that people want it to be. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to lie. But that's the book. It's 241. Blow this up. Let people know. Hey, look, I want you to know this too. If you want to come on live and discuss and try to make a point, even though you can't, come through. Okay? I welcome you. Because I believe that real Pan-African nationalism should be at the forefront. And not this nonsense, not this joke, not this. It should be real Pan-African nationalism. So that we as a people can actually advance forward. Or at least concentrate on what needs to be done. You know, there are things that you can do in America. And you telling people to build a political party when you clearly, like I just said, Wisconsin is 81% white. How are you going to win the presidency if nowhere in America, if there's not one state in America where there's a black majority? And clearly, if it came to white people having to vote against black people, they will always win. They will always win. Well, you know, it is what it is. I think
New Advil dual action with acetaminophen fights pain in 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source,
hold on a second.
while acetaminophen blocks pain signals. The future of pain relief